encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Hello there and welcome on board. Welcome to another edition, of course, another episode of The Morning Buzz on Voice of People Television. Yes, sir. Over here, what we just do is to take our time to dissect the major conversation that is making the dailies. And of course, you know that in this particular station, we give you a very fresh and major news that you need to know and everything that you need to actually understand about this country. And of course, that's why we're here. But I would like to ask you, how did you celebrate your Eid yesterday? And it was a wonderful, celebration talking about the Eid. I saw, ram meat, goat meat flying here and there, and people actually enjoyed themselves yesterday. And there was something that was quite significant yesterday. There was nothing like a Christian, there was nothing like Muslim. Everyone celebrated, together. And that's the unity we want in this country. That's the unity that we've been craving for. And that's the unity we pray to always have. All right. And I pray that this particular piece would sustain even beyond. All right. Welcome on board. And of course, our top on our radar this morning, a fresh security alert as bandits intensify attacks across Nigeria. And of course, we'll be talking about the suspected thugs who actually stormed ADC Women's Forum, disrupt their political gathering in Rivers State again. And I believe you understand the reason why I needed to actually say again. All right, so these are the major topics that we'll be talking about today. However, we urge you to actually stay true and, of course, stay tuned here because we have so much to actually, talk about here. We have more interesting stories. We have different conversations that we'll be taking from here and there. And we would urge you to follow us on our YouTube channel, Voice of the People Television, and of course on other social media platforms. We are VOP TV Live. You can visit our website, www.vop.ng, for fresh and trending news. As Voice of the People TV, your opinion matters to us. And of course, therefore, we encourage you to call and share your thoughts. And of course, reaction via the WhatsApp platform, 090-447-32605, 090-447-32605, because here, you have more than a voice. But of course, I'd like to take you through some news stories that actually made it through the dailies as well. Nicholas Ohere, the businesswoman who previously accused Minister of Works, David Umahi, of sexual harassment and unpaid campaign debt, has released a new video alleging she was pressured by lawyer Masha Abubakar to retract her claims with a promise of payment that was never fulfilled. Ohere claimed the retraction video was scripted and released before she received any money, adding that Abubakar threatened her and restricted her from speaking to others about the matter. Both Umahi and Abubakar have denied wrongdoing, with Umahi dismissing the allegation as baseless and social media noise, while Abubakar said efforts were made to mediate and that any funds provided were for peace, not compensation. The controversy has reignited public debate over the dispute contract and alleged coercion surrounding the case. The reason why Nigerians, when I saw this also making rounds on social media, the reason why Nigerians are not really bothered about this conversation is because this woman, this businesswoman, has actually let, everyone down. People came out, for her, the likes of Ashowere, people came out, VDM, everyone spoke for her. Different activists, different human rights activists, they spoke on her behalf, They tried, to give her a voice and to see that she was not intimidated. And this is one of the things that I guess baffled me or disturbed me in this nation. Sometimes you realize that the people or a particular person you're fighting for, maybe, let's not say they do not deserve it, but sometimes personal greed can also allow them to, derail from the main cause. And that's the reason why I might actually have to, derail a bit to talk about this thing as a movement. Even when you decide to agree with a group of people, oh, this is what we're doing, this is the cause, this is what we want to do, this is what we're actually protesting about. When once they call a few people into a particular corner, settle them and all of that, the music will change. They will start telling you, oh, they don't think they can actually join you. They don't think they can be a cohort anymore as regards to that particular cause. People start dropping it. Now look at this woman. People actually came out for you. Well-meaning Nigerians spoke up for you. Your conversation made rounds on social media, trended, got to every major Nigerian dailies. But you decided to go behind closed doors without the consent of every other person. You didn't carry everyone along. And I remember that for 2 different Mondays now, okay, I've had a lawyer join a particular, show of hers in the station. And you didn't carry anybody along at all. Neither did you call Showore to tell him, this is what David Umai and, the lawyer said. This is what they said they are going to pay me for compensation. This is the agreement. You didn't even tell them that, oh, they're asking me to do a particular video, to apologize, retract my statement so that they would pay me. And in this time and age, if you actually feel that a particular man jilted you, or you did a contract for how many years, and you were not paid, what made you trust that man in just few days that, oh, the same man has actually changed? For you to believe that you needed to do the video first before payment. I was thinking it was payment before service. I don't know. Even to some of us that we raise invoice for businesses and all of that, we actually write it there that your payment validates booking. So I am surprised that you agreed in making a video, retracting your statement, apologizing to David Umai, helping him. So do you know what that was? Reverse psychology. So they actually put you on the spot, told you they were going to give you money. You agreed. Now, they didn't need to pay anybody to do a damage control for them. They didn't need to pay anybody to clean up all of this mess. No. They still use the same horse's mouth. They still use the same you. I think Minister David Umai has actually learned from the best. I'm talking about the president now because, that was the same way the president appointed Reno Mokri and also appointed Daniel Buala. For people who have actually spoken ill of the president in the past, he appointed them to be his spokesperson. So now it is quite difficult for them to say that the president is not a good person now. So they have to eat all of the words they said back then. So Minister of Works actually did the same thing for this woman by making you swallow all of the things you said. You didn't sign any agreement to show that, oh, you were actually in agreement, maybe MOU to say, oh, if I actually make this video, you're going to pay me, something to legally bind you guys. And it shows that there was nothing like, signing, because upon any sign of MOU, there is always what we call the NDA, okay, non-disclosure of agreement. Because if you had signed an MOU and you signed NDA, you wouldn't have come out to talk about it. So it shows you didn't sign anything. So you just went ahead and did a video, did the damage control for him, clean up his image, and now the man is walking free. Did you hear that particular statement from the lawyer? He said, and I quote, of course, so that it doesn't look as if I said it. He said that any money that is to be given is not about settlement. No. It is for peace, not compensation. Wow. I think that's actually too much on this woman. But I don't know how Nigerians would actually feel about this, because when I saw this particular news, on social media, immediately I saw the video, I said this woman was actually, speaking out of duress. I think she was asked to. I saw the video, being a broadcast journalist, I understand when you're quite relaxed, talking to the camera. And I know when you develop a cold feet or when you're not comfortable talking to the camera. So I just said it and I laughed over it and I left. But now that you are coming out to tell us, what do you want us to do? That's the question we should be asking, because that's what everyone has been asking. So what do you want us to do, madam? Should we start all over again to start campaigning, protesting for this same money again? You already told us that. Let me borrow the Yoruba word, today. There's a Yoruba adage that says, it means that the same you that actually said, oh, something was like this before, and later he said it was not like that, we might not be able to take you serious. You understand? So it's quite a very serious conversation there. But we just hope that, good and well-meaning Nigerians can still come to our aid. I don't even know how, this particular situation would be, because now, if they take this case back to the court, I tell you, the court would actually, the likes of Dave Umahi and his lawyer would present the video she did to say that this is it. And, court only works with evidence, not emotions. That's the thing. So, sincerely, I'm sorry from here, but let's see how the situation would turn out to be, in the coming days. We'll just hope, sincerely, we just hope that she would get justice. We just hope that she would get justice. And I think this would also sound and, serve as a deterrent to every other person who is actually, in, contract with any of the government officials, or if you are being, spoken to do things like this, especially when you've actually carried your people along, to actually fight for justice. And they decided to singularly remove you, from that particular settings into a particular place to tell you, oh, do this, and we'll settle you and all of that. You should actually, be focused and get, to the very end of that particular protest, instead of always derailing or, listening to all of these distractions. Now it is quite painful, because you've already done the video. The video has been released without your consent, and it is there making rounds. You've actually made a call, reaching out to them. You people have not credited me. You've not sent my money. Why did you have to release the video? And now they're not even saying anything, okay, as regards to that conversation again. But we just hope that God will touch their heart, because at this point, if you go to legal, I don't think it will really work. And this time around, David Umahi has enough evidence to now officially send the police, to you now, by saying that you are cyberbullying, cyber stalking, you're actually harassing him, on social media. He can actually now do this because they have that evidence they actually compelled you to do. That's the problem. So we have to pray for you. I think it will be a general prayer. But let's see how that particular situation will unfold in the coming days. Away from that particular one, yes, I'll be talking about another quite significant and disturbing, situation that happened last year. But of course, it was, officially, taken care of as we speak. Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf and his Edo State counterpart Monday Okpewolo have finally moved to compensate the families of 16 hunters killed in Uromi, Edo State, after earlier delays allegedly linked to bureaucratic inaction by the former Uromi committee chairman. Each deceased victim is set to receive 300,000, while 12 injured hunters will get 200,000 plus food items, with funds disbursed through a special Uromi 16 account. Critics might question why the directive reportedly issued by Governor Yusuf last year took so long to materialize, and whether political rivalry or negligence contributed to the delay, even as local leaders commend the eventual support. All right. For me, there is no support. That is quite little, and regardless of the timing, as far as the support has been rendered, but that is how I would naturally sound, okay? But when it comes to this particular, situation, I think when we talk about compensation, compensation, especially on two reasons, and I'll give these reasons. The first compensation, if the person is killed, and to actually compensate the families of the deceased. That's one. Secondly, if properties were demolished and people were displaced, they need compensation immediately as well. So on these major two fronts, compensation can be late because you don't know the trauma. We are not saying that whatsoever this both party actually lost over time, is enough. Like the compensation would actually, fix it mentally, emotionally for them. No. But it's just a sense of letting them know you might not really feel their pain, but you are in this with them, trying to see how to walk them through that journey off until they're actually in a sane space again. So, my question, why is this money coming in now? Must we politicize everything in this country? And I think at some point, our government officials, the executives, have actually learned, and mastered the act of, giving arms, helping people, trying to, bring out the philanthropic nature, of their being when it is electioneering period. Because something happened last year, we acted as if we didn't see the file. We acted as if, this conversation was not talked about. They acted as if maybe some people were not following up. And you are coming this year, knowing fully well the campaign will start rolling in. Some people would ask you, the promises you made, this particular 16 hunters that were killed in Uromi, what has happened to them? You are coming to us to tell us that we should stand on a particular mandate, right? But you've forgotten that you actually made, some promises and you've not fulfilled it. Are we going to say this particular thing starts to that particular, this gift is coming out now because of this election season? I am not actually saying anything directly, but these are questions, that we should actually ask. When we talk about compensation, we should actually, be very swift, especially when it is about the deceased family. And not only that, we should always be very, very swift when it comes to also demolitions. Just like I actually made these two assertions as my example. It's a very serious conversation because we cannot actually tell how the family of this disease have been coping, and how they felt abandoned. Even on a mere promises between friends, if you don't fulfill it immediately, we know what it feels like, Sometimes people, when people expect something from you, that's when they get disappointed, when you don't meet up with their expectation. And you were to compensate someone since last year, you are bringing it in now. But my major area that I know so many people never thought I was going to, touch is the amount. Let's talk about this. Let us really talk about this. When we talk about you compensating people, knowing fully well that you are a governor, or rather you are governors, chief executive officer of a state, chief security officer of a state, there is nothing your red pen cannot sign. You know fully well that if it were to be about any budget at all, or let us even use the word expenditures, let's even use the word miscellaneous, that we get to hear in the government house, it will be very, very easy for you to put that red pen. How much is 300,000 naira as of today in Nigeria. What can 200,000 naira do? We have to ask this question. We have to. These 16 hunters killed were the breadwinners of their family. I know the family are contented with whatsoever they come back home with. But now the breadwinners are not alive anymore. The injured ones, we don't even know how they've been getting treated. The 12 injured hunters. And guess what? If they were not properly treated, of course, we all know what we call tetanus. We all know what it means when, our body does not get the right treatment it deserves. It decays. Other things might set in. And we're actually coming up to expect people to say, oh, this is a laudable feat by giving 300,000 naira, 200,000 naira plus food items. The food items, did you buy it? No. These food items are part of the palliatives. We should talk about it. These are part of the foods that have been kept for campaigns. Let's call a spade a spade. And now you are disbursing this 300,000. You are disbursing 200,000 like, oh, you've really done so well. And these two governors, in the next coming days, they'll be telling us, in a few weeks now, to a month, they'll be telling us, oh, you have to vote on your mandates. How much really is 300,000? We should actually look into this particular thing and ask ourselves that question. The 300,000 for what? Compensating the families that their husband, their brother, their son were killed. So how should they share the 300,000? What should they really buy from that 300,000? It's quite a very serious, situation there. But I just hope that our government officials would actually understand that everything should not be tied and laced, around or to politics. And if we're talking about humanity, you should really do what is right. This 300,000 or 200,000 cannot feed your own son and daughter. Your driver per month is taking more than that as a take-home, aside from every other remuneration. But you're compensating someone with 300,000, 200,000, and you feel they should rent live band and play so that everybody would really see that, oh, the governors have really done well. This is how far I would actually go as regards to this particular conversation. It is really, really heartbreaking, but there's nothing we can do about it. Yes, we'll be moving on to the newspaper review. And of course, I believe you're ready for us to review all of the headlines on our dailies. But I would like you to stay well with us. As soon as I return, we'll be taking the newspaper review. Don't go to my station, please. I'll be right back.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Siro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the Voice of the People. Don't touch that dial.
Welcome back to the job quest for Nigerians, a fourth pillar. And of course, we have before Tinubu leaves northern elite behind. Okay, we have 2027 good governance matters that age or region, right? We also have here, beneath the banner here, we have 2027 Olubadan cautions politicians against exploiting religion for elections. We have a breach of contract. Expert blame high training costs, bonding policy for pilot shortage. We also have allegations of bank collusion emerge in $43.5 million dividend dispute involving Oriental Energy. Can Catholic bishops facilitate Muslim faithful urge sacrificial living? PDP will survive current crisis, says party chairman. And of course, I'll move straight to Saturday Tribune. The banner line says 5 suicide bombers entered Maiduguri, 2 still at large. This is coming from Governor Zulum. You can find that on page 3. And we have how I defeated Bola Ige in 1999 to get AD's presidential ticket. Olu Fale says a campaign Ige traveled abroad. Welfare of troops must be prioritized, says Makinde as he celebrates Salah with soldiers at Ibeti. Right, beneath there we have, my husband is drunk, he could sexually abuse our daughters, a woman tells court. ADC is no longer about opposition. It is about survival of democracy in Nigeria. This is coming from the spokesperson of that party, Bolaji Abdullahi. While I want to succeed Governor Sheyi Makinde, it is coming from Fatai Owosheni. All right. Finally, we'll be moving to Saturday Punch. Yes, we have here the banner headline, women stripped, sexually molested during Delta Festival. And the writers of that particular one, a victim hospitalized, FG orders probe, suspects arrested, Nigerians demand a prosecution. I have over 200 videos, photos of sexual assault, says Monarch. UK-Nigeria pact fails talk of Ekwerimado's return. Army recovers 74 terrorist bodies. Okay. This particular one now is coming from the Benin Kingdom. Queen Ewere eats back at Edo Palace Chiefs. Okay. Toxic source inside a Nigerian's market where profits. Okay. I left gospel music because it wasn't profitable. This is coming from a producer of the Dikos. All right. This particular is coming from, the Dangote's quarter. Dangote hikes a fuel price to 1,245 now. How 3 months in same cell with fella changed my life. British Nigerian author. Sanusi Bayero Kwenkwoso hold separate Eid prayers. Right, this is how far we can actually go as regards to the news paper headlines. Yeah. But for us to get proper review of this particular one, we have a guest in the studio. We have Dr. Peter Anosike, who is a philosopher, yes, an erudite commentator, and of course, is a man that we all respect when it comes to economics. Yes, development, best-selling author. Is a man that when once he comments on something, and I tell you that's how you would actually find it. Yes, it's quite good when it comes to finance, politics, and power. Doctor, you're welcome on board, sir.
Thank you so much for having
Doctor, I needed to say all of that because for everything politically in this nation that you have said, this is what is going on now as we speak. And at this point, I would want you, if you permit us, to add prophets by your name. That is if you permit us. All right, joining us virtually, we have Barrister Zeluche, who is an attorney at law and public political affairs analyst. Good morning, Barrister.
Yeah, good morning, my brother. How are you? Thank you for the invite.
Barrister, I'm doing very well. Thank you so much for joining the program. All right, I don't know if you'd like to respond to any of the headlines.
I want the banner headline of the Guardian.
Okay.
Which says, no, it's not really that. It's one of the stories,
yes.
Which says that we should go for good governance instead of that's ethnicity or whatever. So what government is about the people, understand? Without other people, there will be no government. And when people vote, what it means is that they have surrendered themselves. That's for the government, understand, to start protecting and taking good care of them. And this thing should go to those who have capacity to do this, and not where somebody comes from. Understand? Yes. You cannot use because somebody is from that's from your town, from your state, and keep him in office, even when he is not doing what he's supposed to do. So for me, what Nigerians need is good governance. Whoever is providing it is not important. Understand? Even if the person is from Ukraine, even if the person is from Togo or Senegal, understand? What Nigerians need is good road. The president or the governor that constructed it is not important. What Nigerians need is good hospitals. Whoever made it possible is not important. Understand me? Because we don't check who is in power before we pay our taxes. Understand me? Yeah. We don't check if it's a Yoruba, Hausa, or an Igbo man that is the president before we pay our taxes. We pay our taxes to Nigeria as a country. Therefore, what we need is competence. People who understand what governance is all about. So whether they are from the north or from the south or from the east, it's not important.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Doctor. Barrister, would you want to respond to any of the headlines before we move straight to the major conversation?
Yes. Thank you very much. I think what I even find more intriguing is the absence of the state visit of Mr. Tinubu to the UK in any of the headlines. I mean, that's, except for one side mention of it in The Guardian, it shows that indeed this particular trip is a monumental waste. And when you observe a few things that have come out from that visit, like mentioned, the Aquarium Mado case, one of the papers also carried it. The return of Nigerian
prisoners,
Nigerian migrants from the UK to Nigeria. You wonder what is the benefit to Nigeria of most of these things that Mr. Tinubu signed in London. He's wished away or sold off the Tinkan and Apapa ports, and you begin to worry. I mean, perhaps that is why the papers did not even carry. So my observation is more of what did not appear on the papers, which shows how wasteful that junket to people learn from this and then be more critical of some of these things that some of these things expended at the public expense. Some of these trips that Mr. Tinubu embarks upon, more of it is to hurt Nigerians than to benefit the country. So sad. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Barrister Izeluche, for that wonderful submission. Yes, I will be taking off from here to the major conversation of the day. Yes, a fresh security alert as bandits intensify attacks across Nigeria. I will be giving you details of this particular one after this break. Do well to stay with us.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
All right, welcome back to the program. It is still Morning Buzz, yes, on Voice of People Television. Reports have actually emerged showing notorious bandit leaders openly celebrating Eid in Faskeri, Katsina State, raising concern about how embodying these groups have become. In the video, armed men are seen gathering freely while children watch, sparking a debate about security presence and local safety. This comes as a former Chief of Army Staff, General Tuko Burutai, retired, maintains that insurgency is not overwhelming Nigerian troops, citing improved use of drones and military platform despite existing gaps in manpower and equipment. Meanwhile, a security advocacy group has warned of possible coordinated attacks in Taraba and southern Kaduna, with intelligence pointing to armed groups mobilizing through forest corridors and recent killings linked to a broader build-up. As tensions rises in this region, residents have been urged to remain alert. Of course, this particular one is quite serious. I'd like us to see that particular video, again.
Critical information of upcoming attacks in Taraba and in southern Kaduna. And when I mean imminent attacks, this means that Fulani ethnic militia have been sighted. They've been gathering. They are preparing for major attacks in Taraba and southern Kaduna. We're expecting an imminent attack in Taraba around March 23rd. FEM Takum unit, Fulani ethnic militia unit in Takum, is mobilizing fighters and staging positions. They are armed movement, or seeing armed movements across the Donga River toward Chenjenji. Fighters embedded via cattle herds. Drone confirmed machine gun presence. And There was a recent attack in Tor Damisa where 5 people were killed, but that's just the beginning. They're amassing and planning for a large attack. The staging area is in New Gaboko, and it's around seized farmland, and it's under active terrorist control. Attack is likely within days. We're expecting right after Ramadan. So those of you in Taraba, in
All right, so that's quite a very serious one there, and very disturbing, at the same time. Okay, I will still have in the studio to help us make sense of this particular conversation. We have Dr. Peter Anosike, philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He is also an erudite commentator on the economy, finance, politics, and power. Doctor, thank you so much for joining the program. And of course, we have joining us virtually, Barrister Eze Luche, an attorney at law and public political affairs analyst. Thanks so much for joining the program, Barrister.
Thank you very much.
All right, and also we have joining us from Benin Studios, we have Waya Kenneth Ogenovo, human rights activist, public affairs analyst. Okay, I'm told that we're just still trying to set him up. So as soon as he joins, again, we would bring him up to speed as regards to the conversation we'll be talking about this morning. Now, Barrister, let me take it off from your corners. Barrister, you heard what the former army chief said, talking about Brutai. He said that the troops are not overwhelmed, but looking at that particular video, I'm talking about that of the kingpin, the terrorist kingpin, with his people, celebrating. First, they did their call to prayer, the Juma prayer, and afterwards, they danced, and kids were watching. They came out openly, in a broader light. And this actually, brings me to the same conversation I think I mentioned here last week, Saturday, because something like this, similar to this case, happened where one of the head of the bandits came to the town to do his wedding with all his troops. They did that wedding, and some of them spoke Hausa. For some of us, I understand. And they did it wedding, and they said the authorities are aware that we are coming, so they've actually cleared the way until we return. They did the wedding, took their bride in Zamfara, and they went back to the bush. Today, we're actually seeing, bandits, terrorists, openly celebrating Eid in Katsina State. And don't forget what your NSA chief said. He said that these people are also our brothers. Will you just want to kill your brothers? So, Barrister, I'd like you to give me your take as regards to the situation.
Yes, thank you very much. I think let us start with the basics. When you refer to these Islamist jihadist terrorists as bandits, we make a very serious error, because these characters are linked to ISIS. ISIS that terrorize Iran and Iraq and that's still terrorizing the world. So we have to address them by their real names and understand the gravity of what is about to befall parts of Nigeria. Don't mind what the Brutai is saying. I don't blame him. Soldiers, all armed, who guard him. So he can talk all the crap he wants to say. The reality is that Nigerians know that these were overwhelmed by these Islamist terrorists, jihadist terrorists. And it's only a matter of time. And the government knows this character. That is why some of us have long concluded that this government is complicit in the terrorist activities going on across the land. Because Faskari is not a small village in Katsina. It's one of the largest towns in the state. I mean, so if these people can be doing Eid festivities freely in that state, it gives you state government is aware of them. The federal government, the military, the police is aware of these characters. So all this pretense about tackling insurgency, tackling Islamist terrorists is nothing, is neither here nor there. They are accomplices. They are the brothers of the National Security Advisor, not my brother or yours, because these guys kill us. So we are in a situation in this country where those who rule over Nigeria are in bed with these criminal elements, where those who rule over us, who are supposed to be guarding us, are. So, I mean, I heard the report by the foreigner who was making the security report. These are not novel things. These are things that are already known to the people in that area. Because just using a simple drone, you can know where these criminal jihadists, Islamist jihadists are gathering. And you know what towns will be affected next. So the people in those neighboring towns begin to move. Because they know that the Nigerian military and the police will only come in after they have been slaughtered. Then they'll come in and start talking all the nonsense they talk. Then Onanuga and the president will send out messages of commiseration, which are just because who are you commiserating with? You know what this will be. You know it will happen. You don't act. And you only wait for, at the end of the event, you now come and send condolence letters. As this momentum is gathering for these attacks, what do we find? The National Security Advisor, Ribadu, and the Minister of Defense, General Christopher, are busy gallivanting with the president in London. You saw them the other day on horseback rides, being pulled by chariots, driven horse rides, and they were all smiles. Because to them, what is going on in Nigeria is of no moment. So Nigerians have to be aware of this, take precautionary measures. If it means arming yourself, do that. Because you, at the end of the day, when the chips are down, there will be neither police nor military to come to your assistance. If you cannot arm yourself, leave those areas. Leave that area as far as possible. Because will those strikes occur? Yes. Will Nigerians be killed? Yes. Will massacres occur? Yes. What will the government of Bola Ahmed Tinubu do? Absolutely nothing than to dish out senseless letters of commiseration, which are unrequired. I mean, this should worry Nigerians because there will be more of this as the elections occur. And the whole idea is this: get people to be dislocated from their environments, and those same towns and villages where people have been moved will record 99 or 100% turnout in the elections. And who will they vote for? Who will they be said to have voted for? It's all a ruse to entrench and elongate these cabals in government. That's my take on this. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Barrister Izeluche, for that wonderful submission. But Barrister, let me stay with you on this particular one. You heard, of course, just like you cited it, the international, intelligence, warning that was gathered. Now, I am disturbed. I'm not saying it is not a good thing for us to have, some international group, give us intelligence. But we have NSA here. And it disturbs me because sometimes I ask that question, is our NSA, still working? When was the last time our NSA actually gave, precise intelligence when it comes to security threats? And not only that. Now, when we look at the situation that is actually happening to Nigerians presently, it is not looking like a reoccurrence. They are trying to set a precedent. They're trying to make it look like a modus operandi. Every time you hear the word from the forest corridors, whenever the warning comes, that's where they're coming from the forest corridors, or our borders. And yet, it is looking like we have not done anything tangible to actually curb or to apprehend or to even, block all of these particular, places. Barrister, was it meant to be an international body that was meant to be telling us about how we are not safe in our Nigeria? Is that how our NSA gets to tell the CIA in the US? What is so difficult for them to actually undo all of this situation? Why is it looking so hard?
Well, thank you very much. I mean, do you expect Nuhu Ribadu, the national...
Hello, Barrister, are you there? Okay, I think there's a network glitch there. So, Barrister, of course, he'll be joining us shortly back. There was a network glitch. Let me come back to the studio. Doctor, in as much as that particular conversation, would be kept for Barrister to still, finish up his response. But I'd like to ask you, when you see bandits, terrorists, freely walking around, celebrating, is it a show of power to say that they are in total control as we speak? Or what should we actually call this particular one?
Well, for me, it shows that they are not afraid. And that is the message. This is where we are. We are not afraid. And when for what former Chief of Army Staff said,
General Brutai,
that the army is not overwhelmed. Every day you hear that army is doing their best. Army is doing their best. The truth is that we don't pay for effort. What we pay is results. Understand? When you send your car to a mechanic, if mechanic is said that I've tried, you don't pay him. It's when your car begins to work that you will pay. That is a result. So for me, trying doesn't pay bill. It is results that pays bill. So, but the issue is this: our military is complicit. Our government is complicit. Understand? And the main purpose of taking a Ribadu and Christopher Musa to UK is to showcase them. Understand me?
Yes, sir.
I said that the December 25th bomb in Sokoto ended the political career of the vice president. Understand me? So he is likely going to be replaced by Christopher Musa. Understand me? So this to go and show him. Then Ribadu has been planning since two years ago to run for the president in 2031. So he also has to be presented to the world too. Understand? He's currently working with a governor in the southeast who is to deputize him. So this is a way of going that's Tinubu's style. And the way he packaged some people to Chatham Hall that to answer questions. Understand? These are those who are going there to work with me and so forth. So that was the reason why the most important time that Ribadu and Christopher Musa is needed in Nigeria, Tinubu has to take them to UK just on a jamboree that to show them. So what these people are saying is that we are here to stay. You better do business with us. Understand me? So, and they have sent their message. We are not afraid of the government. We are not afraid of the army. When we tell you that you pay tax for protection, you must pay. Understand me? When we tell you that you pay tax for protection, you must pay. And the kids there were even excited. Understand? The kids there were even excited. And some of the kids were even willingly follow them into the bush.
Doctor, I was about asking you, children witnessing this Eid celebration from the bandits. I believe you understand what this particular one means to the minors.
So they are not going to see them as bad people. Understand me? Because they are celebrating, they are dancing after doing their prayers. Understand me? So the kids there will not understand what is happening. Understand? They can willingly follow them to the forest, and whenever they send kids on a message, they will go. Understand? Because they did not present themselves as evil people in any way.
Okay, thank you so much, Doctor, for that wonderful submission. I'm told that Barrister Izeluche is back in. Hello, Barrister, are you there? Barrister, are you there? Please unmute your mic if you're there. All right, also joining us, we have Kenneth, who I believe is in as well, from the Benin studio. Okay, why Kenneth Oganovo, human rights activist, public affairs analyst. Hello, Kenneth, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Good morning, this morning.
Welcome on board, Kenneth. How are you doing today? How is Benin?
I am fine. I am supposed to be in Benin, but I'm in my hometown, Osoro, this morning, by God's grace.
Oh, really? That's
yes.
That's I've really missed Osoro's food. I've missed your hometown food, but we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that before the end of the show.
You know our food is very delicious, and our people are very hospitable too. Very, very, visitor welcoming.
I can actually say more about that. All right, let me bring you up to speed as regards to the conversation. We're talking about fresh security alerts as bandits intensify attacks across Nigeria. Reports have actually emerged showing notorious bandits leaders openly celebrating Eid at Faskari, Katsina State, raising concerns about how emboldened these groups have actually become. In the video, armed men are seen gathering, freely while children watch them. As this has actually sparked debate about security presence and local safety. And of course, the former chief of army staff, General Tukur Buratai, retired, maintains that insurgency is not overwhelming on Nigerian troops, and of course, citing improved use of drones and military platforms despite existing gaps in manpower and equipment. Meanwhile, a security advocacy group has actually warned of possible coordinated attacks, in Taraba, southern Kaduna, with intelligence pointing to armed groups mobilizing through forest corridors and recent killings linked to a broader build-up. As tension rises in these regions, residents have been urged to remain alert. And this is quite serious because we were expecting our NSA, the Nigerian military, to actually have this intelligence. We're expecting them to know all of this. And I would like to stay on you for you to respond, to my next line of thought. When Tukur Buratai retired, the former army, as chief of staff, when he said that the men are not, overwhelming, and he also said that they have improved, on their drones, their military, platforms, and they've improved on so many equipment. Why was it so difficult? Or why is it looking difficult for armies, drones, and, their equipment to always get this intelligence on time? And not only that, why did they even, pinpoint a Faskari in Katsina, for example, that these bandits, these terrorists, these guys came out openly to celebrate Eid without any situation? And when they were done, they moved him back to their bushes. I'd like you to take this, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's very, very unfortunate, permit me to be factual.
Please go ahead.
That Nigeria is almost a failed state. a failed state in the sense that I've never seen a country before where bandits would openly, come out into a community. They will do videos in the communities. They will post them out for people to see it. And as security outfits, the army, the police, civil defense, the vigilantes, no one would go after them. They don't even hide their faces. They'll be doing these videos and they'll be showing their faces. And in most recent times, they'll even be showing you the Ghana must go's load of money that they have collected as ransom from the family of victims. Yet, our government cannot do anything about it. In one of the videos circulating, we even saw a local government chairman openly fraternizing with people whom they are supposed to declare Ichabod, with people who they are supposed to actually declare as terrorists. But he was seen visiting them, fraternizing with them. Now, talking about the drones, those are just political statements. The question is, how many of these bandits have these drones been able to, capture before? These drones are just for what I call paramoism. They are for, beautification. They are just for decoration. Because we have not seen anywhere now where our securities are said through intelligence reports. Are you there?
Yes, I'm listening to you loud and clear.
Thank you. We are yet to see anywhere in this country where our security, apparatus, our security outfits, we now say we got intelligence reports, and with the aid of our drone science being employed, we were able to unpick or capture the so-called bandits. We are yet to see something like that. To make it more troublesome and worrisome, when somebody steals phones, you see the police, when they want to show that they are working, they immediately track those phones and they'll catch the culprits or the thief in question who stole the mobile phones. Now the question is the modalities, or the modus operandi being deployed or employed to track a phone thief different from the one that is being used to track a bandit? Because when these bandits and kidnappers, when they catch their victims, they use telephone, the same telephone that is being trackable, to call the victims people and demand for ransom. Why is it practically impossible for such people to be tracked now as when they call the victims family? That is that. Why is it impossible for our government to arrest the ones, the Lakarawas, and the new ones that are coming out? Why is it difficult for our government to go after them and pick them? All they know how to do is to mount roadblocks, including soldiers now. I beg to say, but let's be factual, to save a decaying and a drowning country. You see evil soldiers now on the highway now. What they do is to go after flashy cars. They even leave all those rickety cars alone, forgetting the fact that all those cars could be used to even carry dangerous ammunitions. The police are now totaling their energy or channeling it towards extortion.
Okay. Wire.
Oh, yeah, park. You are a Yahoo boy.
Okay.
All they know is to collect money.
Thank you so much, Wire. Thank you so much, Wire. Because I will press for time. I know, and it's quite a very disturbing, scenario, and of course, a discussion here. Security is what everybody should, talk about and lend their voice. When it comes to security, if a nation is not safe, if a state is not safe, so whatsoever you want to actually gather, you are not guaranteeing it, to actually heed any results.
The country is not safe, but they are politicizing it. You will see them; they are willing to give as much as $9 million to cover and hide narratives.
All right.
While innocent citizens are dying of insecurity.
Okay, thank you so much, Wire Kenneth, for that particular, energetic submission of yours. I'd like to just take a quick one from Barrister Ezeluche, his concluding thought, and I'll come to the studio take a concluding thought before we move to the next topic. But we'll be doing that in just 1 minute. Hello, Barrister.
Good day. Thank you very much.
Yes, Barrister, I'd like to give us your concluding thought in just a minute, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think my concluding thought on this is that when you look at this regime, look at the antecedents, right from the days of Muhammadu Buhari, when he said killing the terrorists was attacking the North, to what happened on February 28, 2013, when the APC leadership stormed Maiduguri on the same day that terrorists bombed the hell out of Maiduguri. You see that these guys are like Nuhu Ribadu really said, they are their brothers. And you can't expect brothers to fight against brothers. So if Nigerians are keen on removing insecurity, addressing insecurity, one thing you can do is to ensure that these guys who are brothers and brethren of Islamist, jihadist terrorists are kicked out of office come the next elections. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Barrister Ezeluche. And Doctor, I'd like you to give us a concluding thought. And please, I also want you to talk about what Wire said. Wire mentioned that if you can track phones, the stolen phones, if you can track all of this, and this is just police. So what happens to the military doing all of this tracking? And just like what Shetima said, that the locations of these people, that the government knows it, their identities and all of that. So why is it difficult? Shegumi, sorry, I beg your pardon. Yes, Shegumi said that the identities and the locations, all of this particular thing. So why is it difficult? Since Bruta is also mentioning that they have improved drones, improved equipment, why is it difficult now?
Well, I remember Bayo Ononoga giving excuses that the kind of network that they use is not the one recognized by our own by our own telecommunication. He was saying that they are using this Elon Musk network system, which is difficult for them to kind of no, it was Daniel Boanda, but which to me is nonsense. It doesn't hold water. Understand? If terrorists can use that, the responsibility of a leader is to solve problems, not to complain. So then my final thought is that this government is sympathetic with these terrorists. They are sympathetic with these terrorists. They are also using them to achieve some of their desires. Just like Nuhu Ribadu saying that they are his brothers.
Understand? Doctor to say they are his brothers.
They are his. I know my brothers.
Doctor, I saw what you did there.
My brothers are not in the forest and cannot be in the forest. So because he is aiming at the presidency and may want to be in their good book. Understand me? So they are complicit. They have sympathy with them. Understand? And they are treating them like brothers too.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Peter Nosike, for that particular final thought of yours. Yes, I will be moving to the second conversation. Suspected thugs stormed ADC Women's Forum, disrupt political gatherings. This would be our next line of discussion, and I would urge you to actually do stay well with us, because after this break, we'll be coming back to dissect this conversation, and it promises to be quite energetic. Stay tuned, please. All right, welcome back to the program. It is still Morning Balls on Voice of People Television. Of course, we still have the next conversation here. On our table, suspected political talks disrupted the maiden meeting of the African Democratic Congress ADC Young Women Forum in Alesa Eleme, River State on Friday, scattering participants and destroying canopies, chairs, and sound equipment. Eyewitnesses said the attackers claimed the gathering lacked prior approval and was not sanctioned by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, though organizers insisted it was a peaceful, non-campaign event aimed at mobilizing young women within the party. The disruption cut short the forum and left many attendees fleeing for safety. Reacting to the attack, ADC Young Women's Forum National Coordinator Atosemi Omar Uweme condemned the action as an attempt to intimidate opposition voices and stifle democratic participation. She emphasized and, of course, said that the forum was designed to empower young women in politics and encourage grassroots mobilization and promote inclusion within party structures, not a feminist movement. The incident raises broader questions about political tolerance, gender representation, and the challenges young women face when engaging in Nigerian's political landscape, offering a lens for deeper discussion on democracy and political engagement ahead of elections. Right, we still have in the studio Dr. Peter Anosike, and of course we have joining us virtually Barrister Ezeluche and Wire Kenneth as well joining us virtually. I'd like to start off with you, Wire Kenneth. I don't know, are you there? Kenneth, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, we've actually seen, you know, the latest, that's what we would call it, the latest, you know, a structure of political talks now in Nigeria, because we've seen several cases, you know, last weekend was in Calabar, Cross River to be precise, you know, another one in Bakassi, you know, we've seen it back to back. We saw that of Edo State, and now it is Rivers. The attackers actually said that the forum, you know, lacked INEC approval. Does the law actually require INEC clearance for internal party mobilization? I would like you to, you know, give me your take on that, please.
That's a very question. You know, when you want to crucify a dog, you give the dog a bad name to crucify the. And these are one of the dangers of snowboarding into a one-party state. You know, the other time, I think it was me and Dr. Anosike, we talked about this very subject matter when we were talking about the disadvantages of having a one-party state, which eventually we're almost here now. You know, the APC, I don't understand their kind of a style of governance. Before APC came into power, there have been other political parties that have ruled this country before. And none of them ruled this country in a desperado-like manner, like they are doing, or a despotic manner. I've never seen just one political party to be in the country. It makes it, undemocratic. That of, what do you call it? The one in Akwa Ibom, what do you call it now?
Cross River.
The first. Yeah, Cross River, rather, yes. Yeah. The first was actually in Edo when Peter Obi came in the company of our father in Edo State, Sir Odike Oyegun. When their vehicles was riddled with bullets, the gates were shot, everywhere scattered, people batterly injured, that are even going on the streets. They are boasting They are saying that no other political party dares erect their structures unless it is APC. Come on, that alone is an aberration. That shows that our security apparatus have gone into, semi-coma. If not for the obvious side taking, why would somebody openly come to issue such a statement and you let that person go scot-free and be walking the streets? If it were to be another political party that issued such careless statement, I know what this lawless APC would have done to that person. APC as a political party is operating the height of lawlessness. They are the only political party that have defiantly and consistently disobeyed court orders. The court will pass an order and an injunction. APC will do what is in their mind, and nobody dares ask them. Look at what happened in the Edo State. Up till now, I was expecting people to be picked up. Critical questions would have been asked. If that would have been done, they would have silenced, other ugly airs from showing themselves. But nothing was done. And I have a proverb saying that when house fall, now goats, they climb up. When there are no consequences for action, there is bound to be a recurrent repetition of such action. So nothing happened in the dome. So there have to be a replication of same ugly, incident in Cross River State. Before the latest one again that we saw, where women were beaten, the environment was scattered, everywhere in disarray, people were scampering for safety. Now what they are doing now, they see the people of other political party, they go to tear it apart. The question is, not only APC Day, was there no political parties before now? Did they do that to APC? The little democracy we were managing, it reached Tinubu turn and APC turn. And one scatter and finish for us.
All right, thank you so much. All right, thank you so much, Wire, for that particular one. Let me take it to Barrister Izeluchi. Hello, Barrister. Barrister, are you there?
Okay, I am.
All right, Wire actually got me laughing there when he said that the small democracy we were managing before. That was quite, funny. All right, Barrister, just like you mentioned, the president all his life, has been in the opposition, before 2015 that they actually, won. And we believed, just like what everyone have actually said, that the opposition, when he was in the opposition since 1999, the ruling power didn't make it this difficult. We are not in any way saying that these political talks are being, orchestrated or being, sent by the APC. We're not making these assertions, all right? But what we are saying here is for canopies, chairs, sound equipment to be destroyed, people flaying up, where are the police, Barrister? Where are the police? Is it like we don't even have any intelligence anymore to know that, political talks are going to, disrupt a particular place, they're going to scatter a particular thing, or even when that particular situation happened, we don't hear a single one person being apprehended. The same thing in Calabar, police confirmed that particular attack happened, but they are yet to arrest anybody to present that, these were the political talks, as we speak. And when this group actually come out, this political talk come out to say, they didn't get approval from INEC, Barrister, I would like you to give clarity on that particular conversation. Please, you have the floor, Barrister.
Thank you very much. The sad reality is that we have witnessing a pattern of politicization of violence. The All Progressive Congress is politicizing violence. It's using violence across the country. In the north, they are using Islamist terrorists, Islamist jihadist terrorists. In the southwest, they are using thugs, meaning criminal elements. And in the southeast, they are using the unknown gunmen. If you recollect, one of their thugs, Asari Dokubo, came out and was bragging right in the State House media room that he has been the one that has been killing the Igbos under the guise of unknown gunmen. So the police, the military, the security agencies are aware of this, and they are now in cohort with it. It's quite a sad spectacle, but I mean, the whole blame, the entire blame goes, in this instance, to Mahmoud Yakubu of INEC and the Supreme Court judges who legalized these criminals in government with their very vicious acts against the Nigerian state. And they forget that ultimately, when this democracy is destroyed, even the Supreme Court itself, there will be an implosion in the polity. So what the APC is doing is strategic in their own sense. They think they are wise, they think they are being smart. But there is virtually a coup against the Nigerian constitution. Because if the constitution allows for multi-party democracy and the actions, direct actions of this ruling APC is geared towards muscling or destroying the opposition political parties, they have virtually destroyed their democracy, and they are now ruling like an autocratic regime. And there will be consequences of this. There will be consequences, because this cannot continue without other people trying to react against it. Yes, it happened in Lagos. Even the police are part of the team that goes to destroy. Because most people who hold political rallies, they do have permits from the police. Police is aware. And when this thing happens, the police is nowhere to be found. The police does not even arrest the culprits. And that only emboldens culprits to do other things. With regards to the characters in there who said that there was no INEC approval, that's absolute nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Nobody requires any INEC approval for the internal workings of any political party. I mean, there's no election, there's no campaigns, there's no individuals being fronted. So you are only seeing political parties meeting, and you say that you need INEC approval. What bloody INEC do they need the approval for? So the pattern is set. The whole idea is to scare Nigerians away from voting, even scare Nigerians away from even owning the country. But I hope that Nigerians realize these antics, realize where we have come within the past 2 years, how popularized Nigerians have become, how destroyed and devastated the economy has become in these 3+ years of the Tinubu regime, and begin to imagine what happens if these characters are allowed to stay a day longer in office than is allowed. So I hope that Nigerians will prepare, because react that will dislodge these characters from government. The police is with them, the soldiers are with them. A few, not the police as an entirety, but a few unscrupulous men who may be of high rank, even in the military or the police or the DSS. But the vast majority of these security personnel, whether it's the military or the police, are Nigerians who are also impacted adversely by the wrongs of this regime. And I'm sure at the appropriate time, Nigerians will be able to retrieve our country from the hands of these characters who seem to have nothing good for Nigeria. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Barrister Ezeluche. Let me come back to the studio now where we have Dr. Peter Nosike. Doctor, when we look at this whole conversation, and I would want you to give clarity on different grounds, this is about ADC Women Forum. Is this a way of silencing women politically? Because this is not about the general. These women are actually gathered from their party, to have heart-to-heart conversation, of course, how they are to strategize, how they are to support their party. And if you look at the whole, the whole situation of this nation, when it comes to our political landscape, it looks like we don't usually want women to even thrive. Now, women are gathered, and we have political talks going to intimidate them, going to shut them down. Are we trying to, or are they rather, trying to reduce them, intimidate them, and make them not even have any confidence at all of coming out? That's one, Doctor, because I'll be taking you on different grounds. Now, when this political talk says they are acting, they are representing the local authority, which local authority, doctor? And also, River State, of course, we are used to their history as regards to, this kind of, situations. So are they already telling, other opposition party in Rivers to brace up themselves against their primaries, that it will be worse? What exactly is the game plan? I'd like you to take this, please.
It is not about the women. It is about the political platform, ADC. Even if it's youths that were there, but having the ADC, it will have happened. Even if it's men, but under the umbrella of ADC, it would have happened. So, but for me, these people are just being stupid. APC or Progressive Congress is just being stupid.
Doctor, are you saying this is from the political talk from APC?
Who else?
No, I should ask you.
Is it LP? Is it APP?
I wouldn't know, doctor, so you should tell us.
So if you want to know, where is the IGP? Where does he hail from? The chairman of EFCC, where does he hail from? The chairman of or the person in charge of DSS, from where? The inspector, the chief of defense staff, from where? The chief justice of Nigeria, from where? The attorney general of the federation, from where? So this shows you what is happening. This simply shows you what is happening, but to me it's stupidity, because every medicine has expiry date. This thing will end very, very soon. Understand me? So that's why they are being stupid. I don't see any intelligence in this. Assuming that you are going to stay there forever, understand? I will say, okay, what you are doing is good. Because you are going to live there one day and very soon. And other people will be there. And what you measured unto others is going to be measured unto you. What you measured unto others, the days of the kingdoms are gone. We don't have kingdoms anywhere in the world. So this stupidity, this draconian attitude will end one day and very, very soon. Because it is signal from the above that they are using that to do all this. It is signal from the above that they are using to do all this. That's why, to me, it is stupidity. And when you check the quality of life of these people that are doing this thing, it also shows you how stupid they are. Most of them not even have 100,000 naira in their account. What have they benefited from the APC? This is Stockholm Syndrome, falling in love with your oppressor. So for me, I am calling on Nigerians, go and arm yourself with your permanent voter's card. On the day of the election, go and exercise your mandate. This madness will not continue forever.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Peter Anosike. Because of our time, I would be moving from here, to trends, because I wanted us to actually take our time to also, touch on the trends before we're finally pressed for time. And gentlemen, thank you all for being there. Let us quickly take the trends this morning. A shocking incident in Ozoro, Delta State, sparked a nationwide outrage after a viral video appeared to show women being sexually assaulted during what was allegedly called a raping festival. The Delta State government condemned the act, insisting on such a festival exists and vowed that those responsible would face justice. Authorities, including the police commissioner and local security agencies, have launched investigation and arresting the community head, the chief organizer, and 4 others, while urging residents to report any activities that threaten public safety. Officials emphasized that no tradition or festival can justify abuse, reiterating the state's zero tolerance stance on gender-based violence and commitment to protecting citizen rights, especially women. You can actually see the footage there. And I'd like to take it off from you, Wire Kenneth. Hello, Kenneth. Okay. All right. Let me start from the studio while we actually rectify the glitch there, Doctor. It's if you look at this disturbing video, this is for me. I call this is barbaric, and this is really not a good sight at all. Where you have this as a festival. You have this as a festival. Let's just watch this video. Let's have this video, and afterwards we will come back to the studio.
All these traditions.
A very painful sight there. I don't know the joy that is derived from this. I don't know the joy that is derived from this. I don't know what exactly they get or gain. Looking at this is disturbing to me. First, because I was given birth to by a woman. I have sisters. I have a wife. And it is painful to see such a sight. This is really, really disturbing. Doctor, I'd like to get your take on this particular matter.
For me, I don't really, I'm short of words, because if the name of the festival is a raping festival, understand me? One, who in the val is a raping festival, understand me? One, who initiated such a festival, because this is the first time I'm hearing raping festival, understand? That is that is number one. Number two, if it's a raping festival and those women knew that this is a raping festival and they don't want to be raped, why did they go there? Understand me? Why did they go there? Because even among the animals, I've not seen such. I've not read such. Understand me? I have not read such. I have not seen such, and I don't know of any tradition anywhere in the world where that's a community organizes rape. So for me, police should go there and find out what really happened, how it started. And the leaders of the community should be arrested and dealt with.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Peter Nosike. Let me take it off to you, Wire Kenneth. Kenneth, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I can hear you, sir.
Kenneth, what exactly does the Ozoro Festival involve, and how long has this particular sort been normalized, as tradition? I'd like you to give me your take on this and give clarity as well, because this is quite disturbing.
Thank you very much, at least for this opportunity to demystify and straitjacket this very subject matter. Because I am from Ozoro, and it's so alarming.
It is even disturbing to me more because I know that community and I have never heard this before.
Thank you very much. That is why there are some misconceptions we need to clear, please.
Please go ahead.
And I'm very happy you've been to Ozoro before. Paternally and maternally, I'm from Ozoro. But we must be quick to expel something, please, because it is his stereotyping and putting my people in the negative light. It is not a rape festival. We don't conduct any festival, nor do we have any culture that is, tagged rape festival. It is true that that festival is a cultural practice. I'm going to explain. We have 5 quarters in Ozoro, and one of the quarters called Oramudu is the one that does this very festival. And what is the purpose of this festival? The purpose of this festival is for fertility. That is, expectant couple who cannot give birth. So at a particular time of the year, when they go to the forest and they are singing back, the youths and the elders, when they're coming back, expectant women, they will go by the roadside and stand, and they will be presented with a sand. When you use that sand in rubbing your body or maybe your stomach, just be rest assured that you will take in. I'm from Ozoro, and this tradition or custom has been practiced long ago. Never has it been heard in the history of Ozoro that when practicing this very tradition or custom or culture, that anybody was raped. It is very unfortunate and sadly sardonic that it is happening like this now. And if you look at that video very well, that was why I was quick to expel it, that there was no rape that took place. Yes.
There was no rape, but there were assaults. There were harassment. There were assaults.
I'm coming. I'm going there, sir. I'm going there. Don't forget, I'm not only speaking as a citizen or an indigenous of Ozoro, sir. I'm speaking as a human rights activist too. I'm going somewhere.
All right, please. We're pressed for time, so I'd like you to be very fast about your submission.
I'm coming. There was obvious harassment. There was assault.
Go ahead, please.
And we frown at it because under Nigerian law, it is a criminal offense. And that was why you saw the public outcry. That was how you saw the public outcry. And the immediate response from the security forces to immediately arrest the perpetrators. That a tradition or custom is being, observed does not automatically give some irate youths the leverage to begin to overstep their boundary and to indecently or inappropriately begin to touch some girls. We frown at it as a community. Our community is known.
Okay.
Being receptive to strangers.
All right.
I'm coming.
We are pressed for time. We have to round off. I'm sorry, we have to round off. We're pressed for time. I understand that you have.
We are not like that. We are peace-loving people.
Yes,
I want to thank the Governor Sheriff Oboewori, for immediately swinging into action. And
all right,
Commissioner of Police.
All right, thank you, thank you.
Respected King and the President General of Ozoro community.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Waya. I understand that it's very painful sometimes when they want to put your community or, where you're from in a bad light. And I love the fact that you've given clarity as regards to that. Barrister Zeluche. Hello, Barrister. Hello, Barrister.
I don't want to hear story.
Barrister, is that?
I want to hear stories about, what we saw, what happened in Ozoro, all those young men who were involved in that assault. I'm sure there was a lot of penetration, all that story of no penetration. When you rough handle ladies with that number, there are some of them who are in hospitals. There are several of them who are in hospitals. So let us not give excuses. Don't go that direction. Don't try to give any excuse. But it is not only, I am not arguing with you. Now, the issue is this. There is no proactive policing. Can I finish what I'm saying, sir? Can I finish what I'm saying?
Hello, Kenneth Wire. Please, I would like you to understand that while you were speaking, Barrister never said anything. And because we're pressed for time, I can't take any more conversation. You had your time, and if you noticed, you had more time as regards to this conversation over every other, analyst. So I would want you to understand that Barrister needs to speak. We all cannot speak. We won't hear ourselves. And because I have to round off, please, you've established the fact that this is not who Ozoro people are. And we've actually understand. But just like you said that you can categorically say that there was no rape and what have you. But I told you, I said there was an assault, there was an harassment, and there was nothing that actually showed or guaranteed us that these ladies or these women in question that were rough-handled actually got home safe. Or they were not molested or they were not raped at some point. Even where media or the social media could not record because of the crowd of the young men we saw there. We're not making any wrong assertions here. We're only talking based on what we saw. And just like I said, I was given birth to by a woman. I have a mother, I have sisters, I have a wife. So anyone can actually speak like this when it comes to these certain situations. So I would ask you to just remain silent and allow Barrister finish his thoughts so I can round off. Thank you very much. Barrister, please, in just 30 seconds, I would like to round off the show.
The issue here is not even that it's like there was no proactive policing, because these plans did not just happen on the spur of the moment. The police should have been more proactive. The town leaders, those young men who were part of those crowds, that mob, should all be picked up and made to face the law. But it is not just this community. Across Nigeria, there are some of these old ancient practices that the people, communities involved with, that is against the Nigerian constitution. You wonder whether we are practicing constitutional democracy. I'll give an example. In some southwestern states, they have what they call the Oro Festival, when no woman should be on the street, no person should be on the street, and all sorts happen. Because when the state allows such to happen, you wonder, are we taking positive, are we moving forward? Even in the southeast, there are some communities where they have the Owu Festival, where people are asked not to come out. We have to remove some of these anachronistic practices. Otherwise, we'll go back to even the area when we are beheading trains and in the name of culture. Some of these things need to be pushed away and punished. So the event that happened in Ozoro should not only be used to address that particular incident, but also all similar practices. Even the practice of stopping young girls from coming into schools because of the way they dress. I mean, are Nigerians of that base nature? Are the Nigerian male of such base nature? Not too long ago, there was this video of a young girl who tried to get into cat poly in Kaduna, well dressed, and they were not allowed to get in because of the color of the painting on their nails. Come on, this is the year 2026, for goodness sake. And those kind of images project Nigeria in a terrible state.
All right, sir, Barrister.
Outside the world, but also to Nigerians.
All right, Barrister.
And when somebody comes out and begin to get to defend what happened, it's very, very wrong.
All right, thank you so much.
There should be punishment and there should be a...
Thank you so much, Barrister Izeluche.
We can move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Barrister Izeluche. And for clarity and, of course, for all sense of understanding, I believe, Wire Kenneth, you understand that no one is actually, making any assertions to your community. And, of course, no one is actually saying anything in contrary to what you have said. You have given clarity that this is not what your people are. okay? But we cannot actually say what really happened afterwards behind the cameras with, that particular crowd of young men. That's just what we are saying here. And of course, the police will do, their due diligence and, get all of these particular culprits. Thank you so much, Dr. Peter Anosike, for being part of the show today. And of course, thank you so much, Waya Kenneth, for joining the program. Thank you so much, Barrister Izeluche. This is how far I can actually go on the show. Please don't forget that the views and opinions expressed by our analysts are solely their own and do not reflect that of VOP Media. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will last. Whatsoever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Enjoy your weekend. Bye-bye.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes, please discuss.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, It's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome, guys. The show is hashtag right here on VOP TV. My name is Vivian Oguche, and it's a pleasure to have you join us. This is where we're going to tell you all things trending and all things topical. If this is your first time here, accept a very warm welcome from us. That said, let's get this ball rolling. We begin with hashtag Nigerian King. There is fire on the mountain in South Africa, and smack dab in the middle of this drama is a Nigerian king that was installed, an Igwe that was installed over the weekend. South Africans are saying that this is a threat to the nation's sovereignty and that is an affront to their culture, their custom, and they are rejecting it. Even though some South Africans are saying, hey, take it easy. Do not think South Africans are better than other Africans. So it's a huge debate that is raging online at the moment. We're going to take a look at how South Africans are responding and how Nigerians are responding. So for context, let's take a look at the story, right? Let's take a look at the very first post to give us some meat to it, and then we will fly with the responses. All right, it looks like we are having some difficulty here. We'll take a short break and be right back. Stay with us.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a baby that's shaking the mouth.
Welcome back, guys. Apologies for that mix-up earlier on. We go straight down to the very first hashtag, Nigerian King. Like I was telling you, let's build some context, right? So you understand how it is. This is Times Live, and Times Live says, Eastern Cape Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Maxolil Williams has distanced his department at the House of Traditional and Khoisan leaders from the so-called installation of a king by foreigners in the province. The next one. Times Live continues by saying Williams was commenting on the reported coronation of a Nigerian king, Chief Solomon Ogbonna Ezeko, under the title Igwe Ndigbo na East London. Videos circulated on social media appearing to show celebrations of the coronation of an individual referred to as Igwe Ndigbo. Williams said he had learned with shock of the so-called installation of the Nigerian king in the Rahabe Kingdom and rejected it outright. Another publication is also reporting on this. Let's take a look at it. This is also MDN News, a South African-based publication, saying Eastern Cape leaders' outrage after Nigerian king coronation in East London sparks national tension. A storm is brewing in the Eastern Cape after traditional leaders erupted in anger over the alleged coronation of a Nigerian king in East London, warning that the incident could inflame tensions and undermine South Africa's traditional leadership system. The Eastern Cape House of Traditional and Khoisan leaders has issued a strong condemnation following reports that Solomon Ogbonna Eziko was crowned as a leader of the Igbo community known as Igwe Ndigo during a weekend event in Kugompo. The area falls under the authority of King Jonguzolo Uvuvuwande Sandile of the Amarabai Kingdom, making the move highly controversial. Traditional leaders have described the alleged coronation as a direct challenge to recognized authority and a violation of both customary law and national legislation. We are going to be hearing from the MDN News in a short while again, but we have Sahara reporters jumping on this as well. Let's take a look at it. Sahara reporter says, tension in South Africa over coronation of Nigerian Igbo king in Eastern Cape. So netizens both in South Africa and Nigeria are responding. These are South Africans responding to the post put up by the South African publication. Oge says, so what is the tension all about? Actually, these are Nigerians, reacting to the Sahara post on the tension. Oge says, so what is the tension all about? Can't Igbo communities have their leaders? Junior Elon One says, South Africans seeing this, knowing fully well that there is no tension anywhere. That's a photo of Julius Malema, a politician, well-known, an opposition leader, of course, in South Africa. This is Joseph K. Olarewaju says, don't establish your king in another people's native land. These are Nigerians responding to this story now. And then Joseph goes on to say, I don't know how difficult it is for people to accept. That isn't your native land. You are a guest. And then OGBPA says that the monarchical system is phasing out and that he's wondering why people are trying to install kings when it's no longer in vogue. Lagos Igbo, I beg your pardon, says, this madness also happened in Lagos where some Nigerians couldn't or did not allow their fellow countrymen to exercise their right to freedom of expression, association, and fundamental right of freedom in the 21st century. They thought we are still in the slavery days. So let's see how South Africans are responding to this story. This is the post by MDN News, the concluding part, saying the controversy has sparked wider debate about cultural recognition, community leadership, and the limits of authority within South Africa's diverse society. As pressure mounts, all eyes are now on government and law enforcement to determine how this sensitive and potentially explosive situation will be resolved. That's the Igwe and his bride, and some South Africans are saying that he's actually married to a South African woman. Let's see how netizens in South Africa are responding to this one. This is Fakade. Fakade says, the fact that our government is quiet about issues affecting average South Africans or the average South African tells me everything I need to know. We know exactly how they feel about us, and they don't care or they do not care up until it's time for votes. More reactions. So this is King Umolonto, and he says South Africans must not think of themselves as better than other Africans. One more and we'll wrap this up. Tower says, at Home Affairs SA at Leon Shrip, please check the status of their stay in the Republic. Some, if not most of these immigrants are taking advantage of SA's generosity. We can't go on like this. That's a strong statement. Searchlight goes on to say, but the king is married to a Soso woman, and so are many other men, is what Searchlight is saying. So this is how this story is unfolding online, and we do hope that South Africa, that is known for xenophobic attacks, does not erupt into a very, very chaotic place, is what I'm going to say. You remember how years ago there were cases of xenophobic attacks, South Africans attacking Africans from other nations. It looks like some South Africans are beating the drums of such attacks. And I'm hoping that the government, both in South Africa and in Nigeria, would quickly step in and nip this situation in the bud. And I'm sure we're going to be hearing from Abike Dabiri soon. She is the chairman of NIDCAM. NIDCAM oversees Nigerians in the diaspora. That said, we move on swiftly now to the next hashtag, which is hashtag welcome back. So President Tinubu and his wife, the First Lady Remi Tinubu, returned to Nigeria after a very successful state visit in the UK that was wrapped up yesterday. So a number of public officers who flew to the UK to welcome President Tinubu from Nigeria to the UK, netizens are picking bones with that, also arrived to the country ahead of President Tinubu to welcome him. And netizens are saying, does this even make any kind of sense? This is Abiodun responding to NTA Network that put up a video. We are going to be watching that in a short while. But Abiodun says, these people that are here to welcome the president flew with him to the UK only to fly ahead of him so they can welcome him back home. First, we'll take a look at the video. Credit goes to the NTA, like I said, and then we'll continue to take a look at the responses. It's that one.
Gentlemen. Let's go. Well, that's it. You don't need any sermon for you to understand exactly how it played out. And of course, we give credit again to the NTA for that video. So netizens are responding. They're wondering, what is the fanfare about, for crying out loud? Others are also saying, you flew to welcome him, abroad, and then you're back home to welcome him back home. They're trying to wrap their head around it. So let's begin to take a look at the responses now. It is hashtag welcome back. Shillington Levy says, why don't they care? It's all just a big party to them. Blank check party. They will expect people to listen to them or to listen to their caring messages. I'm trying to wrap my head around that post. Who knows, you understand. But I'll quickly move on to King Oruku, who says, if someone allows you to have infinite money glitch, you serve good, they fly to greet them every day. Worldwide said, if every sector or parastatal worships or sees the president as a demigod to be adored, then we have a serious problem. Temi says, the way he's pretending like he's not just seen them, or that he had not just seen them in the UK is surprising, is what Temi is saying. All right, so this is actually a microcosm of how it is playing out online. Netizens are spitting fire and they're saying this is not the way taxpayers' money should be used, is what they're saying. But we'll quickly move on to something else that is trending massively. It is hashtag Eid Mubarak. So we have a number of videos, one from the president, another one from the governor of Osun State, Ademola Adeleke. We also have one from Rotimi Amechi, former River State Governor. And then we have one from Tunde Perry, all the way from Mecca. And of course, we have a message from Peter Obi through his media outreach. It was penned by Tanko Yunusa. So walk with me, yeah, it's a timeline. By the way, Eid Mubarak to the Muslim faithful. I do hope you enjoy every bit of the day today. So we'll take a look at the very first video. It is the President Tinubu, wishing Nigerians a very, very happy affair today and saying that Nigeria will continue to pursue peace and love and unity. Take a listen.
Eid Mubarak, Your Excellency.
Eid Mubarak. Well, the message has been, as we started, we give thanks to God for guiding us through the month of Ramadan. We accepted the principles, the philosophy, the doctrine of give, peace, security, and love of a nation, of neighbors, and kindness to all humanity in any way we can, giving assistance to the needy and helping the vulnerable. That is the teaching. The sacrifices that we've made, may God accept it. Is the question that we must continue, not because of the Ramadan has come and is over. We thank Almighty God for giving us that month. But the teaching must continue even after Ramadan. We must.
There you go. You heard it from the horse's mouth talking about the President, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And of course, like I told you, we have another one from the Governor of Osun State, Ademola Adeleke, wishing the Muslim faithful a very beautiful celebration. Take a listen.
To the entire Muslim community of Osun State and Nigeria at large. I am your governor of Osun State, Senator Asiwaju Ademola Jacksonuddin Adeleke. We thank Almighty Allah for the successful conclusion of the Ramadan fasting. I pray Allah accept our prayers and fasting as an act of worship. I wish you happy Eid al-Fitr celebration. Please stay safe and enjoy. I love you, my people. Barakali Salah.
It's short, simple, straight to the point. Like I told you, there's another one from former governor of Rivers State, currently an ADC, a chieftain, currently a presidential hopeful, Rotimi Amechi. Take a listen.
My dear Muslim brothers and sisters, I greet you as you mark Eid. Eid is not just a celebration, it is a reminder of sacrifice, discipline, and the strength to do what is right, even when it is difficult. Today, Nigeria needs that spirit, a spirit that refuses to accept hardship as normal, a spirit that demands responsibility from leadership and dignity for the people. As you celebrate, remember that faith is not only in prayer, it is also in action, in how we stand for justice, how we support one another, and how we insist that this country must work. May this Eid bring you peace, strength, and the courage to keep believing in a better Nigeria. Eid Mubarak.
All right, that was Rotimi Amechi, a former governor of Rivers State. Before we take a look at the video from Tunde Perry, all the way from Mecca, Peter Obi also has a message for the Muslim faithful. Remember how he garnered a lot of support from the Muslim community, both in the South East as well as from the North. It looks like he's gaining traction in that part of the country. And today, via his spokesperson, Tanko Yunusa, under the aegis of POMR, Peter Obi Media Reach, penned this very beautiful, lengthy, but very beautiful message. So we'll take a look at the very first post. Let's take a look at it. It is hashtag Eid Mubarak. Dr. Yunus Otanko says, we join His Excellency Peter Obi and the obedient movement, using the streets of Kano and Kaduna as a point of contact to wish everyone Eid Mubarak. POMR, that will be Peter Obi Media Reach press release. Obi salutes Muslims at Eid al-Fitr, urges Ramadan spirit going forward. The frontline opposition leader and the Labour Party presidential candidate in 2023, Peter Obi, has urged Nigerian Muslims to imbibe the spirit of Ramadan going forward after the 30-day fast. Obi, in a congratulatory message, or Obi in congratulating them for successfully completing the religious obligation in faith, said, quote, I join you with heartfelt joy as we celebrate Eid al-Fitr, the blessed festival that marks the successful completion of the sacred months of Ramadan. This occasion is a profound reminder of the power of faith, discipline, selflessness, and unwavering devotion to Almighty Allah. And then he continues by saying, let's take a look at the next page. Throughout Ramadan, you have fasted, prayed, giving charity, and drawn closer to God, embodying values that inspire not only the Muslim Ummah, but every person of goodwill. These lessons of compassion, humility, patience, and solidarity must not end with the months. May they continue to guide our hearts, our actions, and our shared life as Nigerians. Obi noted that in these challenging times for our nation, marked by hardship, insecurity, and the urgent need for renewal, let the spirit of Eid strengthen our resolve to stand together. Let us extend hands of kindness to the vulnerable, promote peace across our communities, reject division in all its forms, and work tirelessly for a just, equitable, and prosperous Nigeria where every citizen thrives. I pray that Almighty Allah accepts your ibadah, forgives our shortcomings, showers His boundless mercy upon you and your families, and grants our beloved country lasting peace, security, healing, and progress. To the entire Muslim Ummah, may this Eid bring you immense joy, renewed hope, good health, and abundant blessings. May we all continue to build bridges of understanding, love, and unity as one people under God. Eid Mubarak, Eid Sa'ad. End of quote. Signed, Ibrahim Umar, POMR spokesperson. And then ends by saying Eid Mubarak. So we'll take a look at that video now. That Tunde Perry, by the way, is content creator, entrepreneur, and of course is a very, very popular comedian here in Nigeria. Let's take a look at the video from Mecca.
Happy Eid Mubarak. And the miracle of Fani. The last year, Mokidi Bibai. Not doing. Then in Ramadan, I'm kí ìdí olùkọ́ tọ́ pínpín ọmọ bá fi sọ́sára èèyàn fi só láti ẹ̀ mọ̀ ọ̀ṣìnrín àwọn ti tán ẹwọ sáwọ́dí bó ṣe kún ó lọ fà ikú ní mọ̀sú ló ṣe bókò nítàkìyà ó tọ́ pínpín. Yálà
So Tunde Perry is saying that he was the same place he was there last year, and this year again he's had the privilege of being there, and look at how full it is. And I might add, very beautiful as well. And in a nutshell, he was wishing the Muslim faithful Eid Mubarak. Shout out to Adura for the interpretation. On that note, we wrap it up. Again, Eid Mubarak to the Muslim faithful. We move on now to the next hashtag, which is hashtag Alex Oti. Alex Oti is a very popular governor of Abia State. So you remember how during his birthday this year, he promised to restore power supply, or to restore power to a nursing school in the state. So this was what happened there. On his birthday, he was just moving around the state, and the nurses staged a peaceful protest to say, Mr. Governor, we know who you are. We don't have power supply. Please, could you restore electricity to our dome? And he said he was going to do it, right? We brought you that hashtag, and today we are following up to say, yes, as promised, he has fulfilled. And the nurses are over the moon. You're going to watch them dancing and singing in a short while. By the way, Alex Otti is trending for various reasons, right? 2 reasons I can say, basically. So the first one now is him restoring power to the nursing dormitory. There's a post that's going to, hook us up to the video. Let's take a look at the post first. It is hashtag Alex Otti. Governor Otti restores power to Abba Nursing Students Hostel. On his 61st birthday, February 18, students from Abba School of Nursing pleaded with Governor Otti for electricity in their hostel. He promised quick restoration and upgrades, and despite a slight delay, power returned Friday, sparking joyful celebrations with hugs, songs, and glowing rooms. Videos show nurses waving phones in scrubs, praising Otti's delivery amid Abia's broader power improvements via geometric power plant and new regulations. For these future health workers, reliable light, reliable electricity means safer studying and better focus. Take a listen, guys.
We love you.
The issue of light is a small problem. We will solve it by next.
Of Nursing Sciences, Abba Campus, is thanking you for what you have done for us. The other day, the day you came to the school, to General Hospital, you told us that day that we will have light in a couple of weeks, and you did it in a short time. Sir, we have not received any promise of such in a very long time, and you did it for us. We are very, very grateful. We are thanking you for all you have done for us. We said that you will continue. We ask God that God will continue to enable you to do all the good works in Abia State. Sir, I pray that you and your family will never lack in this life. After you is your family, after your family is your generation, from generation to generation, people will not lack anything like wealth. People will not lack God's protection. I pray that God will continue to bless you.
Wow! Today we celebrate the gift of light in our school, Abia State College of Nursing Science, Abba Campus. His Excellency, we want to thank you for fulfilling your promise by giving us light in our hostel. We love you.
Beyond words. I impact. Your kindness has transformed our lives in Abia State College of Nursing Sciences, Abba Campus. Thank you.
Thank God for our governor. The letter G in life means guidance. Our governor gave us guidance when there was confusion.
Hello.
The ladies are excited. If the governor is watching right now, there must be some huge smile on his face. He must be smiling from ear to ear. I'm telling you, it's just beautiful to watch the outpouring of love and all of that. But the governor is not done, right? He's going to be talking to his people in a short while. But first, netizens are reacting to this post. Let's take a look at their reactions before I bring to you the reason why he's trending. So people of Abia, credit goes to people of Abia for the video you just watched, and you're just giving us a summary of it all. Nursing students are in high spirits as Governor Alex Otti fulfills his birthday promise, bringing electricity to their hostel. Netizens are reacting. Let's continue to take a look at their reactions now. This is a Carrefour. Carrefour says, good news everywhere in Abia State, just because a man decided to lead his state with the fear of God. Alex Otti is God sent. The next one, this is Eve. Eve says, it's not about IGR, external reserve or fancy infographics. It's about what the people can feel. Chidi goes on to say, can we be rotating governors in Nigeria? Make some people taste Opeolo as others they taste OT. Are you kidding me, Chidi? Well, he's referring to Monday Okolo, the governor of Edo State. Well, there is another reason why the governor is trending, talking about Alex Oti. Let's take a look at the next post now to give you a sneak peek at it before I show you the video. It is Alex Oti. So Chuk says to the people of Abia State, this is your government, a government with no godfather, a government ordained by God. We have no choice but to work for our people. However, we are just getting started. The people have not seen anything yet. That is coming from Governor Alex Oti. That's a sound bite. Take a listen.
Government. A government that has no godfather. A government that God brought himself. Therefore, we have no choice than to work for our people. Pastor Betty was demonstrating how clean Aba was. And I say she ain't seen nothing yet. Because we are just starting, right? So there's still a lot to do. Umuahia is also wearing a new look. Very soon we will commission the Umuahia Central Bus Terminal. By the way, I'm told it's the biggest bus terminal in the country.
So the governor is just making promises upon promises. By the way, the hashtag you're seeing on the screen is wrong. That is not Faduro O. Joseph. That is Alex Oti. Thank you. So the governor is making promises upon promises, and the people are just eating it up. I mean, he's got them in their palms and all of that. And netizens are reacting to this particular one. Let's quickly take a look at it. It is hashtag Alex Oti. SOB says, no governor has ever made this kind of statement in my lifetime and showed workings. Alex Oti Igadio. Then Sheyi Dimma Samuel says, I promise you Nigerians are so easy to please. We don't ask for too much. Fix the roads, keep us safe, give us electricity, get rid of rogue policemen, give us all that and rub us clean, and we will applaud you. So Sheyi is saying, even if you eat all of the money, just give Nigerians the basic amenities, I should say, and you will be applauded. Well, there's another reason the governor, Alex Oti, is trending. He was seen at an event, a commissioning actually, of a fellowship house, and he was preaching, quoting Bible verses, and he had the people shouting. The next post is going to tell us that. Chooks again says, I need to draw your attention to Isaiah 61:4. And they quote, and they shall build the old wastes, they shall raise up the former dissolutions, and they shall repair the waste cities. The dissolutions of many generations. End of quote. Alex Oti quoting the Bible during the commissioning of this fellowship home I told you about. Take a listen, guys.
I'll point our attention briefly to Isaiah chapter 61, verse 4. And they shall rebuild the old ruins. They shall raise up the former desolations. And they shall repair the ruined cities, these desolations of many generations. When you have time, please read from verses 5 to the end. That's verse 11. And then as we do this, we are reminded in Nehemiah chapter 4, verse 7. Are you there in Nehemiah? But it came to pass that when Sanballat and Tobiah and the Arabians and the Ammonites and the Ashdodites heard that the walls of Jerusalem were made up and that the breaches began to be stopped, then they were very, very wroth. That they were very, very angry. So if you see some people speaking angrily, don't waste your time with them. Because they have been pre-told, we have been pre-told in the Bible that they will arise. So even the Bible prepared our mind in Jeremiah chapter 1 verse 19. So Jeremiah chapter 1 verse 19 prepared us. Because that passage said, and they shall fight against thee, but they shall not prevail against thee. For I am with you, said the Lord, to deliver you. So is there anybody who is afraid? Don't be afraid. If there is anybody who is worried, don't be worried. Because God is there.
Preacher man Alex Oti, he's going to do so well as a preacher if he chooses to toe that line, I can tell you. But that's how it went down. Did you see Dr. Paul Enenche and, of course, Dr. Becky Enenche? Dr. Paul Enenche is the president and, of course, the founder of Dunamis Gospel International Center. He was at the commissioning of the Fellowship House I told you about, and that was the event at which the governor was, speaking so beautifully. Netizens are responding. Let's take a look at their responses now. It is still hashtag Alex Oti. So the first one is coming from Phonomobile saying, Alex Oti's quote is powerful and symbolic, showing a commitment to rebuilding and restoring what has been neglected. It reflects a vision of progress and renewal, signaling hope and determination for Abia State's future. Indeed, when the righteous rule, the people rejoice. As Jude as I am says, I beg, make them leave the title of Sambalat for the Red Chamberman and Tobiah for the Green Chamber, one of the leaders of the Southeast Man. Other politicking critics can share the Arabian, Ammonites, etc. titles. Guys, as Jude as I am has said a lot, I will just leave you to unpack it yourself. Well, Peter Obi's trumpeter says, my governor, Pastor Alex Oti. Peter Obi's trumpeter, very fitting, I can tell you. But Parallel Facts has another angle to this one. They are saying that Dr. Paul or Pastor Paul Enenche, that's it, is in awe over what the governor has done. Parallel Fact says, I was surprised to see clean streets without heaps of rubbish in Abia. Dr. Enenche lauds Oti for good governance, calls him man with heart for God. There's a video. Take a listen.
Excellency, we appreciate how much heart you have, both for God and for the land. Heart for God, heart for the people. We trust the Lord. I was surprised. I said, is this how bad that I am in? Clean street? Where is the heap of rubbish on the road? Where is the heap of rubbish on the road? Where are they? None. I even saw water fountain at the roundabout. Hey! Wave your light and let us receive His Excellency, Dr. Alex Oti, Executive Governor of Abia State, to welcome us and welcome you.
And what a beautiful way to honor the governor who is walking the talk. I mean, and it's happening in his lifetime. He's saying that the people are appreciating what he's doing. And according to him, it's not going to stop that. This is just the beginning. And what a way to wrap up hashtag Alex Oti. On that note, we move on now to the next hashtag, which is hashtag Faduri O. Joseph. Faduri O. Joseph used to be an obedient movement, or a member of the obedient movement. He once upon a time contested for the post of the president in Nigeria under the Labour Party. But before the primaries, he stepped down for then Labour Party presidential aspirant Peter Obi. Today, Joseph put up a post and a video saying that this time around, he's not stepping down for anybody. He's going to contest for the position of the president. He wants to give President Bola Tinubu a run for his money because he's saying that Nigerians deserve a young president. And netizens, for some reason, are agreeing with him that, yes, we want a young president. But some are saying that, do you have the structure for what you are aiming for? Others are saying, how much can you spend? Others are saying, I don't know you. Can you tell us more about yourself? But before we take a look at their responses, let's take a look at the post that's going to lead us to the video and then the responses. Oyindamola, who is very active online, says, I stepped down for Peter Obi under Labour Party in 2023, but in 2027, I'm running for president of Nigeria as the youngest president Nigeria will have from 2027 under, wait for it, that is the NRM party, Fadiri Joseph. Take a listen, guys.
Before you today, with humility, with courage, and love for our great country, to formally declare my intention to run for the office of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in the 2027 general elections under the platform of the National Rescue Movement Party, NRM. After deep reflection and thorough consultation, I have resolved to join the race for Aso Rock because our country is bleeding and our nation must be rescued at this critical time in its history. Allow me to introduce myself to Nigeria. I am Faduri Oluwadare Joseph. I was born in Ikpetu Ijesha, Osun State.
He was born in Osun State, and he's gunning to be the youngest president Nigerians have ever had. Netizens are responding. Let's quickly take a look at their responses before we move on to other hashtags. It is hashtag Fadiri O Joseph. The responses, let's take a look at them. This one is coming from Dairy of Freshness. And Freshness says the only real question about Fadiri is whether he has enough time, structure, and conviction to build it before election day. More reactions. Joe Karsh says, I like what I'm saying, but first I need to know more about you. Blink said it's good that he's coming to declare his ambition. We need a young and vibrant person. Ashiwaju Sahid Olawale Salami says, how much is this young man willing to spend on his presidential ambition? So it looks like in Nigeria, it's all about the Benjamins, right? They're talking about the money. But we keep our fingers crossed and we wish Fadiri O Joseph all the best. Remember that it was during the tenure of a former president, or the late President Muhammadu Buhari, that the not too young to run bill was signed into law. It is on that basis that Fadiri is able to run. And of course, like I said, we wish him all the best. We'll quickly move on now to the next hashtag, which is hashtag Ihalo's mother, talking about former Super Eagles, Ojo Ihalo. I don't know why we still have that thing on the screen, but we are doing the next hashtag now, and it is hashtag Ihalo. So Ihalo was seen together with Osimhen, the very popular Osimhen. Osimhen just, had an injury, but he's in Nigeria at the moment, and Ihalo took Osimhen to his mother, and Ihalo's mother decided to pray for Osimhen for a quick recovery. And that video is making the rounds online. Let's quickly take a look at it now.
Amen.
All right, so this video has gained lots of views, and so many people are just gushing over Ihalo's mother. No time for us to take a look at the responses, but basically accolades, and people wishing Osimhen quick recovery. Another person that is, gaining lots of love or receiving lots of love online is Anthony Joshua. You remember how last December, towards the end of the year, Anthony Joshua was in a ghastly accident, lost 2 of his friends. One of them was called named Sinner. Well, Anthony Joshua decided to celebrate Sinner's mother and brought a singer to the house to dance with her and just, make her feel happy. She was crying all through. Let's quickly take a sneak peek at it before we wrap up the show today. Anthony Joshua.
Sexy baby. Mama Shina, sexy baby, pretty baby, sexy baby, Mama Shina, sexy baby, pretty baby, Mama Shina, sexy baby, pretty baby, baby, you're the Mama Sino, see pretty baby, baby,
And so she couldn't help it, but she burst into tears. So much love for her, and of course we'll continue to say that Sinner and the other of Anthony's friend who passed in that ghastly accident, that their souls will rest in peace. Anthony has said that his mission in his life is to ensure that their mothers and their family members are taken care of, that he will continue to take care of them and continue to, follow up in their footsteps. Their legacy will live, is what he said. On a final note, it is unfortunate that we have to wrap up the show like that. It is hashtag Chuck Norris. You remember the very popular martial artist? Well, he passed today, and it's all over the internet, breaking the net. Can we quickly take a look at that post by Sky News so you have a look at the picture? In fact, there's a picture of Chuck Norris. Martial artist and actor Chuck Norris died yesterday morning at the age of 86. His family has announced on Instagram. He starred in TV series such as Walker, Texas Ranger, and films including The Way of the Dragon. For the Gen Zs who don't know him, let's quickly take a look at the picture. There's a picture Sky News put up. That's him, Chuck Norris. And may the soul of the very popular American artist and martial artist rest in peace. On that note, we'll wrap it up. Okay, well, that's him. That's him talking about how he almost died on set way long ago. Unfortunately, we don't have the time to take it. We've got to go. But we say, may his soul rest in peace. I got to say thank you. Massive thanks to everyone who contributed to making the show a success today. But the bigger thanks goes to you guys for watching. Keep it again with us, same time, same station, for another edition of Hashtags next week. Until then, I am Vivian Oguche, and bye for now.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest. It's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
At a press briefing in Alausa Ikeja, Lagos state officials defended the recent demolitions in Makoko, stressing that the exercise was strictly for public safety. Many of the affected wooden structures were built directly under high-tension power lines, posing serious risk to residents.
Was even drawing attention to Venice. As you look at a city like Venice, that Venice is built on water. And I thank him for drawing attention to that. I told him that a few months ago I was in Venice, that I've been to Venice a couple of times, one of the cities that I love visiting. And that's what you have in Venice. Can you compare to what you have in Mexico? In Venice, the local authorities say they don't want something. The people will not go and do it. I said, Makoko has been there. I can understand it's like an oil block for some people. They thriving one, a flourishing oil block. They go to Makoko and portray the people as being very poor, and portray the people as people who are pushed to be living in the conditions in which they are living by the government, and portray them as people who are hopeless. But they do not know that that is one side of Makoko that they have seen. But then, we all know what is behind all of this. They send such pictures overseas and tell the world that there have been a lot of things in Nigeria. Some will even go to Makoko on their birthdays and begin to share drinks and all of that, as if the people are beggars. I think this idea of denigrating people in order to promote yourself and your interests is very bad.
The special advisor to the governor on EGIS, urban renewal, Dr. Babatunde Olajide, says the urban regeneration is a top priority for the Babajide Sanwo-Olu administration. He explained that the plans aim to create a safe and conducive environment for residents while improving infrastructure and sanitation.
If we do not do them, then we are endangering the lives of the people that we signed and swore and vote to protect. As a result of that, you have something, areas are being classified action areas. This governor has actually not classified any area as an action area. This has been done during the time of Ashiwaju, during the time of BRF, during the time of Governor Ambode. But you see, we cannot continue to just designate areas, do you have something, as slum areas or blighted areas when we have not even tackled the ones that we have on ground. There is no need to be trying to go to other areas. So we are only still dealing with the things that we found in the books. However, we need to do it, and I've explained all of these things to you. These are things that we have to do in a systematic way. We have to do it according to international conventions. What we all signed to at the Rio de Janeiro conference in 1992 in Brazil is that everybody is entitled to adequate shelter. Adequate, not shelters that are dangerous.
Dr. Olajide revealed that the state has committed $2 million as counterpart funding for Makoko regeneration, with an additional $8 million expected from the United Nations agencies. Residents affected by safety-related demolitions in Palirura, Oniru, Bombata Market, and other areas have been compensated. The core Makoko fishing settlement was untouched. Officials emphasized that the Water City project and broader regeneration of the waterfront communities will continue to design to protect lives while improving living conditions for the residents. From Alausa Ikeja, I am Monica Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Minister of Family, and here is to view PTV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOPTV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
All right, so another beautiful weekend to talk sport. Loads and loads of action unfolding as far as the Confederation of African Football is concerned since they made the decision to hand over the African Cup of Nations 2025 title to Morocco. And since then, there've been a lot of back and forth controversies as far as that decision is concerned. And the UEFA Champions League had a fantastic showing of talking about the biggest club competition in the world, seeing the big boys separated from the men. And that's and more we'll be talking about on the weekend kickoff this lovely Saturday morning. Loads and loads of action. My name remains Jerry Alpelion, saying welcome once again to the weekend kickoff as we kick off with loads of action as far as the controversy on the continent of Africa is concerned. And I'll not be doing it alone. I have Ikechukwu here with me. It's been a while we've done it together. I can't remember. Okay, I think I remember all the names I used to call you. But today I'll stick with I'll just stick with Ikechukwu for now. So when we get to that stage, we'll cross it before the show wraps up. It's great to have you on.
Yeah, good
on
morning.
The weekend
Good
kickoff.
morning, Jerry. Good morning to our viewers. It's another very interesting weekend to talk sport. I think one of the most controversial weeks rather in Africa, because we have two big conversation in African football: the NFL petition against DR Congo, and of course the new champion of Africa, Morocco, also another very big conversation. So and UEFA Champions League, big games, big teams, stepped up, showed just why they are the old guards in the UEFA Champions League, and they did a lot of jobs. So yes, it's another very beautiful weekend to talk football right here on the weekend kickoff.
All right, the weekend kickoff is upon us, and let's not forget the Carabao Cup final comes up tomorrow on Sunday at Wembley Stadium between the top two sides in the English Premier League. Manchester City up against Arsenal. It's talking about the student against its own master. Talking about Arteta versus Pep Guardiola. But let's start off from the home front this time around to the continent of Africa, where the president of the Confederation of African Football, CAF, talking about Patrice Motsepe, has said Senegal has the right to appeal the body's decision to strip them of the 2025 African Cup of Nations title. And CAF's appeals board ruled that Senegal forfeited the final after players briefly left the pitch in protest, giving Morocco a 3-0 walkover and overturning Senegal's 1-0 extra time victory. The decision has sparked a major controversy in African football. Senegal announced it will challenge CAF's ruling at the Court of Arbitration for Sport, setting up a lengthy legal fight. And in a strong statement, Senegal called the verdict unjust, unprecedented, and unacceptable, and said it damages the reputation of African football. And of course, speaking in a video released by CAF, Motsepe said every African nation, including Senegal, has the right to take appeals to CAF. He also warned that the incident in the final harmed the image of the sport on the continent. Motsepe said the event undermined CAF's work to protect integrity, ethics, governance, and the credibility of match results. And of course, as far as this verdict is concerned, some people who were supposed to be part of the committee that made this verdict are talking about, was it a Guinean or Gambian, said that he was not informed about the ethics committee sitting, the judicial committee sitting, that he was supposed to be a part of it. That means maybe they know that he will not agree to whatever decision they were going to take. And even a CAF disciplinary committee member has come out to say that you don't fix a mistake with another mistake. So what do you think? What do you think about all of this? And any opinion that is not popular, somehow it shows that there's something wrong about that opinion. There's something wrong about that decision. You know, if everybody is not embracing that decision, because it said purely that Senegal walked out. But did the match continue? That's the question. Did Morocco go ahead to play the rest of that game? Yes. Did the final end? At the end of the day, the trophy was handed over. Yes. Had it been they walked over, they didn't even come back. This decision would make a whole lot of sense. What do you think?
Well, so the players on the field, they don't have any role to play in terms of deciding what happens after the game. It's solely the job of people who run football. So blaming the player or asking the players not to come back. Yes, if they had come back or decided not to come back, that would have been a different conversation. But of course, if referee call you back to play a game after the final whistle or before the final whistle, or if you decide to continue because referee say you should, after you notice that an infringement or an infraction has been made, and you still decide to go ahead, it's no longer on you, it's on the referee. I mean, case in point was the Manchester United-Brighton game. You record that game already ended 90 minutes, and then the referee called them back, after the VAR review. From the dressing room, they came back and, played the penalty, and Man United won that game 3-2. Right? If the players decide not to step into the field, it's going to be a conversation that will be had. But of course, it's also their job. At that point, they don't know what the law, really says, because there are so many laws, people who are actually participants of this particular game or sport are not even aware of until something actually happens. So it is left now for people who interpret these rules to come out and say, okay, this is exactly what happened, and this is, the right thing to be done. So away from what actually really happened on the field, now we are having, conversation about the laws of the game, how we can really address it. The referee actually made a call that, okay, this guy should continue after 15 minutes. Now, the referee went against the rule, the International Football Association Board rule, that's Article 5 of that particular rule, subsection 2, that says that the referee decision, is actually final, right? Which means if you actually say your decision is final and people actually step out of that particular, ground, and then you actually call them back, knowing that an infraction has been made, which it's over 15 minutes, you're expected to actually make a call that these guys have actually forfeited, the game. But you've went against the rule by actually calling them back to actually play, right? That's exactly where the referee made the mistake. So yes, Morocco might be, benefiting from it, but the part where they exclude someone from, the ethics committee, this is another very strong ground for Senegal to actually take to cast and say, you know what, if the exclusion of that particular person was actually timely for them to actually get away with what they actually got, they should actually check again if the guy's presence in that particular committee will form a quorum. But if it doesn't form a quorum, that means his exclusion was just mere political and it has no weight, in law. This is exactly where, again, they have to really look into. So it's still very much open at this point. But the way it stands now, if you look at, the incident between Morocco and Senegal, I think at this point, it feels very much like, Morocco has a very good case. And it's so sad that, we're actually having this upon ourselves.
You're saying Morocco has a good case?
Very good case.
What the verdict that CAF has given is correct?
So, Jerry, the rule, right?
Okay.
The Article 82 says that, when a player leaves the field, right, once you leave the field, it means that you've lost the game. Article 84 also confirmed that if you are guilty of that, it means you've lost 3-0. That's what the rule says.
Okay.
Now, something happened on the field. The referee called them back to play. The referee wrote in his report that an infraction was made. It is not the job of the judicial committee to, he said an infraction was made in the game and the appropriate sanction should be meted. Right, they now have to interpret the law according to what the rule says. The rule of, leaving a game for 15 minutes is forfeiture. right? So the fact that the referee failed to call it, it is their job as people who are to interpret the law to actually call it. And that's what they just did in black and white. That's what they just did. It's so sad now. It's so sad that, Senegal actually gave it, or they did deserve it on merit. They did play, this game to actually win. And they won, right? But on paper and what the law says, Morocco has got a very good case. And that's why, now, you quoted something, in your opening statement when you were saying that when a law is unpopular, I mean, when, the mood around the particular law feels unpopular, it's really not good. These are, the areas where CAS will definitely want to be looking at, the conditions that this particular rule will bring. What is going to be, saying to the people? What does the public image of Africa will look? What the public image of Africa will look like after this particular rule? If it's going to really help, driving more investment or investors into, AFCON after this particular rule. All of these indices are, exactly what they'll be looking at. Case in point, just imagine someone who played about $50,000 for Morocco to actually, for Senegal to win the AFCON, and the Senegal did one. And then after this ruling has been overturned, and someone also played a $100,000 bet for, Morocco to actually win the championship, and Morocco lost in that particular game. And now after this ruling, you expect the bet company to refund, and then, the guy who actually got wins of $50,000 to actually refund. All of these conditions are what, is going to really shape the result that we'll be seeing in CAS. But outside that and other emotional issues, I think if you want to go about these conditions plainly and mainly on the basis of law, I think Morocco's got a very strong case. And I don't think, the Judicial Committee actually erred by actually, calling that incident an infraction and met, giving the right.
There are already question marks about the Judicial Committee. We've seen Amaju Pinnick has come out to support Patrice Motsepe. And according to the investigation, the head of that Judicial Committee actually is a Nigerian. And according to investigation as well, it was highly influenced by Amaju Pinnick, because the said lady is actually from Warri and Delta State, which is the same locality with Amaju Pinnick, who is an Insecurity man. And there are already question marks about her exposure when it comes to footballer. We all know footballer is different from common law, international law, any aspect of law. You need to understand what footballer is all about. Now, the question marks is already about those who sat and made this decision. Does that not also raise question marks about the process of which CAF took in making such a decision as regards the image of African football, and the fact that is buttressing points of talking about internationals like Jamie Carragher, the likes of even Jurgen Klopp, who ridiculed the AFCON, and what does this say about the image and the credibility of the judge is already being, those who made this decision is already being questioned.
So again, another very strong point for Senegal. That's exactly why there is, court of arbitration of sport. If you feel that, the lower court is actually not giving you fair hearing, you have to actually move up to the higher court, which is the court of arbitration of sport. Now that is an open court where people who are lawyers and people can actually come in and say, okay, this is exactly where we can actually really reinterpret the law. But as it stands now, people who made this law, that is said to have been in motion at this point, where these guys have actually lost this particular game. I'm talking about Senegal. Is actually interpreting the law based off what they have in their hands. And if you look at what really happened, that was clearly an infraction. The referee report states that they should be punished, and then it's now their job to actually decide what punishment it is that they should deserve. Now, what Morocco was actually calling for was that, you punish us, you punish the coach for the incident that he actually, if you punish the coach, because of the incident on that particular day, you find him $100,000. Why can't you now punish the team? Because you now agree that the coach actually committed an offense, right? You punish the coach for actually taking the players out. That means you've not completed the cycle of punishing the team for also leaving the pitch.
Yeah. Let's look at the facts on the ground. Morocco should have been declared the winner of the AFCON when Senegal left the field of play for 15 minutes. But the referee didn't do this, which was an ample opportunity for him to have made that decision. And none of the players was even given a yellow card, or even carded, showing that the referee saw it as an oversight and decided that this game should go on. And nobody is talking about all the Senegalese players faced prior to the final game. They were not allowed to train. They were not, even their coach was taken off. They had to take a public train to make it down to the stadium. All the antics that Morocco played towards them, of course, psychologically, they were already defeated. Okay, what about their, as a host, the standard that is expected of a host? The appeals tribunal, I think this is the first time I'm hearing that an appeals tribunal is deciding any matter as far as African football is concerned. I've never heard it before. This is the first time I'm hearing that there's an appeals tribunal.
It has happened, I think, in 2019, the CAF Champions League.
Yes. So when it comes to the AFCON, this is the first time I'm hearing that the appeals tribunal is making a decision that has to do with this. The decision report has already made a decision.
Yes.
And let's also look at the fact that some of the fines were also struck out by the appeals tribunal.
Yes.
Even the ones that were given for the ball boys action were also reduced. Some were taken off. So why is it looking like that whole verdict was done to make Morocco look good?
So Jerry, we can look at the case of Morocco being given a soft landing. We can also look at the case of things that Morocco did in the build up to the finals against Nigeria as well. We also suffered. Our goalkeepers also went through all of those incidents, Torres, Hakimi, and the likes. All of those things, right? But unfortunately, in law, there's no more morality doesn't mix with law. Emotions doesn't apply. It's actually pure logic. So what happened? Is it true? Is it not true? Can you prove it's true? Can't you? Are you unable to prove it's true? These are the only thing that matters. And now, if you talk about this judicial committee, right? Every single time, yes, it has not happened before, but a case will always be what sets precedents, right? It might not happen before. We saw before 2010, no sitting democratic president has died in office until Yar'Adua died and Jonathan became president. Not just that it was easy for him to become president, but the David Mark-led House of Assembly need to actually activate the doctrine of necessity for him to become president. So this is another case that can actually bring up something. We have this law today, Jerry.
If a tribunal does not look at IFAB laws when it comes to making such decision, of course, we have IFAB that's supposed to guide them.
No. Jerry, wait. No. IFAB, right, is a referee board that just like the United Nations Charter that says self-determination is a fundamental human right. Everyone has the right to seek self-determination.
And that human right is still coming from that document to also the common law, to at least the lowest law in any country in the world.
So generally, every country is binding by that charter. But Jerry, we have people in America, even in other parts of the world, that wants to actually break out of that country. As the government of the day actually activated that clause on the...
Well, we know that even the referees in Africa, the referees union and the referee laws are binding to what IFAB says.
That's what I'm saying, Jerry.
And even CAF is under FIFA.
Jerry, the fact that you are actually, binding by that law, it does not take away your, sovereignty as a body. That's exactly what they are doing at this point. The IFAB law does not override what CAF is.
Let's not say, can we trust the sovereignty of CAF? Because now it looks like CAF is in the pocket of Morocco.
So now,
can we trust? Yes, because now, okay, wait. Why are we not seeing a disciplinary committee on this tribunal committee talking about the way Morocco embarrassed Africa by not hosting the WAFCON without any tenable excuse? Morocco has been able to get away with it until now. CAF has not been able to sanction Morocco or ask Morocco to tell the world what really happened. Till today, nothing has been said to give us reasons why a prestigious competition as the WAFCON was postponed, diming it. Which is an international embarrassment to Africa. And Mosepe has not said anything against Morocco. That means Morocco is getting away with whatever they like.
Jerry, but you and I know that the court is not in for that Christmas. Cannot give you what you asked for. Nobody has moved this case to CAF and say, why is this happening?
It's CAF that's supposed to press.
No.
Because CAF are the ones being speaking.
Individual nations within the CAF body can actually sue CAF for this particular reason. Right? Yes, but they can, but they've not.
Okay, but the fact still remains that Senegal resumed play with the referee's consent.
So now, referee's consent is, based on, the fact that, yes, there's an IFAB at the end of the day. And you know that every single time referee gives, a report, that report is binding.
Yeah.
Right? The referee gave a report that's what I'm saying. He gave a report that an infraction was made and the appropriate punishment should be made. what is the appropriate punishment for leaving the field for 15 minutes?
Okay, let's go back to the situation of Nigerian Football Federation, which lodged a complaint as well this time around to FIFA's disciplinary committee. And of course, that protest was rejected. The protest was against the DR Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, for feeding ineligible players in the African World Cup playoffs. And we all know how the Super Eagles lost on penalties by 4-3, and the FIFA disciplinary committee dismissed Nigeria's petition. The NFF said it was not satisfied with the decision and will seek a review through FIFA's judicial process. I know they should have done that by now because it's just days away before the Intercontinental Playoff comes to play. NFF General Secretary Mohamed Sanusi confirmed the Federation received the ruling and has already begun the appeal process. It seems like everything is about the boardroom as far as African football is concerned of late.
Yeah, for the case of the NFF, it's actually a very sad one. Yes, Sanusi, came out. You recall that, we are actually expecting FIFA to actually rule, or rather, yes, FIFA to rule on this particular matter as long as, ever. But of course, finally, it's here upon us. I think one of the reasons that, I was, learning to know why, this particular petition was thrown off the window is that the money that was supposed to accompany, the petition wasn't actually filed along with it. And, it took, the petition actually arrived late. That's exactly why it was thrown off the window. I don't know the chance of the NFF, when it goes to CAS, but if they did, if indeed they really have a very strong case, I think it's only reasonable for them to pursue it. But I don't know if it turns out that, because I want to believe that if the Confederation of African, the Court of Arbitration of Sport actually, take in this particular petition and look into it, they're going to give a detailed, report as to why, it will stand and why it shouldn't stand. Maybe that will give us a window to why, FIFA actually threw the petition out. But at this point, I think we should just focus on, what's ahead of us, and then get out of, this particular, quagmire of us either going to the World Cup or not. At this point, I think I've actually just, sealed my fate and, accept the fact that Super Eagles will not be going to the World Cup back to back. But if it turns out that it's their negligence, the fact that, we really have a very good case, but they failed to actually file the right time, and they didn't do what they are supposed to do, then trust me, it's going to be a lot of,
the conscience will haunt them for a long time, knowing that they had an opportunity to have appealed and see whether there will be an opportunity for them to win the case, because it's not over until it's over when it comes to judicial matters.
Yes.
And let's see how that pans out, because it's just days away before, or not even up to weeks anymore, before the Intercontinental Playoff comes to play. But let's talk about the Super Eagles. Though they will not be in the Intercontinental Playoff as at now, they have invited players to prosecute the 4-nation invitational tournament out there in Turkey. And Stanley Nwabali, your man, is out of it due to the fact that he's clubless. There's also the absence of Victor Osimhen, who we were surprised to see him in Lagos immediately after the game against Liverpool, where the Galatasaray is saying they are going to sue Liverpool and sue UEFA for the injuries to their players, Victor Osimhen and the other guy who caught his thumb. And so far, so good. We've seen some new names. Otele, who, I don't know, Hamburg is struggling this season. He's supposed to be their firepower striker, but I don't see goals coming from him. But of course, there's also other interesting players. But the big story also is that no Nigerian player in the NPFL got a mention, got a look in. None of them was invited for this 4-nation invitation. We saw players who already should be preparing for retirement, like Moses Simon in that squad. So what do you think about the NPFL? Though I have dubbed the NPFL a league of particular concern. Donald Trump is doing it when it comes to Nigeria, but I think the NPFL is a league of particular concern. Everybody should do something because there is an emergency when it comes to the NPFL.
So exciting names. There's the Fernandez from I think Rangers.
Scotland. Yeah, Rangers.
And then there's also Iraso, who a lot of talk about him as being on for a while, the Genk forward. But for me, right, it's quite surprising. But that that Eritrea can actually do this and not get at least one of them. Not because I think we have the quality to actually be part of the team. It's just an indictment of how terrible the league has really suffered. Maybe if the likes of Ngenge were still playing in the Nigerian league, would have actually been a part of this team. But I mean, it's one of those very sad situations where a league champion emerges and all of the players who actually won the league will just be shipped to Europe, to go play the third tier or even in some cases fourth tier leagues. And that's exactly how terrible the league has really been so far. And that's exactly why Eritrea, I mean, we want Super Eagles that can actually really compete at highest level. We saw how terrible our Chan team was in the latest edition, and it's not a good showing for any manager. You can't really trust these players to actually play at the highest level. We are trying to rebuild the team, and if you're trying to rebuild the team, you want to give people who really deserve a chance to actually come on board to actually give you what you really deserve. So but from Eritrea's position, I think he has done the right thing. Now it's the onus now lies on the NFF to now look back and sit back, the league management company, to start putting measures to ensure that the best talents are kept within the shores of the country. Because if you keep having players who are supposed to be a part of your national team setup, year in, year out, leave the country. Even some of them even leave the country, in the middle of the season, they get an offer for even a Division 2 club side somewhere in Europe, or even in our obscure league, they'll just jump ship to that particular part of the world. It is not where we want to be at this point. So yes, we want the Super Eagles that will win. In the end, it's Eritrea's name that will be called if the Super Eagles fail to live up to the billing. So I think it's only fair, to actually give the man, his space to actually do what he wants to do. But then, how do we move on from here? Because it's so sad. Over the years, we've been crying. I think in the early 2000 up to 2010, we still have Nigerian league players who can easily and effortlessly find their way into. I mean, even since 2010, in 2013, we have a couple of Nigerian league players who were part of the championship winning side. In South Africa, the players who won the Nations Cup. I mean, players like Azubike Igweke was part of that particular team. We have the Uzoin also, who was part of that team. Young players, Sunday Mba was also part of that team. Godfrey Obabuna was also part of that team. I mean, our winning goal, Sunday Mba, who actually took over the midfield from, the player who was supposed to be the key man, supposed to play alongside Mikel Obi. I think in the first game, the person didn't show up to, live up to expectation. And then Sunday Mba actually stepped in alongside, Ogenyo Onati. And that's exactly how they actually stole the show, in that particular middle of the back. So we have players at that point who can actually give their best. And the interesting thing about these players who actually was part of that 2013 side was that none of these players played for a club side that won the league in that particular time. It tells you how competitive and the quality of players we had in the Nigerian league at that point, at that point in time. But now, even when we have players who won the league, even now that we have players who won the league, in Nigerian league, their clubs cannot even produce a player. I talk more of the ones who do not,
Finally, the fans of Maduka Okoye will be happy. He's getting a look in as far as the friendlies is concerned, and of course, hopefully he gets the #1 shirt now. Though the coach has said that he was not happy with the stance he took prior to the AFCON. And there's also Adele Adebayo of Volos FC. There's Francis Uzor from Mono Nicosia, who I feel it's his time with the Super Eagles should be over by now. Anyway, just to make shift. And of course, the defenders, no new names apart from Emmanuel Fernandez from Glasgow Rangers in Scotland, I beg your pardon. And of course, the usual suspects are all there. We would have expected more new names. And Moses Simon, I don't know why Moses Simon should not be allowed to rest alongside Wilfred Ndidi, so as to have fresh blood in that team, and of course give the NPFL players a chance to be a part of the team.
I think Alex Iwobi should also be there. Frank Onyeka. I mean, these guys actually played key role in that.
They should be there already starters.
I agree. The likes of Rafa Onyeka needs to actually show us more. Fisara Dele Bashiru should show us more. These guys, but the first three names should not be part of that particular space. Even if you're not inviting MPFL players, if you think they are not good enough, for the Super Eagles, at least there are people who I want to believe they have the quality, and those ones are somewhere. If Eritrea is claiming that there's a scout of 80 players, right, and we have games like this, and you keep regurgitating these same players, it says a lot about the 80 players you're talking about. Is that just
maybe he was doing this in anticipation that there can be a decision that will favor the Super Eagles of Nigeria. So they will not need to start going back to reinvite them. I think that's the reason why this friendly was first of all accepted and this list was unveiled in case there's a scenario where the verdict favors the Super Eagles of Nigeria.
Well, yeah, you can say that, but I don't think that's the case because, if a manager is trying to build a team, which Eric Scher is actually doing right now, we are very much in the rebuild. You need to give everybody the chance. It's not like you don't know the players who definitely get the cut in the first 20 to be part of your team at this point. The AFCON team, we can actually say, this is our team. Now we are looking for people who will be able to give them a good run for their money, right? That's exactly where, the battle should really be. And I don't think the first team players, the regular starters in the AFCON should be part of this team. Shemi Ajayi and Co should not have been part of this team. Kevin Bassey should not have been part of this team. We need players who have really not tested, the Super Eagles, who have really not played, good number of minutes for the Super Eagles. The likes of Igbo, I think, Igbo should have actually played all through this particular championship, except he's saying that, the likes of Shemi Ajayi is going to this particular championship to just sit on the bench. But if that's not the case, I don't think, there's any reason to actually be bringing them, into this particular one. And if that's also the case, then why are you even taking them? We need fresh blood. We want to see people I like the fact that Stadion Bali is not actually here. It's not available. Let's give Madiko Koye, the opportunity to also impress us and show us just why, he really deserves it. I mean, there's been a lot of talk, people showering a comment on him in the Serie A, Italian legend, talk about how good, a goalkeeper is. Let's see if we can actually replicate that from here. If it's over the rush that he actually suffered, playing for the Super Eagles, in his early years, and when he was very much quite younger at 22, maybe he's really grown as a man. Let's see that now from him, and that's exactly what it means to actually, build a team. Not, bringing back all of your players who you always bring in when there's, a very serious tournament or when there's a very, serious game at hand. This is very much more like a warm-up game to the World Cup, and I don't see why Michelle should be inviting a large number of the players who actually persecuted the AFCON.
All right, and that takes us to the European continent, where the UEFA Champions League took center stage in the knockout stages as Barcelona, Liverpool, Bayern Munich all cruised to the quarterfinals alongside Arsenal and Atletico Madrid and Sporting Lisbon as well, all made it to the last 8 of the UEFA Champions League. And in as much as I hate to say this, it was a bad day at the office for Chelsea. Rosinho got him bashed 3-0 at Stamford Bridge after they lost by 5 goals in the first leg out there at the Parc des Princes. It was a show of shame for the Chelsea side. And of course, Tottenham really did fight against Atletico Madrid. They lost 3-2, but somehow it was not enough to see them through because they lost by a huge scoreline out there at the Wanda Metropolitano. And of course, looked like Newcastle asked for trouble by scoring 2. And made it 2-2 against Barcelona. And of course, Lamine Yamal and Lewandowski were pissed. And they said the rest is history. It ended 7-2 in favor of Barcelona. We saw classic fixtures. And of course, Real Madrid really placing Manchester City where they should be this season. They've been top C, top V. Erling Haaland has been a shadow of himself. Of course, Mohamed Salah reminding us old wine, still fresh, still tastes better.
Yeah.
Okay. 2 assists after missing the penalty and a goal for himself. And of course, Harry Kane was dubbed. Was it Harry Dino? Yeah. Courtesy of one of his teammates saying that he's Harry Dino. So, blockbuster fixtures. And of course, Arsenal didn't disappoint as well, putting Leverkusen where they are meant to be. And of course, Sporting Lisbon, for those who love the underdogs, will not like Sporting Lisbon for stopping Bodo Glimt with a 5-3 aggregate scoreline to make it to play Arsenal this time.
Absolutely. I think the quarterfinals, there's no team that actually made it to the quarterfinals. If you look at when the round of 16 pairing came up, apart from the Man City Madrid, that was where the only contention, was at the time. I think every other team, in this particular quarterfinal round, are teams that you expect to actually make it through to that round. I mean, bearing, whoever they were up against at the point because of, their shape and the quality of players that they possess in their rank. Yes, Sporting Lisbon actually did just what they have to do. Bodo Glimt has been the giant killers, but they just showed them why, they've been in this competition more consistent than them. They understand, what it takes to actually rise up or, up your game when the ovation is loudest, and exactly what they did to them. And they did a very good job by, they didn't just defeat them. They taught them football lessons as to why, you know what, you guys are still very much, you know, a young lads in the game. You guys have had a very beautiful run, but it's time to actually call it quits. Now up against Arsenal, the most informed team in Europe at this point, is going to be a very difficult one for them. I think Arsenal might just replicate what they did to, you know, Bodo Glimt. Maybe not with the same margin, but of course, I think Arsenal most likely gets, you know, it against, you know, Sporting CP. But for Liverpool against PSG, it's a repeat of what happened last season. It's going to be quite interesting. They knocked Liverpool out last season, and this season Liverpool is not a team you want to look at and say they have the fear factor, and that's where it's going. It becomes more difficult because every single time Liverpool has won the UEFA Champions League, Liverpool seems to be like that team. Apart from 2019, they seem like that team you would not want to fancy, you know, to actually go all the way. They did it in 2005. They're usually very, very dangerous when they are, you know, the underdog. And of course, the underdog story really, really works so well for them because that's exactly when the spirits of, you know, the Anfield really, really rise to the occasion. Real Madrid, the old guards against Bayern Munich, two traditional clubs side the UEFA Champions League. They understand what this stakes is all about. Quality of player will come as a very huge prize. The structure of the team, how informed they are, the Harry Kane and Kylian Mbappe will keep on, you know, showing just why they are, you know, top marksmen in Europe. And of course, the managers are also very young managers in Abelua and Vincent Company. It's going to be a game of, you know, young lads and players who are quite young. I think it's going to be a game of, you know, emotions. I don't think there's any team amongst the both of them that has more experienced players in terms of this particular stage. So that's exactly where it's going to become very much interesting. But I think I'll look at it and say it's going to tilt towards Bayern Munich a little bit. And then, you know, for Barcelona, Atletico Madrid, it's going to be a replica of, you know, the Carabao Copa del Rey we just witnessed. And Barcelona will want to, you know, correct an impression, you know, in that particular tie.
Yeah, it's going to be a very blockbuster quarterfinals to look forward to. Most especially the game between Liverpool and PSG, a repeat of what we saw in the knockout stages last season. And Liverpool is not the same team last season, though they lost that game via penalties. This time around, PSG will surely want to make sure that they cancel the game out in the first leg at the Parc des Princes and make sure at Anfield there's nothing to fight for.
It's going to be quite tricky because that particular game, I said it, Liverpool is one team that you don't want to play when they are not predictable. If Liverpool is in a very smoking form, you can actually really predict, you know, how to actually handle them. And that's one thing about Liverpool. But when Liverpool looks like an average team, when they look like a team that is trying to actually put themselves together, they are quite difficult to actually play at this stage, especially in UEFA Champions League where, you know, it seems like, you know, they really understand how to actually play it. You see, that's exactly where their spirit really comes alive. And if they come into a game like this against this PSG side, I think it's going to be quite interesting. We just there's actually a news, I think about yesterday or thereabout, that Bakola is out of this particular tie because he's going to be out for about 6 weeks or so. And Thibaut Courtois also be out for a while too. It's also a very huge blow for Real Madrid. But that PSG against Liverpool, I think it's going to, the result of that particular tie is going to really, really say, I think we're going to really know where that game is going to go, you know, after the first leg, because the first leg is going to be at the Anfield. So how Liverpool show up in the first leg will determine what will happen right there at the Parc des Princes. But then, I mean, on paper, we want to actually say PSG has, you know, a better chance of making it through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, definitely with the fact that they're the defending champions. They've been on a roller coaster form in comparison to Liverpool, who's had the topsy-turvy season at a point, and his job was on the line. That defense has not really come to the party, but it's going to be a very keenly contested affair. And of course, it looks like Arsenal are on their way to the Champions League title this time around because the fans have started calculating how they're going to win the Champions League, beating Sporting Lisbon, going on to beat Barcelona and make it to the final to meet either Bayern Munich.
Well, it's one thing to speculate. It's another thing to actually come on the field to actually do the job. If it's all about dreams, I think you know, all of us will have, you know, that mansion and that car that we are actually, you know, thinking about. But it's all about doing the job on the pitch. But so far so good, Arsenal have been able to do the job, and that's responsible for, you know, the dream the fans and, you know, the players alike are also having. I think it's whatever it is going to happen, you know, the UEFA Champions League has to start from, you know, what we'll see tomorrow, you know, against Manchester City in the Carabao Cup, because that's going to be where the elevation will start. If they are able to actually do a very good job against, you know, Sporting CP, which is expected. And Arsenal has a very big problem with playing against teams without character. Again, they really do not have to. They've really shown weakness against teams. A lot of persons will expect them to actually get, you know, the required 3 points. But if they come into this particular game, with the same mindset they've all shown against, big teams and treat Sporting CP as a big team, I think Arsenal, it's going to be a one-way traffic in that particular one. Arsenal is definitely going to get, what we expect them to get, which is the deserved win and qualification to the semi-finals.
I'm going to play the winner of the game between Atletico Madrid and Barcelona, of course, make it to the final.
Well, I mean, it's still a long shot. This is still very much football. So many things can happen in that particular tie. Even if they manage to scale through against Sporting CP, who says their key players to scale through with them? Injuries can actually happen to a good number of the team. I mean, players can be suspended. So many things can happen. So it's not a walk in the park. So we have to take it one game at a time. If they are able to deal with Sporting CP, and let's see what their squad will look like after that game, and what opponents will also look like, and then we can start looking at the permutation around it. But at this time, I think it's still very early to call.
All right, of course, so that takes us to the Carabao Cup final, which comes up tomorrow out there at the Wembley Stadium. Arsenal takes on the Manchester City. It's a keenly contested affair, talking about the master versus the student, Mikel Arteta, up against Pep Guardiola. And of course, Man City lost out in the Champions League knockout stages to Real Madrid. It was a scandalous one, but they will surely try as much as possible to get this trophy in the bag, to at least give them a sight of a trophy before they think about the FA Cup. This might be the only trophy that Manchester City gets to win, but Arsenal will surely want to have at least a trophy to start counting ahead of the quadruple.
Absolutely. I mean, if Arsenal will get the quadruple or a treble, it has to start with winning something, and that's going to be the motivation that will drive the hunger and to go for more. So it has to start with this. And like they always say, if you want to be the champion, you have to beat the best in all competition, and you have to beat the very best. Man City has been the best team in England in the last 10 years. And if you must get out of this particular shape, you must find a way to actually get out by beating the best team. So if Arsenal's mental alertness needs to actually increase, it has to start by beating the team that has caused them the most pain in the most recent time, and that's exactly Manchester City. If they cannot take out Manchester City and win the Carabao Cup, and then definitely there will be fear factor. Teams will be afraid of them, and every competition they go into, they'll definitely look at all opponents and say you're not better than Manchester City, and we can actually get one over you. So yes, it's going to start with this particular game.
All right, and of course, Bernardo Silva got a red card in the game against Real Madrid. Hopefully, he'll be back mentally for this one. And of course, for Arsenal, what are the players that can make the difference for these both sides and give them the trophy?
So for Mikel Arteta, I think he's going to be looking at so many options, looking at the fact that he's playing so many competitions, want to actually rotate his team. So that's going to be something for him. But yes, Bukayo Saka is always going to be that player. Eberechi, I think Arsenal has got so many players who can actually change the game at this point. And that's one thing they've lacked over the years. Over time, it has always been Saka and Odegaard, but now they have match winners in Eze. They have people who can actually turn the game on its head. Trossard can wake up today and tomorrow it could be Martinelli. So they are very much unpredictable and fluid. And of course, Declan Rice, who has been doing a yeoman job in the middle of the park for them. So if you must get it right and win championship, you need players who can actually step up. You need big characters in your team. And I think they've been able to develop into those sort of characters. So yes, they have a lot of players who can make the difference for them in that particular team. But for Manchester City, I mean, you cannot overemphasize Rodri, Antonio Semenyo. It was instant for him, German City, and been firing on all cylinder. Jeremy Doku, those been struggling with injury, but yes, he's still very much that player. Ellen Brutalan, I mean, we cannot overemphasize his quality as a player. He's definitely one of the deadliest marksmen in Europe. Though he's been goal shy a couple of weeks and even
a long time he scored goals.
Yes, and that's exactly why they've been struggling in the league. I record I said it here that if Man City must win the league, he must hit 25 goals, and he's still very much 21. So again, that's exactly why they're really, really struggling. So that's one of the biggest problems that they have at this point. But then he's still a man you will always want to fear, when he's up against you. You got to go against Real Madrid, and maybe that might just be, the beginning of, him firing again. But then they have a lot of players who can also make difference. Goalkeeper Gigi Donnarumma. I don't know who Pep will be opting for, if it's Donnarumma or James Trafford, because it's the Carabao Cup. But whatever it is, I think they both have characters that can really, really hurt, each other, in this particular fixture.
All right, talking about the game of master versus apprentice, the two Spaniards, and there it's going to be a big fixture to look forward to. And what's your prediction?
Well, I think based on form, I think it's going to be Arsenal. But based on the character of the team and how you can actually win even when you are at the lowest, I think it's going to be Man City. So it's going to be a game of experience and of course against form.
All right, of course, for Arsenal, the last time they won the Carabao Cup, that was in 1993. That's a lot of years to consider as far as this title is concerned. But if they're in the chase for quadruple, they have to start by winning the Carabao Cup. And of course, we'll wrap it up with Lionel Messi, who just recently hit 900 career goals. He's been on form for his club side out there, talking about in New York, Miami,
Inter
Miami, I beg your pardon. And of course, at his age, just still firing on all cylinders, making other players who are younger look bad. 900 goals, that's a lot of goals. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he did so well. Barcelona, the national team, 115 goals. Paris Saint-Germain, 32 goals. And of course, so far so good right there at Inter Miami. He scored 81 goals. He's their top scorer, alongside Luis Suarez. These guys are, players who just moved into that particular club. Tells you about the history of that particular club, and they've been able to do, so many magical things. And Barcelona has scored over 600 goals in that particular club side. And Cristiano Ronaldo also did his, a couple of months back, and he's actually 965 at this point, so he's also very close to hitting, the 1,000 mark. But now Lionel Messi is also very much in that particular tree, 100 goals away from, the 1,000. I mean, this guy is actually living his life. He's done so well. He's make his mark in Europe, and now he's actually doing it, somewhere in America. 900 career goals is not something you just, want to look at. The younger players of this generation will look at them and they start counting how long will it take you to hit 1,000 goals. But one beautiful thing about this guy, and Cristiano Ronaldo as well, is the fact that, whatever it is you look at as impossible, they find a way to actually, make it and look, very simple. And that's exactly why, you talk about football, definitely Messi will always be one man who you always want to look out for.
All right, all the best to all the Messi fans as they look forward to him making at least 1,000. And 900 is a milestone, whether they like it or not. And that's the dream of every top marksman as far as football is concerned. And that's where the cookies crumble on the weekend kickoff. I want to say big thanks, Ikechukwu, for being awesome on the show.
Absolutely, Jerry. It's so good to do this with you.
All right, of course, a big thanks to the guys who made this happen, talking about the production team. And of course, from me, Jerry Apelohai, saying have a great weekend. And of course, happy Eid al-Mubarak to all the Muslim faithfuls all around the world.
Ọ bụrụ na m bụ ezigbo nwa afọ Naịjirịa, ka ihe m ga-eme pụrụ iche.
Nwanne m nwoke,
Adanne,
m ga-akwụ chim
n'eziokwu kwanyere ndị ọzọ ugwu ma lekọta obodo anyị anya.
Gbam! Ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m, obodo anyị bụ Naịjirịa ga-aga n'iru ma ọ bụrụ na anyị jikọta aka kwado ndị na-achị anyị ka ha mee nke ha, anyị ga-emekwa nke anyị.
N'ezie ọganihu ga-adị ma ọ bụrụ na anyị na ndị na-achị anyị jikọta aka rụọ ọrụ.
Asaa bụ ihe ndị na-achị anyị kwekọtara ha ga-eme ka obodo wee dị mma.
Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwezuenu o! Ọ bụrụ na bụ ezigbo onye Naịjirịa aga m eme na-edosa ụzọ anyị ụcha oge niile na-akwụtụsi n'ụzọ eziokwu na-emere ndị agbata obi anyị ebere. Ndị ọchịchị ga-arụ ụzọ ọma na-abịa, wuo ụlọ ọgwụ ọma na Anambra, mee Enugu ka ọ dị nchebe ehihie n'abalị. Nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo, ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu. Nkwekọrịta ndị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza, ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya. Ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma. Nchebe gburugburu mebe obi ndị onye niile. Ndị ọchịchị ga-eweta ahụike, ọ bụrụ na nrọ ọrụ ike mụta aka ọrụ. Ndị ọchịchị ga-emepe ụzọ ọrụ n'Ebonyi Imo, ọ bụrụ na nkwanye ugwu nye agbụrụ niile n'otu ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị. Ndị ọchịchị ga-ekpe ikpe ziri ezi nye onye ọbụla. Anyị jikọtara ọnụ. Nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo, ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu. Nkwekọrịta dị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza, ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya. Ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma. Naijiria obodo mmanụ aṅụ na mmiri ara ehi na-asọ, ụzọ ọma o, ụlọ ọgwụ ọma o, ebe obibi ọma o. Igbo ndị ọma pụtanụ ka anyị ọlịba onye agbakwara nke nwanne ya gbara. Let's go!
Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu na Imo, anyị ga-ekwe nkwa na anyị ga-eso ụzọ asaa na asaa ndị na-achị anyị wepụtara.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
My name is Taro Familoni, and here's to view PTV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOPTV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world brimming with noise, only few rise above, clear, unapologetic and unforgettable. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie is one of those voices, a storyteller who reshaped global narratives not just about Africa but about identity, power and womanhood. She was raised in Nsukka, a quiet university town in southeastern Nigeria, a place where intellect was heritage and curiosity a birthright. Among 5 siblings, her passion for books set her apart, from African tales to British classics. She started studying medicine at the University of Nigeria, but later moved to the United States at 19 to focus on writing. In America, she encountered a different lens, one that reduced Africa to a single narrative of poverty and war. That cultural dissonance will shape her voice, sharpening her pen into a tool for clarity and resistance. Her debut novel, Purple Hibiscus, in 2003, arrived with quite a fuss, a coming-of-age tale nestled with Nigerian political unrest. It won the Commonwealth Writers' Prize and the literary world took notice. Then came Half a Yellow Sun in 2006, a sweeping portrait of the Biafran War, love and shattering way of conflict. The novel earned the Orange Prize for fiction and cemented a place among the greats. Americana in 2013 followed a love story layered with themes of migration, race, and belonging. The New York Times named it one of the 10 best books of the year. Readers across the continent saw their truth in her pages. Chimamanda's influence moved far beyond the printed word. In 2009, she stood on a global stage and delivered The Danger of a Single Story. It wasn't just a talk, it was a cultural reset, a masterclass in reclaiming perspective. 3 years later, We Should All Be Feminists became a manifesto and a movement. Our words echoed through classrooms, boardrooms, and pop culture, even sampled by Beyonce in Flawless.
All of my work is, writing is very much, it's always about vanity. It's really about you, isn't it? And for me, it's sort of trying to make sense of, America has been such a part of me because I left Nigeria when I was 19. I was educated in the US. There's certain things that I find myself, I spell the American way now to my father's absolute horror. And so there's a connection.
In 2023, Chimamanda ventured into children's literature titled Mama's Sleeping Scarf, published under the pseudonym Unwa Grace James, a tribute to her mother. Inspired by her daughter, the story captures a child's day filled with imagination and familiar love. Away from the spotlight, she is married to Nigerian-American physician Dr. Ivara Esege. Together, they have 3 children. She is a devoted mother, balancing her global literary influence with family commitments. Through initiatives like the Farafina Trust Writing Workshop, she nurtures a new generation of African storytellers, ensuring their voices are not just heard but celebrated. Chimamanda reminds us that storytelling is not just art, it is resistance, healing, and hope. In every sentence she writes, there is courage. In every silence she breaks, there is freedom. And in every story she tells, there is truth.
In the book, I did not have the title. And that often happens when I sort of have an idea of what I want to write about, but I don't know what the title will be. And so I actually had imagined that I would call it For Men Only. I'm serious.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello and welcome to Reporter's File on Voice of the People TV. I am Precious Agumanu. We begin the news. Kindly visit our website at www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. And for WhatsApp updates, you can reach us on 0904 4732 605. Today's edition brings you updates on governance, public utilities, civic engagement, health, environment, road safety, and human development from across Nigeria. Professor Charles Soludo and his deputy, Dr. Onyekachukwu Ibezim, have been sworn in for a second term in office as governor and deputy governor of Anambra State. The inauguration held at the Dr. Alex Ekweme Square in Awka and was attended by Vice President Kashim Shettima, two former Nigerian presidents, and other dignitaries. Correspondent Udo Obaleze reports.
The second-term inauguration was a product of the November 8, 2025 re-election of the DO by the people of Anambra State. Vice President Kashim Shettima, while speaking on the occasion, commended Soludo for what he termed his nationalistic views and approach to leadership. He said the federal government is committed to partnering with states and governors with such development mindset, and charged Soludo not to take the oath as mere ritual, but one that will always remind him of the people entrusted in his care.
The people of Anambra State are today renewed, not just in mind, but in covenant with confidence. And as Dr. Onyekachukwu Gilbert Ibezim takes this oath once again beside him, the state is also affirming that leadership is not only about the brilliance of the man at the top, but also about the steadiness, loyalty, and display of those who help translate deeply into order and order into progress. One of the beautiful lessons Professor Soludo has taught us is that differences in political parties need not be invitations to hostility. They can and should be opportunities for collaboration. In this business of serving the people, we are often more alike than we are different. Because whatever banners we wave, the true burden before us is the redemption of our people. Professor Soludo has shown that it is possible to see beyond the dangerous shenanigans that so often pass for politics in our time, and to keep pace with the higher calling of public life.
Soludo, in his inaugural address, enumerated what his government was able to achieve under the first 4 years, to include revolutionizing Dr. Emayokpara's agriculture with oil palm and other seedlings, giving out to millions of people for commercial farming. He said his government has been securing strategic land spaces as Anambra's land bank for future development, having foreseen a geometric progression of the population that will make up the African Dubai Taiwan. The next 4 years, he said, will be realization of the ideas and deliberate policies of his first term, adding that a gas master plan is ready for implementation in the state, while construction work is already ongoing at the site of an electoral police project approved by Mr. President.
This administration, therefore, carries a historic responsibility to lay the enduring foundation for the next Anambra, setting the state firmly on the path towards realizing its manifest destiny as an African Dubai, Taiwan, Silicon Valley by 2070. By 2070, it is estimated that about 38 to 40 million people, up from the current 9 million, will be resident in Anambra, and probably over 50 million by the end of this century. These people would need transport infrastructure, power, jobs, housing, sewage, and waste management, schools and hospitals, care for the vulnerable and the elderly, and so on. So far, over the last 4 years, every step, every project, every program, law, or policy has been intentional with one question in mind. How does it align with the long-term vision? Where will it leave Anambra not only in the immediate and medium term, but more fundamentally over the next 50 to 100 years? Intergenerational sustainability and alignment to the destination drives our thinking and action. This is a new chapter on how we do business in Anambra.
Former Presidents Olusegun Obasanjo Jonathan graced the event, just like the former Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Chief Emeka Anyoko, and former Anambra State Governors, Dr. Chris Ngige and Dame Vejie Tiaba, were also present. Most Anambra's born entrepreneurs also attended the event, including Chief Allen Onyema, Sir Emeka Ofo, Chief Cletus Ibetu, and others. The Nigeria Police Band and her sister agencies displayed a guard of honor for Soludo. Ndo Opaleze, VOP TV News.
Thank you, Ndu, for that report. Residents of Edo State have issued a fresh 21-day ultimatum to the Benin Electricity Distribution Company over persistent power outrages and alleged unfair billing. They are warning of mass action if the company fails to address the worsening electricity crisis affecting homes and businesses. The residents are also calling on regulatory and anti-graft agencies to investigate the situation. Correspondent Rhoda Johnny has more details.
Residents of Edo State have given the Benin Electricity Distribution Company a fresh 21-day ultimatum to resolve persistent power outages and unfair billing or face mass action. The warning came Monday during a press conference at the Youth House in Benin City. The group said earlier engagements, including protests that drew the intervention of Governor Monday Okpebholo, failed to resolve the issues. They expressed frustration over the continued erratic supply, estimated billing, and high meter costs affecting households and businesses across the state.
BDC over the years has capitalized on estimated bills to meet us and compel Edo people to continue to pay for services not rendered. Monies Edo people lost to BDC due to estimated bill is about 1.2 trillion naira over the years. Therefore, no payment of estimated bills in Edo State until further notice.
The residents also called on the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, Independent Corrupt Practices Commission, and the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission to investigate alleged regulatory breaches. They warned that failure to act within 21 days could lead to picketing of BEDC offices across the state.
21 days ultimatum has been given to BEDC to, as a matter of urgency, address issues that we have outlined. Otherwise, we'll begin to picket all their offices across Edo saying across Benin City. We are saying across Edo States. From Ovia to Obila. From Oriomo to Omo, will be to picket their office.
A bottled water vendor at the briefing shared her struggles with meter charges, highlighting the impact on ordinary residents.
I meter block bottled water at Oba Hawaii off Plymouth Road. As you can see, I'm holding this BEDCB. This was the bill they brought for me 15th of March, which is 318,000 naira. These are estimated bill. Last month, which is February, they brought 367,000 naira with some fraction on it, of which we pleaded with them. They asked us to go and pay 200,000 naira, of which we did. No, if you don't pay 200,000 naira, they will disconnect your light.
Rhoda Johnny, BOP TV News.
Thank you, Rhoda, for that report. And flooding at Ramat Park in Benin City has halted activities at the Appeal Court and the Independent National Electoral Commission office in the area. Edo State Governor Monday Okpebholo says the nearly completed flyover and drainage project will restore normal operations and permanently address the long-standing flooding problem. Residents and commuters have welcomed the development, expressing hope for safer movement and easier access. Correspondent Rhoda Johnny has more details.
Edo State's Governor Monday Okpebholo has assured residents that the Ramat Park flyover in Benin City will restore full operations at the Appeal INEC office affected by flooding. Okpebholo made the assurance during an inspection of the ongoing project at Ramat Park, where persistent flooding has disrupted institutional and business activities. The flyover and its drainage system are expected to permanently address the flooding, with construction at 90% completion and drainage works at 70% ahead of the rainy season.
Come to examine what they are doing. On the bridge, they are like 90%. But on the drain, which is the stormwater, that is where we are now. They are already 70%. As you know, the High Court is no longer here. The INEC is also threatened. A lot of investment here are threatened. But by the time we take this water out of this place, we return the High Court back, renovate the High Court, and let the INEC be fully here instead of operating from 2 sessions. They have left, part of them have left this place. They have gone to the other side. You remember what happened before the election? Their beavers were overrun by water. So we don't want such to happen anymore. That is why the essence of doing this road.
Site engineer Femi Fatola confirmed that work is progressing on schedule and nearing completion, with the flooding problem expected to be resolved upon delivery.
And we assure you, sir, that the completion will still remain, as I promise your excellency, sir, that the project will be delivered within the time frame as agreed, sir. Also, for the issue of the storm, flood that has been worrying this environment, most especially the INEC office and the High Court that made them to vacate and abandon this environment, is also solved up to 70%, your excellency, sir.
Residents and commuters shared their joy over the development, expressing relief that the long-standing flooding issue will soon be a thing of the past.
Well, now, nobody think about flyover in those states, but this is the first flyover, so the man is trying very well. May God bless him. At least it's a privilege to everybody. For this road, for this bridge, the first bridge in Edo State, I think it's a good thing to praise him.
We are seeing flyover in Edo State. This is historic for Senator Okpebholo. He's doing marvelously well for Edo State, and everybody is seeing it. And the work is fast. That is one aspect of the job, that within the shortest possible time, he's delivering on his promise to make Edo State great again.
It go really help. It go really help, because as you can see now, because the road first slim, the go slow the day well. But I believe that with this thing, if they finish, everywhere go dey free. So it's a good job. It's a very nice one.
Rhoda Johnny, BOP TV News.
Government officials, community leaders, and civil society groups gathered at Edo Innovate Hall in Benin City for a citizen dialogue on policy issues, service delivery, and local government governance. Organized by the Nigerian Civil Society Situation Room in collaboration with the Jose Maria Kriva Foundation, the event focused on transparency, accountability, and citizen participation. Participants called for stronger public engagement and oversight to improve local governance. Correspondent Rhoda Johnny has more details.
Government officials and stakeholders gathered at Edo Innovative Hall in Benin City for a dialogue on improving local governance and service delivery, bringing together voices from communities, civil society groups, traditional institutions, and local councils. The dialogue, organized by Nigeria Civil Society Situation Room in partnership with Jose Maria Escribal Foundation, opened with the team leader highlighting the project's aim to promote transparency, accountability, and stronger citizen participation in local government decision-making.
Officials and also gathered youth, women, people with disabilities to come and discuss on how we can make local government budget more visible, how we can make local government more participatory in terms of getting the local government to be involved in budgetary processes. Today we also got to see how can also get commitment from government officials to see how they can also make that budget, visible in such a way that it will be placed in a platform where everybody can see.
Looking at how we can enhance citizens to work closely with government, most especially in the local government level. And not only that, we're also appealing to the local government to try as much as possible to be transparent to the citizens.
This project is trying to narrow bring the mind of the citizens to the local government, because if the local government should get it right, every other thing will definitely go right. So
goodwill messages stressed collaboration between government and communities to boost service delivery, while participants in interviews called for continued engagement and stronger oversight to make local governance more effective and inclusive.
Happy that local government officials are also here, state government officials are also here. Now they know the lapses, the deficits when it comes to local government budget, because what is saying, like the organization, the Jose Maria Foundation, who has collaborated to send suggestion boxes to some local government, it will also help bridge the gap between the local government and their people.
And inclusive governance and good policy making from the actors, state actors, that's the local government at the local government level, that every person should be carried along, both the women, marginalized group, and persons with disabilities. They are supposed to be carried along in governance.
Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
Thank you, Rhoda, for that report. The Lagos state government has reintroduced the monthly environmental sanitation exercise as part of efforts to promote cleanliness and protect public health across the state. The exercise, which requires residents to clean their surroundings during designated hours, has been suspended for several years. Voice of the People TV went to the streets of Lagos to sample public opinion on the development. Oidamola Olukutan has more reports on this.
Sanitation has long been a key strategy used by authorities to control waste disposal, prevent flooding, and reduce the spread of diseases linked to poor hygiene. Supporters say the exercise encourages community participation and helps maintain a cleaner environment, especially in densely populated areas. However, others argue the sanitation should be a daily responsibility supported by efficient waste management system rather than a once-a-month activity.
We want the environmental to back because our Lagos is too dirty, our road is too dirty. So we want everywhere to be clean. If they catch anybody to throw away dirty or mess the road, Let them take the person to where it's supposed to take and go. They should not collect bribe for anybody. They can do. Let them do it. So we want Lagos clean.
Some residents expressed optimism that the exercise would improve environmental conditions if properly enforced, while others raised concerns about possible restrictions of movement and the need for government to provide adequate waste disposal facilities. They also emphasized the importance of public awareness, proper monitoring, and collaboration between authorities, communities for the initiative to succeed.
It's good to bring environmental comeback to Lagos because some area of Lagos is dirty. So I like it like that. It's good. Before, then they do this environmental and everything is clean. But some people, because of the time or something like that, that 6:30 to 8:30 is still okay for us.
We want the environmental to come back again because Lagos State is too dirty. There's dirty everywhere, even on the road. Express road, there's dirty. So if they should return it back, if the law is stand, it will clean. If the law is not stand, it will not clean.
As long as Lagos continues to grapple with waste management and urban challenges, many residents say sustained effort, not just periodic exercise, will determine the long-term impact of the sanitation policy. From the streets of Lagos, Indamola Olukuto for Voice of the People TV.
And still in Lagos State has reaffirmed its commitment to protecting consumers and ensuring that only safe products are available in its markets. As stakeholders mark the 2026 World Consumer Rights Day, the move highlights renewed efforts to safeguard consumer rights and improve standards across the state's commercial environment. Correspondent Onyeka Ogolo reports.
Protection Agency, LASCOPA, in Ikeja. Speaking on behalf of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, La Pedro San, said consumer protection is critical to public safety, economic stability, and social justice.
Every day, millions of residents interact with businesses, buying food, medicine, household appliances, digital services, and a wide range of products that affects daily lives. This dynamic market is a source of opportunity, innovation, and growth. But it also places a profound responsibility on government to ensure that goods and services circulating within our economy are safe, reliable, and fairly presented.
The governor warned that substandard products continue to cause injuries and financial losses globally, stressing that trust is key to a thriving marketplace. The Commissioner for Commerce, Cooperative, Trade and Investment, Folashade Bada Ambrose, was represented at the event by the Ministry Permanent Secretary, Babatunde Onigbanjo, who highlighted the importance of product safety for consumers' confidence and economic growth.
Recognizing this, the Lagos State Government, through the Ministry of Commerce, Cooperative, Trade and Investment, continues to work closely with the Lagos State Consumer Protection Agency, LASCOPA, to strengthen consumer protection mechanism across the state. The agency has consistently played a vital role in safeguarding the interests of consumers by receiving and resolving complaints, mediating disputes between consumers and businesses, therefore enforcing regulatory standards, and thus educating the public on their rights and responsibility in the marketplace.
He said the state is strengthening market surveillance and enforcement to eliminate unsafe, counterfeit and substandard products while improving regulation in the digital space. Meanwhile, the General Manager of LASCOPA, Folabi Adebayo Salubo, says many Nigerians are still unaware of their consumer rights. He explained that the agency investigates complaints and ensures justice for consumers through refund, compensation and prosecution where necessary.
We encourage consumers to come and lodge their complaints wherever they believe their rights as a consumer has been infringed upon. You have no other place to go than come to LASCOPA. And with a moderate achievement since the establishment of this agency, we're able to resolve over 11,242 cases from and we're able to recover over 870 million naira for consumers in Lagos State from different breach of consumer rights, like I mentioned earlier, electricity, banking, insurance, even to a large extent wherever goods and services are being rendered, and the consumer is not satisfied with that. So we encourage consumers not to suffer in silence, but to voice out and seek for redress at Lagos State Consumer Protection Agency.
Salibo also disclosed plans to begin the destruction of unhealthy food and drinks, especially beverages exposed to harsh sunlight, to protect public health. Stakeholders emphasized that the consumer protection is a shared responsibility, urging businesses to ensure transparency while consumers remain informed and report violations. The World Consumer Rights Day is observed annually to promote consumer rights and fairness in the marketplace. From Ikeja, I am Onika Ogola, reporting for VOP TV.
Residents of Edo State have benefited from free dental screening and treatment in a program organized by the Nigerian Dental Association, Edo State chapter, in partnership with the Edo State government. The initiative is aimed at encouraging proactive oral care ahead of World Oral Health Day 2026 and raising awareness about the importance of dental health. Correspondent Rhoda Jenny has more details.
Residents of Edo State yesterday benefited from free dental screenings and procedures during a program organized by the Nigerian Dental Association, Edo State chapter, in partnership with the Edo State government to promote proactive oral care ahead of World Oral Health Day. The Deputy Governor urged residents to take oral hygiene seriously, stressing the importance of regular checks-offs and proper dental care in preventing diseases.
On the Shine agenda, health is number 2. It goes to show that the executive governor has laid so much emphasis on health. He's so particular about health and the well-being of all citizens across the state. I've also benefited from it. That is why I didn't come out of time.
While the program included lectures on oral hygiene and practical demonstrations using a mouth-washing machine that allowed participants to learn correct oral cleaning techniques.
Mouth odor or bad breath, okay? So there are so many things, as in, that can cause bad breath. We have the ones that are present in the mouth. We call them the oral causes. Then we have the diseases that are not in the mouth that can cause bad breath. Now, the things in the mouth that can cause bad breath, when there is dental caries, remember, what did I say dental caries is? Hole in the mouth, right? When there is hole in the mouth, food gets stuck in there. When there is periodontal disease, food also gets stuck in the gum.
Attendees said the activities motivated them to adopt better dental habits.
This is a laudable achievement, because for me, for a very long time, I've been wanting to check my teeth. I've been wanting to go for oral check, but I never had the opportunity. And today, our executive governor, our Akpako Wanda, the one that brought this initiative down to us here. And I want to say it's a very wonderful one. I went through the process from the beginning to the scaling and polishing of my teeth, and I saw that, my God, as it is right now, I'm good.
The initiative, held under the theme A Happy Mouth, a Happy Life, highlighted the role of oral health in overall well-being. Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
Thank you, Rhoda, for that report. And as Muslims around the world celebrate Eid al-Fitr, the Sultan of Sokoto and the federal government has called for unity, peace, and compassion amongst Nigerians. The celebration marks the end of the 2026 Ramadan fast, a period of sacrifice, reflection, and devotion for the Muslim faithful. VOP TV's Matthew Ogunswada reports.
Alhaji Muhammad Saeed Abubakar has declared Friday, March 20, 2026 as the first day of Shawwal, marking the celebration of Eid al-Fitr across Nigeria. The announcement follows the known sighting of the new crescent moon, signaling the end of the holy month of Ramadan. The Sultan congratulated Muslims nationwide on the successful completion of the Ramadan fast, urging continued prayers for national unity, peace and development. Meanwhile, the Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji Ojo, has called on Nigerians to celebrate responsibly and extend acts of kindness to the less privileged. Eid al-Fitr, a festival of gratitude, reflection and generosity, holds deep spiritual significance for millions of Muslims, marking the end of a month of fasting, sacrifice and devotion. Voice of the People TV spoke to Nigerians on the significance of the celebration and what it means to them.
Eid al-Fitr is the celebration that marks the end of Ramadan, and it is a celebration for us to improve our spiritual growth, give alms to the poor, giving sadaqah to the poor. And we also go to the mosques to Eid to celebrate the end of our Ramadan fasting, where we pray to God to ensure peace, unity in the country. We also celebrate by having food. We have feast with our families. We share love and joy among ourselves.
We thank God for this Eid al-Fitr that met us in good health. And to those that are still struggling to survive in one way or the other, we pray that next year it will be better for them. So we pray that this time around, by the time we are celebrating this another Eid al-Fitr, Nigeria will be better off. Presently, many of us are having difficulties due to this petroleum issue, but we pray that by next year it will not be so. So we wish our Muslim brethren a happy Eid al-Fitr, all their families, and we that are celebrating with them, we pray that God will secure us the next year.
Alhamdulillah that we started and this is the end of the Ramadan. So the benefits of Ramadan is we all seek for forgiveness. We pray Allah forgive every one of us because each time we commit sin, so we pray for forgiveness. Then after Ramadan, we are to go to Eid, and that is we crown it all. Everything is just to say Astaghfirullah, and the advice I give everyone is after this Ramadan, we should continue good things that we have been doing. We should set aside all the bad things we have been doing, and we should even forget about it. We should not go back to the bad things that will make us commit more sin. So it's as if we have bad and we are clean.
So thank God, and as well, it's a time to pray for Nigeria. And at the same time, the government should also secure the mosques, the churches, and everywhere people are gathering. Because people that terrorists always want to take advantage of the gathering of many people to be able to kill a lot of people. So they should equip them, they should not be carried away by the funfair.
As Muslims in Nigeria join millions across the world to celebrate Eid al-Fitr, the message remains one of peace, love, compassion, and forgiveness for all. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Thank you, Matthew, for that report. Elder statesman Lieutenant General Theophilus Danjuma has called on retired and retiring Nigerian intellectuals to pool their resources for the advancement of diplomacy and international studies. Danjuma made the call during a visit to the Chief Emeka Anyaoku Institute for International Studies and Diplomacy at Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka, in Anambra State. Correspondent Undu Okpaleze has more details.
General Danjuma, who expressed pleasant surprise at the turn of events in the institute, noted that the edifice was a world class and delivered in record time. He disclosed that Chief Anyaoku was his teacher and congratulated the edifice was a world class and delivered in record time. He disclosed that Chief Anyaoku was his teacher and congratulated him for being immortalized by the university.
Chief Anyaoku was my teacher. He lectured me at the Army Staff College
In his speech on the occasion, the former Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Chief Emeka Anyaoku, said apart from the professorial chair established in his honor by the University of London, the Institute for International Studies and Diplomacy by UNIZIK is his second most outstanding honor. He also revealed that the doctorate degree awarded to him by the Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka, is one of the most cherished of the 34 doctorate degrees in his life. Chief Anyaoku commended General Danjuma for the role he played as lead court marshal for the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago in the 70s, when a coup d'etat almost divided the national army into two opposing camps. He described Danjuma as generous, compassionate, and a philanthropist, thanking him for being the major benefactor to the Institute project.
This is the second university to honor me in that sort of way. In London, the University of London has, in 2003, established a professorial chair. At London University, you have an Emeka Anyaoku Professor of Commonwealth Studies. And the first professor, Emeka Anyaoku Professor, was an Englishman. So when the then Vice Chancellor told me about this institution and asked me to help them with fundraising, they knew that I had friends who would help the university to raise the funds for the institute.
The Nnamdi Azikiwe University's Vice Chancellor, Professor Bond Anyehie, its Governing Council Chairman, Olubenga Kokoyi, and the Director of the Institute, Professor Osin Nonyelu, spoke glowingly about the idea behind Chief Emeka Anyaoku Institute for International Studies and Diplomacy.
So this is an institute devoted to the propagation of international studies, completely at the very executive level. We're focusing on Commonwealth studies because the man that the institute bears its name, Chief Emeka Anyaoku, Andasi Ogusi, he was two-time Secretary General of the Commonwealth of Nations. So we want to look at the Commonwealth studies. We'll also look at Israeli studies and Middle Eastern studies, particularly against the backdrop of what is happening in the world globally. So that's a very important area of focus. And we're also looking at other areas, artificial intelligence and international relations.
The event was attended by dignitaries like Senator Ben Ndiobi, Chief Osita Chidoka, and the Catholic Bishop of Awka Diocese, Most Reverend Paulinus Ezokafo, among others. Ndu Opaleze, VOP TV News.
More than 100 newly inaugurated special marshals in Anambra State are under probation and may be relieved of their duties if found wanton. The sector commander of the Federal Road Safety Corps in the State Corps Commander Brigade, Ashekohonu, charged the new intakes to show commitment towards reducing road crashes and improving safety on the roads. Correspondent Ndu Opaleze has a detailed report.
The sector commander, Mrs. Aseka Uno, said it is only by assisting in entrenching safer road culture among the populace would they justify the training and enlightenment they received. She further told them to demonstrate exemplary conduct as ambassadors of the Federal Road Safety Corps.
As a special marshal, you are expected to be an ambassador of the Federal Road Safety Corps. You must demonstrate exemplary conduct, integrity, professionalism, and respect for the laws at all times. Your being a special marshal is not to break rules, but to obey traffic rules and regulations. As a special marshal, you must have your driver's license. You must obey all traffic rules and regulations. You must be patriotic, and you must show exemplary conduct to other road users.
Earlier in his welcome address, the state coordinator of the Special Marshals, Michael Obusa, said the 130 new marshals are to inject new blood into the system, having been drilled and found fit and people of proven integrity. He revealed that over 100 special marshals are currently under probation in Anambra State, adding that they will be demarshalled if at the end of the probation they are still found wanting.
Entered in voluntarily, but we have guiding principles. We have ways we are doing it. And whenever anyone deviates from that guiding principles, hammer of judgment concerning our guideline will become our judgment material against that individual. We are not becoming special marshals to collect the ID card so that we can evade some police disturbances on the highway. Currently, we are having our appraisals. When I was discussing with the sector commander, we have about 100 and something special marshals in Anambra State. They are under probation. At the end of this month, if you notice that they are not sitting up, we are going to demarshal one of them. Not just demarshalling them. I want to tell you that the kits we are giving to you today is not your property. You bought it with your money, but it's not your property.
Representatives of the National Office Abuja and Zonal Office Benin City, who spoke on the occasion, hammered on discipline and volunteerism, without which there would be nothing special about the marshals. Highlight of the event was the swearing-in ceremony for the new marshals, conducted by the Chief Legal Officer of the command.
Do solemnly commit myself. Freely. And willingly. And as guided by the Special Marshals Guideline. 2025. And other standard operational procedures. Thereto. To advance road safety management in Nigeria.
Ndo Opaleze, VOP TV News.
Thank you, Undu, for that report. The world is observing the International Day of Happiness today, March 20th, proclaimed by the United Nations. The day recognizes happiness and well-being as universal goals and encourages policies that improve the quality of life for people around the world. VOP TV's Precious Agumanu reports.
International Day of Happiness is a global observance celebrated every year on March 20th. It was established by the United Nations in 2012 to recognize the importance of happiness and well-being as universal goals for people around the world. The day encourages government and communities worldwide to focus not just on financial success, but on mental health, social connection, and overall quality of life.
A lot of people are not happy, but if we talk about individually, because if we keep considering that the situation of the country is what dictates the happiness of people, then definitely there would have been a lot of people that would have been dragged into depression. Generally, Nigerians, we are very special people. In spite of the difficulty, yes, some people might state that they are not happy, but check their life deep down. One way or the other, they find something to keep them happy so that they can keep going till they get a better country. What the government can do to help the people is to make things easier. First thing first, to regulate anything that has to do with food. If hungry is taken out of poverty, in fact, the rest is easy.
I can't say I'm happy when the world is in trouble. The fight in Iraq and Iran and Israel and America. One cannot say it's happy because that is affecting us here. Fuel has increased. So many things. The life is getting more hard than before because of the war. So I can't say I'm happy. I can't be happy for that.
Happiness is when when good things are happening around you and you are feeling excited about it. Irrespective of whatever is happening around, one needs to be happy. Because happiness is like an energy, it's like a fuel. So if you are happy, you would attend to things positively, even when negative things are happening around you. You tend not to be weary and weak. So happiness can just keep you going, get you going. It doesn't make sense for one to be down. If you are thinking, if you're being downcasted, all of those things can even have negative effect on one's life. So it is just advisable to be happy. Everyone knows the situation of the country. Everyone knows what is happening around money, importance of things. But when you are happy, it makes you look good.
As the world today marks International Day of Happiness, we are reminded that true success lies in the well-being of people everywhere. Recognized by the United Nations, this day highlights happiness as a universal human goal.
That's File. Thank you for joining us as we bring you stories that matter from across Nigeria. I am Precious Agumanu. Stay informed, stay safe, and enjoy the rest of your day.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV. Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators.
You see, this is like 10 years or how long? This is ninth. Can you imagine? You can see that they are growing.
Yes.
And you know that even in all over the world, you can see that a lot of producers, a lot of DJs, they'll be blasting African music like no before. Yeah. So it shows that the doors is already open. You understand? So, and I know that we just need to, we African singers, we have to be very careful. At least be original. You understand? You have to compose a song that will be there for life, not just like a candle that burns and come down. And yes. That is my own. We should seize this opportunity to make it better.
All right. So if you're not doing, I would love to ask the question, if you're not doing music, what else would you be doing?
That would be teaching. Teacher.
Ooh. So why did you choose teaching?
Jesus Christ is a teacher now.
So you want to follow his ways. That's nice. All right. That's beautiful. Thank you so much. And do have a lovely evening. Hi, good evening.
Hello, Nigeria. Hello, Nigeria. I'm coming from Ivory Coast. So you know Nigeria, Ivory Coast is the same country.
So tell me, before going into what I want to ask you, how has Nigeria been treating you so good?
No, Nigeria is incredible. I like the place, I like the people, and Afrima is very excellent. Meeting people, having some fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
So tell me, can we meet you, please? Your name?
My name is Milo. I'm from Cote d'Ivoire. I'm a gospel singer. I sing for Jesus.
Oh yes, we repping Jesus actually. We rep Jesus. All right, so we are here at the 9th Afrima Awards event. So what are your expectations for this evening?
Oh, I think it will be a great moment.
Oh.
Great moment for Africa. People coming from everywhere.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to see everybody, and we will praise the Lord. I will sing Jesus tonight. So I think it will be a good time.
So how do you see African music, gospel music in all aspects? How do you see gospel music in the future? Right now with this event going on, how do you see gospel music moving forward?
Yeah, me, I really know French gospel music.
Yeah.
And it's like we are going upper and upper and upper.
Yeah.
And this kind of event is to show what we can do. So I'm really happy to be nominated. And we know that next year, we will have a lot of gospel francophone people who will come in Lagos to sing the gospel.
Okay, so thank you so much and do have a lovely and beautiful evening. Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
How do you feel?
I feel excited.
I feel good. So good. So tell me, can we meet you please?
Yeah, my name is El Nayan. I'm an artist and I'm out for one of the biggest awards in Africa. Yes, I'm excited.
Of course. And so it's the 9th edition of this Afrima.
Yes. Years consistently.
You could imagine.
Shout out to you, Afrima.
So what are your expectations this evening?
I want to see that tension where they're saying, and the award goes to, you know, the tension. I want to just see, I want to experience that.
Oh my God. So what would you say about African music on the whole?
African music?
Yeah.
Man, like for the people that have been doing it before us and all of that, it has been so encouraging. And we that are coming, I'm sure them Wiz, OBO, everybody, they've told you that there are people coming. We are coming. Because they did one, we are doing 10. So you guys just chill. African music, you've not even seen the best of it yet.
Of course.
It's just starting.
All right, do have a beautiful evening. Thank you so much. Hi, good evening.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How do you feel? Tell me.
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling normal.
Vibes, oh.
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling normal.
So you know the song, I feel good. So good.
I know that.
So please, can we meet you?
Hi, my name is Angel. Yeah.
So who is Angel? We like to know who Angel is because all this spice is not.
Okay, Angel is the stylist. The stylist for tonight, the host. Fowl's the bad guy. So yeah, stylist to the hosts.
So tell me, you styling the host, how has it been for you?
I think this is my third time on Afrima as a stylist, and it's a great feeling to be called back again. And also the host tonight is also a long-time client. You know, yeah, so it's a great feeling to be working on this.
Right?
Yeah.
All right. So, what are your expectations for this evening? Like, it's the 9th Afrima Awards night, and it's already buzzing, and everyone is happy, excited. So, what are your expectations this evening?
I think I am expecting to see a lot of surprise right tonight because. In the African space in the last 1 year, there's been a lot of surprises, a lot of surprising features. There's been a lot of people you don't even expect to see doing some certain kind of music. So I'm expecting to see a lot of surprises tonight and new great talents as well.
All right. Yeah. I forgot actually to tell you that you look amazing, by the way. All right. Okay, do have a beautiful evening. Thank you so much. Hi, good evening.
Hello. What's happening?
How do you feel?
Static.
Ooh. You know the song, I feel good. Ooh, so good. All right. So please, I would like to know you.
Yo, my name is Embrayo, aka The Pen. Singer, songwriter, producer.
So we are here at the Afrima Awards.
Yeah.
What are your expectations for this evening? Because it's all buzzing already. So what are your expectations?
Yeah, I'm just here to have fun, just enjoy the show. Whereas I don't know if everybody, if you know, I was nominated for the Songwriter of the Year.
Of course.
Yeah, so that's why I'm here. Hopefully we take that home.
All right, and that's why I asked, how do you feel about this? Your expectations for this exactly?
I just want to have fun. There are not really any crazy expectations so far.
You don't want to have the victory?
Definitely, everybody wants to win. I want to win, though. Yeah.
All right. So, can you tell us about music? How do you see music generally right now? African music, basically.
Okay. What's up?
And do have a blast.
Thank you so much.
This evening. And guys, trust me, this is where we draw the curtain. I don't want to go, but then we have to. But trust me, the 9th Afrima Awards was just excellent. It was phenomenal, and I actually enjoyed myself, and I hope you did too, because everything was just good. And I know that you won't miss our next time on the Spotlight Show. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOP TV Live, and don't forget to follow us, please. And don't forget, my name is Precious Agumanu, aka call me Prezi. This is Spotlight. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut tout le monde, Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation president. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe.
Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOPT.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial, because VOP is the plot.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hello, good afternoon. This is another exciting episode. It's another wonderful day, a day to learn quality things about your health, really. And, there's something really about everyday routines that feel safe, it feels predictable, it feels almost automatic. You wake up, you prepare a meal, you get ready for the day, you step out, settle into your home at your space at home. Honestly, most of us don't think twice about any of this. Well, we'll be building around this in this episode, really. I'm Praise Peters, and this is Health Check on the Voice of the People Television, where we take a closer look at the things we often overlook when it comes to our health. And you can watch us on YouTube and on SLTV channel 264, on YouTube at VOP TV Live, of course. Now, here's something worth thinking about, what if the things we use every single day without questions are quietly affecting how our body functions? You know, today we're talking about hidden chemicals in everyday life and what they might mean for your health. When we're talking about this, we're talking about your home appliances, your insecticides, your perfumes, your lotions, your non-stick pans, everything literally. And it's going to be a robust and interesting one. But to help us make sense of it all, I'm joined by two experts, Dr. Charles Adeogun. He's a wellness physician and a public health advocate with several years of experience, especially in preventive health and lifestyle medicine. And I'm also joined by Dr. Adedayo Adegite, an endocrinologist who specializes in hormones and how they influence the body. And they're going to be shedding light on this. Thank you so much, doctors, for being here today. You're welcome to the show. All right, doctors, how are we doing? Just quick one. This is weekend, right? So want to check on you. How's it been? Dr. Charles, you really look like you've worked a lot. How's the profession? How is everything going? Let me start with you, Dr. Charles.
Yeah, we thank God. It's been busy as usual. We're trying to be intentional about getting the needed rest.
Exactly, because doctors themselves that take care of people also need to be taken care of, right? So please prioritize your health for the sake of your patients, right? So how are you also doing, Dr. Adedayo?
Well, same here, trying to rest.
Amazing. All right, it's good to have you on the show. All right, let's just dive deep into the conversation today. So, Dr. Dayo, you're an endocrinologist, right? Most of the things we want to talk about today are, surrounding or rotating on endocrine disruptors, yeah, and EDC, endocrine disruption chemicals and all that. So please, can you tell us about this briefly?
Okay, EDC, endocrine disrupting chemicals, are natural chemicals that are everywhere in our homes, everywhere you look, and they have a way of mimicking or blocking signaling of the hormone. So they interfere with hormone functioning in different ways. Some of them mimic estrogens, and they have far-reaching consequences on our health in different ways. Because they interfere with the hormone, so they can cause far-ranging conditions like infertility, low libido. Also, people are prone to developing obesity, all kinds of metabolic disorders. People can have thyroid dysfunction as a result of exposure. That means chronic exposure to these chemicals. And then some people can also are prone to developing cardiovascular diseases like stroke, heart attack. So because these chemicals can be found everywhere, can block the arteries, been found in the lungs, have been found in different tissues in the body. So many of these chemicals also can cause cancers, all kinds of cancers.
And these chemicals we're talking about can also be found in our environment, even when we do not know.
Absolutely.
So most of the time, we just channel our attention towards the very visible things like stress and all of that, not knowing that even the things we're using comfortably in our homes are even causing these things.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow. All right, so let's start from something simple, right? So we don't bombard the audience. So your everyday cooking, you're storing foods, you're using of creams, cleaning the house, and at what point do these normal things start interacting with our bodies in ways that we do not even notice?
Okay, so let's start with plastics. Studies have shown that most of us are exposed to, we consume daily hundreds of thousands of plastics, microparticles, unknowingly. In a year, an average person would have consumed up to millions of microparticles through water bottles, through plastics that we use, and through different means. So, and these microparticles are pro-inflammatory. They can lead to chronic inflammation. They can also cause a lot of problems. But beyond that, most of the plastics that we have contain a particular chemical called the BPA, bisphenol A. So this bisphenol A is an endocrine disruptor. So apart from the fact that you can ingest these microparticles without knowing, and they can block your blood vessels, they can cause chronic, they can irritate different tissues in the body, and subsequently they can lead to cancers or even block your blood vessels. Therefore, you can develop stroke or heart attack. But the particular chemical in the plastic called bisphenol A, which actually makes the plastic to be malleable. That's what makes the plastic to be malleable, soft. So it's been shown that this, in some studies, they found out that young men who work in industries where these plastics are produced, they tend to have low libido, low testosterone, and their sperm quality is very poor. As a matter of fact, now over the last 50 years, they found out that the quality of sperms of an average male globally has reduced significantly by up to about 2% per year.
Wow.
So in the last 50 years, the quality of sperm of an average man has reduced by 50%. Same for testosterone. And the singular factor that has been linked to it is this BPA. That's bisphenol A, which is contained in almost our plastics. So that's one of the major problems that we have everywhere. We all consume water every day in plastics and other. They also contain in tubings, like they use for, like in the hospital environment or in different places, tubings, those flexible tubings also, they contain this BPA. So we also have them in non-stick cookware, what we used to cook at home.
Yeah, non-stick pans.
So the non-stick pans. So the non-stick pan contain a coating. That coating is Teflon. So once that Teflon is scratched, it actually releases a particular, chemical called PFAS. So, and this material can disrupt the hormone too. I mean, if you take a large amount of this, it can affect your endocrine in different ways.
Wow. Okay, so I have so much to say as regards that. But let's talk to Dr. Charles first. So from your experience, Dr. Charles, are people even aware of the gravity, right, of how these chemicals that are underlying in our homewares are even as dangerous? Because these are everyday habits. We use them all the time. And most of the time, if we don't see that something is really, really condemned, we do not dispose of it. So are people even aware of this? And what do you have to say concerning all of this as well?
Yeah, and the reality of the hormone-disrupting chemicals, obviously from what the endocrinologist has mentioned, is far-reaching. But a lot of people are still not aware, like we know, because when it comes to issues relating to our health, Nigerians in particular now, in the context of Nigeria, they are really not as informed as they should be. A lot of people are not really curious about health-related issues. People don't do studies. People don't do research. People don't ask questions. And besides, we still have a lot to do in terms of public enlightenment and creating awareness relating to important health issues like this, because this is a public health issue. Yeah. And this is something of great significance because over time, with the statistics being seen and all sorts of hormone-related problems that are coming up very quickly because of all these exposures that people are having over time, because it's a cumulative effect over time. You're having gradual exposure, even from children, from childhood, even amongst the young people, over time they are being exposed. By the time they get to a certain age, you can imagine the level of exposure they would have had and the effect it would have had on their health. And we know from cancer, taking cancer as one of the many illnesses that can result from these hormone disruptors. Some of them are carcinogens. We have mentioned before that cancer has a genetic basis. So there are certain people who already genetically are predisposed to having these things. And then you can imagine them now having other factors that are actually contributing to the manifestation of that condition. So basically, we need to do better in terms of creating awareness. And our people should also be more curious about their health. And we need to ask more questions, and we need to find safer alternatives to this. So if research has shown that this is a contributing factor to a very major health challenge, then it is on us to actually find a way of restricting the use of this and then finding suitable alternatives that are safer for the general population.
All right, talking about suitable alternatives that are safer for the general public. You know, we're talking about plastic wares and all of that, non-stick pans and all. But these are what we use to cook. We use these things to cook. And I was making my personal research and I saw that, you know, slicing on a particular kind of surface could also contribute to all of these. So are you saying we should not cook? So what should we use to, you know, make sure that these things do not affect us? Or are there alternative solutions towards, you know, this?
Yeah, absolutely. There are alternatives. For example, for plastic, wooden, cotton surface.
Yeah.
So you can make do with maybe wooden or marble.
So wooden is better than plastic?
Yes, better. Yes, I mean you can make do with that. Although I think people find the plastic a bit more, because the cotton is smoother.
Yeah.
But then in terms of, you have to consider your health first.
Yeah, exactly.
So you can make do with the wooden, may not be as sharp as you want it to be, but certainly you're protecting your health.
Okay.
Then another thing is the wooden, you remember the plastic spatula that we use. It's been shown that it contains what they call the flame retardant. And these flame retardants are produced from you know, these electrical materials that are recycled electric materials like your old TVs, the computers. They melt this thing to produce those yeah. So, and then when you use them, this flame retardant actually releases a lot of toxic materials, you know, and which can cause a lot of problems. I mean, we've talked about cancers. They are pro-carcinogenic. They can also disrupt your hormones in different ways. So alternative would be to use maybe a wooden spatula, or we can make do with stainless steel, if need be. I mean, you can make you do with stainless steel. So there are alternatives. And also, so I remember lately, you know, my wife in our homes I think in most homes, people now know that you shouldn't warm your food with plastic materials. But what people still do is that they use plastic cover. That plastic cover still releases a lot of problems, a lot of things that are carcinogenic, that makes prone to you, it makes you prone to developing cancers. So instead of using the plastic, you know, so people are going to use ceramic to warm the food, they put plastic on top. So that plastic is also a problem. So you can use paper instead of using, you know, plastic. Yeah.
All right. So what about the non-stick pans, really?
The non-stick pans,
is it that when there is a scratch, we should just dispose of them and get another one?
Most of the things they use in coating these things, you know, all these pans are exposed to a high amount of heat during cooking or whatever. Yes. And of course, when there's so much heat, there's a lot happening in terms of in the molecular level, and then you're having a lot of things leach into your food. Basically, I think, in my own opinion, I think people in some generations past were not having most of the health challenges we're having now, because they were doing things more naturally, and they were using clay pots, they were using more natural sources of cooking utensils and the rest of them, and that's safer. But some of the things that we get carried away with are durability, how nice something looks, how appealing it is to the eyes. You know, that's what drives our choices, you know, of purchasing these things, not thinking of the potential harm it has, because all those coatings come in contact with your food at high temperature, they leach into your food, and they may ultimately give you some health problems or health predicaments. If you go to some eateries, I've noticed that if you don't want to eat in there and you want to take away your food, they pack hot food in plastics and they still give it to you like that. And even while you are receiving the plastic is still so hot can barely touch it with your bare hands. So you are wondering, between that time you are receiving it and when you actually get to sit down to eat your food, how much of it has actually leached into your food?
Yeah.
Though you may not necessarily taste it in your food, but it's present. A lot of people still take sachet water, and it is exposed to the sun, it's exposed to the heat of the sun. People leave their plastic water bottle in their cars, and then the heat of the sun, is on it. Before they get to drink it, it's
just
all
put it
warm.
back into the
And they just feel it's just the
refrigerator.
same thing. It's not really the same. All these things really add up. And truly, we really do have certain types of cancers that are hormone sensitive, like the breast cancer, like the prostate cancer, endometrial cancer, thyroid cancer. All they just need are certain things to, to have an imbalance, and hormones kick in. And when this hormone kicks in, it drives the progression of these cancers. So it's very important that we are very sensitive to the things we consume and we have a bit of knowledge about what is contained in what. Other things that are potentially harmful, doctor has mentioned the bisphenol A, which is a component of plastics and food packagings and all that. You also have the phthalates. Yeah, the phthalates are also seen in certain food packages, seen in some of our cosmetics, some of the things we use in our everyday life, and they are also hormone disruptors.
Now, talking about cosmetics, this is something that I really, really, really love because it's what everybody literally use. So let's move away from foods. Let's look at deodorants, body sprays, perfumes, and
lotions,
creams, lotions, and all of that. So what do you have to say to that? How dangerous is it?
And some of them contain parabens. Some of them, these parabens are chemicals that are added to these lotions, these skincare products to as a form of preservative, and then some of these things, when they come in contact with our body, they get absorbed into our bodies, because most of your skincare products, you actually do rub them into your skin.
Yes.
And they get absorbed.
Direct contact.
Yes, and they get absorbed into your system. And then once they get absorbed into your system, they potentially can cause hormone disruption. That is why certain children can have early puberty, what we call precocious puberty, because some hormones are already at work that shouldn't be at work at that age. Yeah, that's what precocious puberty is. So you would now see that a lot of new things are cropping up in an individual, and you're wondering where is this coming from. And also a lot of things that people apply in form of makeup, in form of eyelash, whatever, lipsticks, lip balms, and all that.
Now.
Yeah, it's beauty. Yeah, they make you look beautiful. They make you look attractive and all that. But at the end of the day, there is always a cause and effect. So something is causing something. You apply something, then something results. So at the end of the day, we should also keep in mind that our skincare products should be as close to as natural as possible. It's always safer to do natural, because most of all these things, at the end of the day, they may be causing an issue that we may not know are actually related to the problems we're encountering.
Okay, ladies, catch your sub. Okay, speaking from the standpoint of an endocrinologist, right? I want to know how these chemicals can really, really affect the body and what we can do about them, because we have to look good. Am I speaking for the ladies? We have to look good. And this is not even just for the ladies. Everybody uses lotions, everybody uses creams and all of that. So are there certain chemicals we should look out for? And are there some that we should avoid in our products?
Okay, so they said to be forewarned is to be
forearmed.
Good. So there's no point. What I found out about Africans is that, in fact, some people will say it's something that will kill someone.
Something has to kill a man.
But the average Western folks don't think that way. If they know there's a problem, they think scientifically.
Exactly.
I think we live in the bubble world of myths a lot, believing that these people are just talking their own. These things are not real. But most of what we are saying are founded on scientific evidences around them. A very good one is what Dr. actually talked about. There are even studies to show that quite a number of babies that are being given birth to now, because their parents, maybe their mothers, ingested or used some of these products during pregnancy, and it has interfered with the hormone intrauterine, during the womb, to the extent that there's what they call anogenital distance. That is distance between the anus and the genital, the tip of the genital, that distance in a child, there is a specific number or that it should look like. So when you give birth to a child, you can actually predict whether a child has been exposed to all these chemicals, whether it has impacted on the amount of androgens released. I'm talking about a male child. So, and this predicts whether this child is going to develop infertility later in life.
Wow.
And they found out that increasingly, this anogenital distance is been reducing over the years. So, you know, in those days when we were in medical school, they used to say that infertility. Now, I want to talk a little bit more about infertility since we're talking about endocrine, because it's the major source of concern to me. I mean, check the average male in the average clinic. Poor, very bad sperm quality. It's terrible. Now we're having, you know, in those days when a woman cannot carry baby, the first place they look at is the woman.
Yes.
But now it's the man. Men contribute more to infertility than women, far more. And it's because of the quality of sperms in them. And some of these problems started during pregnancy. So these chemicals are real. And I think it is time we look at them. And of course, so what you can deal with, let's deal with them. There are things we can't deal with. There's nothing you can do about them. But the things that we can walk around, let's walk around them. Now, talking about plastics, do you know that many countries, including Rwanda, you know, I traveled to Rwanda about 10 years ago. And as way back as 10 years ago, plastics had been abolished there. You couldn't use plastic in Rwanda. You couldn't use plastics. I think the Nigerian government, I think maybe the state, or I don't know, it's the federal assembly, they were trying to proscribe plastic some maybe 5-6 years ago. But eventually, you know, we always introduce politics into everything we do. Personal interest will always come in. So these are real existential problems that I think the government needs to begin to address. Because maybe one day we'll just find out that majority of men cannot procreate. So beyond infertility,
and
of
we'll
course.
almost not be able to trace the reason why.
Exactly.
Because it has been happening
over time.
Yes, because I mean it's getting worse every day. Then they even found out in a study that, you know, for those who want to maybe do assisted reproduction, they found out that even babies giving birth to through assisted production also have very poor sperm count while they were growing up because of this problem. So it's not just about, okay, if you say, okay, we can circumvent it, when the time comes, we'll do assisted reproduction. But they found out that babies that are delivered through assisted production, they have very poor sperm count and low level of testosterone. And of course, when you have this risk of having all kinds of metabolic problems are there, obesity, type 2 diabetes, cardiovascular disease, hormonal imbalance like thyroid problem also. So it's a big problem that I think the government need to, and well, I think health practitioners and also the media also need to increase the populace's awareness about them.
All right, so what's the best way, what's the safest position to be? Is it that we should not make use of these things, or we should look out for certain kind of chemicals and watch out for the others?
Well, I mean, for waters, some people don't use only glass and stainless steel. For cooking utensils, our parents used to use what they call adogon. This is iron cookware. Yes, and it's safer than the non-stick pans.
I'm talking about the lotions, the creams, the deodorants, the perfumes.
Yes, you can look good with natural products. There are some natural products.
Like?
I mean, I think you just need to look out. If you have any product you want to put on your body, ask yourself, what does it contain? Exactly. Does it contain BPA, bisphenol A? Does it contain phthalates, like doctors say, parabens, triclosan? These are, you know, chemicals that you need to look out for. Or PFAs. These are, I think, if among maybe like about 4 or 5, these are very top chemicals that you need to look out for. We mentioned the BPAs, we mentioned the phthalates, we mentioned parabens, we mentioned triclosan. I think there's another one is PFAs. So all these 4 things, look out for them.
And the heavy metals as well.
And the heavy metals.
Heavy metals.
Mercury.
Yeah, mercury. Yeah.
Arsenic.
Arsenic, yeah, all of them.
Okay.
They are all very, very important.
This conversation is making me realize that there are so many things that we are not really paying attention to, really.
Course.
So, Dr. Dario, are there some other things that are not necessarily obvious but are really, really harming us? Think of air fresheners and all of that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And also receipts. We collect receipts. You know, receipts.
Really?
POS receipts. Receipts
Wow.
that you collect at the mall, they contain some chemicals, PFAs, phthalates, and all of that. So maybe next time when they want to give you receipts, say, hold it, I don't need it. Or take a picture.
Okay,
If
so
you need
you
it for
don't take receipts
if you need it for
anymore.
accountability, take a picture and walk home. Some of us, especially ladies, you keep stacks of receipts for whatever reason.
Can we really be careful enough, really?
Yeah, be found doing your part anyway.
You can do your part. You can do your best.
Then, of course, in addition, many of these deodorants I see now,
Yeah.
you would see written aluminium free.
Yeah.
Because they are becoming more conscious
Yes,
that these metals should not be there.
Yes.
Because the aluminium compound that is in antiperspirant has also been linked to some health challenges.
Yeah.
So definitely you'll find out that some brands are already telling you 0% aluminium because of the potential effects it can have. Then the pesticides too, which I think we need to talk about it.
Atrazine.
All the DDTs, the fertilizers,
Yeah.
the pesticides, the things that we use to preserve our crops and all that, at the end of the day, they still affect us when we consume them. So you need to take extra care in washing everything you get. You know,
Even
and
our
don't just,
insecticides, by the time we spray,
Of
we
course.
spend some minutes still in the room.
of course,
And
you
that's
still,
doing something, right?
and you still inhale all sorts, and you know they're a combination of different chemicals. We are living in a I want to coin a word, a chemicalized world.
Yeah,
now,
we are.
because
We can't run
everything
away from
around us,
Yeah.
what we touch, what we put on our bodies, what we eat, what we breathe in. Even the emissions from factories, from industries, from the generators, from the automobiles, chemicals, all sorts of reactions happening in the air, and ultimately, human beings get to be the eventual.
You know the animals are not spared. There's a study
Yeah,
where they found out that polar bears are becoming more infertile because
Wow.
they're exposed to pesticides, the same pesticides like humans. So polar bears are becoming more like female. their testosterone level
Wow.
is
dropping.
Yeah.
Hey.
Fertility is dropping.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, this conversation is getting really interesting and quite revealing. But right about now, let's take a very short break. And when we come back, we'll talk about what this really means for our health and what you can realistically do about it. Please stay with us. All right, welcome back. This is still Health Check on the Voice of the People television. We have been exploring how everyday items around us may be exposing us to more than what we even realize. And now let's bring it a bit closer to the home. You know, what all of these actually means for our health and what we see in the real life setting, really. So there are people that are really dealing with this today, that are connected to us, and they are facing everyday exposures, really, from all of these items. Is this something the body can adjust to? Or, because I think our immune system tends to, fight some of these things for us, depending on your system. So is it something that we adjust to slowly, or is something that can begin to interfere with our lives, just for awareness purposes?
Well, unfortunately, quite a number of them, especially the PFAs, in fact, they call it forever chemicals.
Wow.
That means once it enters your body, it never leaves. Never leaves the body, and it will continue to disrupt the hormones, put you at the risk of having all the problems that we've highlighted. So they never leave. But they found out also in quite a number of studies that those who are exposed to, for example, the BPAs, those industry workers, people who work where there's where they make plastics, when they stop working there for a period of time, or those who were exposed to chemicals like the pesticides, when they're, maybe not exposed for a period, maybe about 3 months, they found out that the quality of their sperm goes up a little bit, testosterone goes up a little bit. But in babies, once you're exposed to it during your pregnancy life, it's almost irreversible. So it's...
so what can be done about it?
Well, so I think parents, actually mothers, need to be aware of this. Maybe when you are pregnant, reduce intake of... Don't just use chemicals anyhow. Don't just put anything in your body. It's not affecting only you. It also can affect your baby, especially your male child can be at risk. And if you work in a plastic company, maybe from time to time, you need to be checking your testosterone level. And then you can measure the quantity of these chemicals in the body also. You can measure in the blood or in the urine to know your level of risk. And then perhaps also, I think there should be also policies to ensure that the quantity of these chemicals that are put in plastics, because Europe actually has legislated how much of these chemicals can be put in plastics. But we don't have any legislation in Africa. So I think we need to begin to look in this direction. I think they said about, in plastic, the amount of BPA that is allowed in Europe is between 4 to 12 microgram per gram of plastic. So, but in Africa, I'm sure if you check, I'm sure it's far more than that. Wow. Because there's no legislation.
Not true.
And there's no control. Everybody just does whatever they like. Yes.
Okay. Dr. Charles, this might be a lot to take in, right, for everyone, because where do we start from? We've talked about home appliances, we've talked about deodorants, we've talked about the pesticides, but these are the things that we really need in our homes. So if you would break this down, especially to more sensitive people like pregnant mothers, the babies, the children, and even adults, what would you say we should start with in making sure that we start living in a more, conducive environment for our health?
I think it comes from a place of public health awareness, health education, and then also pregnant women or intending mothers must also realize that they need to know about occupational hazards. Before you take on a job, know the risk associated with that job. Don't just be carried away by the remuneration or you like the workplace. You need to be well informed. And then when it comes to public health, the health ministry too need to do more about occupational risk. People, both men and women, they need to work for their daily bread. But while working, the environment must be safe enough to not be detrimental to their health in any way, because occupational risk is so high when it comes to what we're talking about. Because, for instance, industries that deal with lead also, people that deal with paint, there's lead in paint. People that work in industries that use batteries, like lead accumulators, batteries, you find lead there also. Then all the pipes, people who do the plumbing works and all that, your PVC, polyvinyl chloride and all that, you also have lead there. And at the end of the day, lead has been shown to have a lot of things to do with the development of a child. So if a child has been exposed to lead, in the early years, the child may have encephalopathy, can have some developmental problems. The child may have, a lot of things having to do with how they develop and how they grow. And even adults too, when they deal with lead, people who have lead poisoning over time. This poisoning does not happen. It's not something that happens immediately. It's over time. So little exposure over time, it all adds up before you now see the effect. You find out that a lot of people may have this lines on their gums, it's indicative of, they call them lead lines. Button's line or lead lines is from lead poisoning. You find out that some of them may have anemia. You find out that some of them may have some neuropathy or some neurological problems, and ultimately you find out that this ultimately affects their quality of life. You also find out that lithium, people who also deal with certain batteries or certain chemicals like lithium too can be teratogenic. You can have some kind of heart anomaly, in an unborn child that is exposed to lithium, if the mother is exposed to lithium early, while the child is in utero. And it's also important for us to note also that even radiation that people come in contact with, in other climes where, things work properly and public health is really, really of significance, they have radiation detectors in their environment. They'll tell you this area is a high dose area. People should not live there. People should be far away from there. People's workplaces are not there at all. But I don't know if we have anything of that sort here.
I think sometimes last year, there was incidents of lead poisoning somewhere in Ogun State, if you remember. You remember? Yeah, it was everywhere. And unfortunately, some of these Chinese companies, they just set up and then they use lead for I don't know what. And then, of course, I think where the company is based, there's some water or maybe soil pollution and people may plant their crop. And then, of course, many of them develop symptoms of acute lead poisoning. And that was how they found out that, they're able to link, because most of these companies, they come to Nigeria, they set up close to where people live.
Exactly. Which is not even advisable.
And people are exposed to all sorts. People are also exposed to even, like we're talking about plastics. Some companies are situated close to where people live and they're exposed to microparticles.
Sources of water,
plastics.
sources of domestic water for domestic use or water for consumption and all that. All this, we need a strong policy enforcement and a proper regulatory body that looks into these things, and that's the only way we can curb it. Absolutely. Because otherwise we'll just be having cases of this, and it can actually get out of hand. And by the time things are affecting children, you can imagine how their health status will be by the time they're adults. So they can't even be productive adults that can drive the economy. So we really need to do something early.
Wow. All right, so on a very concluding thought, Dr. Dayo, what do you think we as the people that need to be very, very intentional about our daily living, what do you think we should do about our basic home appliances?
Well, I think so much has been said here today. Next time, just be intentional about your choices, what you buy. If you would need to buy something, check. Look,
the choice of kitchen utensils.
Yes, the choice. We've also explained that there are always alternatives, healthier alternatives. Check that pomade or that lotion or that deodorant. Does it contain BPA or phthalates or whatever it is, parabens, all of these chemicals. Some of them, they will write there that it is also free. It is BPA free. It is paraben free. They actually write it there. So you can make those choices. Some of your cooking utensils, we mentioned that you can make do with safer, healthier alternatives. And then, of course, like we said, these things are everywhere. You may not be able to evade or completely all these chemicals, but as much as lie in you, try and avoid those that you can avoid.
Basically, do what you can
within your power.
Okay. Wow, this was a really, really amazing conversation, and I know we've learned a lot. Well, the truth is we may not be able to completely avoid everything around us and all of that, but we can be more aware and more intentional about all of these and be better informed, because sometimes it's the little everyday choices that makes the biggest differences over time. Well, I want to say a big thank you to Dr. Dayo and Dr. Charles. Thank you so much for coming to expand on this subject of discussion today. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much.
All right, this is where we wrap up today's conversation. I'm Praise Peters, and this has been Health Check. Until next week, please stay informed, stay intentional, and stay healthy. Bye for now.
Thank you.
No wonder the quality of life generally.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOPTV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOPTV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Food remains one of the most powerful tools in maintaining health and preventing disease. As the commemoration of World Registered Dietitian Nutritionist Day, nutrition experts and healthcare professionals are drawing attention to the role of proper nutrition in improving the quality of life. The event, themed Discover the Power of Nutrition, highlights how food choices can influence lifespan, productivity, and overall well-being. Speakers note that balanced diets that include fruits, vegetables, adequate water intake, and controlled portions can help reduce the risk of several health conditions. They warn that unhealthy eating habits and excessive consumption of processed foods continue to contribute to a growing number of non-communicable diseases, including obesity, cardiovascular disease, and hypertension.
Is when you get your diet right, you are physically and mentally alert, which you know that eating healthy is one of the master key of good health. Down to the hospital setting, they come in as clients. We have those on admission across board, from cradle to geriatric, which is the elderly people. So from the pregnant woman, for your child, for you to be healthy and the child to be healthy, and you come out having a bouncing and beautiful or handsome baby, you need the touch of a dietitian. That is in terms of a promotion of good health.
Experts also emphasize the important role dietitians play within the healthcare system, particularly in providing specialized nutritional care for patients who are unable to feed normally.
We need to improve on our policy. We need to improve on our policy. We need to make sure that food is one of the highest allocation is given to food in the policy. 1, 2, During the policy for nutrition, nutritionists, dietitians should be included in this policy making table, because we are the ones that actually knows where the feet is pinching. We are with the grassroots. We know them. We see them. They come to us. Some of them, we know the reasons why some of this thing is happening. So with this, we can actually tackle this thing. The second thing is that we need to train more of nutritionists and dietitians in Nigeria.
Beyond hospitals, nutrition advocates say that raising awareness about healthy eating habits remains key to building a healthier population. They add that schools, institutions, and communities must work together to promote better nutrition practices.
And the message we have out there is that nutrition is the bedrock of healthy living. If we talk about people being healthy to go about their businesses and being away from disease, out of disease, you have to make your nutrition a top priority in your life. So when you get the nutrition right, it takes care of every health condition as well as healthy living.
For organizers of the event, the goal is to encourage greater recognition of the role institution and nutrition plays in everyday health and national development.
Just like the way they normally say that information is power. So we want to empower people all on the aspect of malnutrition. When I say malnutrition, we have undernutrition, we have overnutrition. And when we talk about malnutrition too, some can result to health challenges. You understand? And even excessive to overnutrition resort to health challenges. When we talk about malnutrition, many of us, our understanding is about the children, it's about the toddlers. Fine, they have it on the side. We have that challenges, and we want them to get information. If they are rightfully fed, if they are adequately fed, they will see every child is not expected to sleep in an hospital. If it is not a kind of a epidemic kind of situation that is happening, every child should stay at home, come for hospital for just checkup or immunization, and go back home and live healthy. So, but for the adults too, you discover a lot of adult-related health challenges. They are diet-related challenges. We want to talk about hypertension. We want to talk about diabetes. We want to talk about obesity. We want to talk about renal-related. You want renal-related condition. When we say renal, we have acute, chronic till you get to the end stage. Depending, it's about liver cirrhosis or fatty liver or disease, or even alcoholic fatty liver. So a lot of health challenges that people are having. If we want to talk about the common in our client, which is malaria, it is hemolysis. Hemolysis, that the red blood cell is being destroyed, and we have a nutritional anemia, and we have anemia on its own too. And one of the things you see many people after treating malaria, they say they need a blood tonic too. So a lot of things that this program we address. If Nigeria embrace this profession, if Nigeria put this profession in the appropriate place, put us where we belong, to encourage us, we are ready to give out our best. And we have people, we have professors, we have doctors, we have professionals that are practicing day in and day out, that have current knowledge about what is happening. But if the environment does not encourage, then and you are unnecessarily overworked, you are unnecessarily short-staffed, then you become weary, because how will you? Knowledge is not static. You need to be improving in knowledge every now and then. So what this program is the message trying to pass across is that individual can actually live healthy, and those that are having health challenges too can also maintain it. If it is uncurable one, if it is the one that they need to manage, they can also live healthy with the knowledge of nutrition gotten from the appropriate quarters, from the expert, because it is like a medicine. You need to review, You need to come for follow-up. We need to make assessment. It is not a one-time thing. So, and it's not surgery. And if it's not surgery too, you have to come for follow-up too for the site, for the operation that has been carried out for the surgeon to ensure that everything is working out fine. And for it to working out fine too, nutrition is needed because the wound will still need to be healed. Then you need a vitamin C. You understand? You need a protein, replenishment of tissues, and then you need adequate iron supply so that everything will go. You need a vitamin A for the epithelial tissue for everything to work effectively. So that is what we are here, and that is the message we are passing out. And on the topic, discover the power of nutrition. I'm so much interested in this year program because it has a very powerful theme, and we want the world to know about it.
Participants were also taken through simple physical exercises, highlighting the importance of combining good nutrition with active living for improved health outcomes.
All over the world, every dietitian is celebrating this month as our month where we create more awareness about the goodness of nutrition, right? The goodness of food. Everyone you see here, majority of people you see here are professionals of nutrition and dietetics, where the group that have been equipped with the knowledge of passing right nutrition information to the people of the world, right? So here today, we want people to know that there's power in nutrition. We want people to know that with good food, you can prevent illness. It's not just about eating, it's about eating smart, eating right, and eating well, so that you can be able to achieve the maximum nutrient benefits from the foods that you are consuming.
7, 8, 9. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
My name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports, and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV. So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Education should not just prepare you for the future, it should make you ready to shape it. This powerful statement by American philosopher John Dewey emphasizes that learning is a continuous process that shapes individuals and their experiences rather than just a means to a future goal. Good afternoon and welcome to another edition of Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television, the program where we take a critical look at developments in the education sector, analyze policies and reforms, as well as spotlight innovations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond. I'm Matthew Ogunswada. Today on the program, we'll examine the relevance of integrating modern technologies into education as the federal government launches nationwide school connectivity initiative. Also on the program, we'll bring you top stories in Nigeria's education sector. But first, let's begin with our opening conversation of the day. The federal government has launched a new initiative to connect schools across Nigeria to reliable internet services, aiming to boost digital learning and integrate modern technologies into education. This program follows a directive by President Bola Tinubu to expand national digital infrastructure and ensure key sectors, particularly education, benefit from broadband investments. Minister of Education Maruf Alausa and the Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Bosun Tijani, met in Abuja with stakeholders to coordinate a framework that will bring internet access to schools at all levels, from primary and secondary schools to universities, polytechnics, and colleges of education. According to the ministry's Director of Press and Public Relations, Folashade Buriowo, the initiative builds on earlier efforts by Nigerian Research and Education Network, which previously linked tertiary institutions under a World Bank-funded project. Alausa further noted that while the earlier program made progress, its pace slowed after funding ended, making it necessary to revive and expand the initiative nationwide. Now, joining me to discuss this is Kingsley Southbank. He is the CEO of Southcore Consulting and the African Director of the Global Education Awards, an initiative that recognizes and celebrates educators across Africa. Good afternoon, Kingsley. Thank you so much for coming on the program.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me, Mr.
Thank
Matthew.
you. Thank you so much. We're very glad to have you. All right. Joining me virtually is Solomon Tommy. Solomon Tommy is a communication scholar. He's a media professional. He's a strategic communication consultant and a graduate teaching assistant at the Department of Communication at the University of Oklahoma. Solomon, good afternoon, and thank you so much for joining me on the program.
It's my pleasure to be here.
All right, let me begin with you, Solomon. The federal government plans to connect schools nationwide to reliable internet. How significant is this initiative for the future of digital learning in Nigeria? We are looking at the fact that the federal government has now said that all internet would be supplied across both primary, secondary, and tertiary institutions. And now the federal government has planned to connect schools nationwide to reliable internet. How significant is this initiative for the future of digital learning in Nigeria?
I think it goes without saying that it's a plan, that it's a proposal that should have been done. One of the things that we would need to recognize is the fact that I think sometime in 2018, if I'm not mistaken, the United Nations mandated that, internet should be considered a human right. And I think this goes to show the extent to which contemporary development is significantly hinged on a lot of factors, one of which is connectivity. And the internet plays a huge role in that. I think that if we consider the future of a nation to be tied to the state of its education, the fact that Nigerian schools are not connected, Nigerian students are not connected to the internet, I think is a telling statement on how important we regard education in the country. So I think it's a welcome initiative. It's coming a bit too late, if you ask me. This should have been front and center of the education policy from the get-go.
So talking about connectivity, which you mentioned now, in practical terms, how can internet connectivity transform teaching and learning both in primary, secondary, and tertiary institutions across the country and beyond?
One of the first things I like to tell a story. Growing up, my dad was part of wanted to. My father is a reverend, is a reverend in the Assemblies of God Church, and growing up, he had this thing called correspondence classes, and this was just him trying to take classes in theology, from established or registered schools abroad. And I know how long it took, because then they had to sort of send it via post and then receive it via post and all of that. The internet changes all that. In this day and age of global connectivity and the fact that we are all playing, it sort of seems as if everyone is playing on the same space. You would agree with me that the curriculum is global now. What we consider to be education, or what we consider to be learning that makes students prepared for today's world, cannot be determined by our own local realities alone. Has to be determined, or to some extent, to a large extent rather, shaped by global realities. And one of the ways that we can keep abreast of these global realities is via internet connectivity. And I think that's critical when we think about the fact that, for instance, the curriculum is changing. We are moving away from pedagogy that just concentrates on a teacher regurgitating notes that have been prepared and students just sort of writing notes and cramming it and then passing exams. Right now, the focus is on how practical and how applicable is the knowledge that you're getting. And to be competitive right from primary school, that has to be at the front burner of the curriculum. How can we put tools in the hands of young children, in the hands of our students, that make them that make the quality of education that they're getting relevant in this global connected society? So I think from primary school, giving them tools that help them to practice. These days we see kids, 1, 2-year-olds. I'm sure you go on TikTok and you see 1-year-olds, in other countries, even in Nigeria too, who are reading rather fluently. And this is because there's sort of like a global curriculum. Miss Rachel is on every TV screen, is on YouTube screens, and everybody's sort of training their children on how to read and write primarily via Miss Rachel. This is made possible via internet connectivity. You go to secondary school, so it's not just they're not just learning to pass the WAEC, for instance. The knowledge has to be practicable. The knowledge has to be applicable. Gone are the days when you sort of finish everything, your entire education, before you start to look at what problems of society can you try to solve. We have kids in hubs in developed countries, even in Africa. You go to Rwanda, you go to Kenya, and you see young secondary school kids who are providing practical solutions to social problems using the internet. So I think that must be our outlook going forward, and I think it does make sense that the Minister of Communications will be spearheading this. His track record, in the edutech space, is well documented. And like I said, I think this initiative is coming a bit too. If you ask me, given my my knowledge of his track record, this is coming a bit too late within his study.
You mentioned tools, and I want you to, in practical terms, tell us those tools that you think will be needed for teaching and learning, both in primary, for teaching and learning, both in secondary, and then for teaching and learning, both in tertiary institution.
Okay. First and foremost, we have quite a number of edutech tools. There are a lot of businesses that have been built on the back of edutech tools. So for instance, you have ULesson in Nigeria. You have Tutor Tech. I think that's the name. But then you go abroad, you see things like platforms like Coursera and Utiva and Udemy, and all of these There are tools that the curriculum is sort of set up, and they're delivered. It's self-paced, and you can take those courses at your own pace, and get your certificate or whatever it is that you want to get. And I think that's something that can be replicated. First things first. The mistake we often make is that initiatives like this focus on the government disburses these monies, or we acquire these equipment and we sort of stack them up in schools. And I remember recently I was in one of the tech hubs that was sort of installed in a school in Lagos State. And what I found out was the students first and foremost, it was just one room. And I think that school had, say, around, if I'm being conservative, about 700 to 800 students. And this is from GS1, or I'm a bit behind on the correct terminology now, but from the start of secondary school to up until I think it's basic 12. And it's the whole school, and they had just one room, one computer room that was supposed to serve the entire school. And that room had maybe 20 to 30 computers. You and I know that that's clearly inadequate. So it's not just about, buying the computers and sort of setting it up in these schools and maybe providing internet. It's more about putting those tools in the hands of the people, of the students rather. It makes me remember this initiative by the then Osun State Governor, the Okmoimo, whatever it is. If memory serves me right, Okmoimo.
And the former governor,
I think that, I think that's one example of how that can work. It's taking these tools, for instance, learning equipment or devices rather, and putting it in the hands of the students. So it's not just in one room that's sort of locked up and they're only exposed to it in one period. It's putting all of these, taking lessons, and not just curriculum-based lessons, but practical real-life lessons, and sort of installing them on these learning devices and putting them in the hands of the students. Obviously, this would mean that providing internet, affordable internet, but that again is a different conversation, because to achieve this, I'm hoping that this is part of the thinking behind this initiative. It's not just about giving that at the low end or the user end. It's also ensuring that the infrastructure, through the line is enabled to cater to the needs of the people. So, for instance, if we do get these tools, these learning devices, we put these tabs in the hands of the students. If they don't have internet connectivity, and I know that for I think for Poem, what they did was preload some of these the curriculum or the learning content onto these tabs, so you could use them without the internet, and that's one good way to go around it. But then sometimes we know how dynamic knowledge is in the society that we live in today. What was true yesterday may not be true today in terms of how how data sort of morphs. So clearly, even if these devices are preloaded with the content, some of these information would need to be updated. You need the internet to do that. I think right now, in terms of internet connectivity, we have just about 36 million people who are connected to the internet. School children, that is, who are connected to the internet. And even though internet penetration in the country is quite appreciable, given the state of, given where we are at in terms of our infrastructure, I think that's going to be a significant drawback in terms of how successful this program is going to be. And this is just at the secondary school level. I've not even started to talk about, at the university level, where research and development has to be, it cannot be just students having to provide this access to the internet by themselves. It has to be something that's institutionalized across the school. And I went to University of Lagos, and we sort of started, I remember that initiative was sort of started, but how well the connection was, that's a different story. And before I left, that program was sort of paused, and I don't know if it's sort of resumed again. that cannot be. That's not how it should be going forward. I think this has to be continuous, I think that the government needs to put in a lot of work to ensure its sustainability before even rolling it out.
All right. That's a very good point from you out there. It shouldn't be about just coming up with policy, but in the implementation. Let me come to the studio. Now, we're talking about the fact that the federal government has launched a new initiative for the country to boost internet connectivity across primary, secondary, and of course, tertiary levels. Now, tell us your view about this new policy. And then beyond internet access, what other resources, such as devices, digital skills, or training for teachers, or curriculum are updates or necessary for this initiative to be effective?
Yeah, once again, thank you for having me on VOP television. I would say it's a step in the right direction, and there are quite a number of things that the Ministry of Education would need to work on to really achieve a good result with this. And our guest here has also talked about infrastructure, he has talked about connectivity and other things. And of course, one of the gadgets that will be very necessary for learners in primary and secondary and also tertiary level of education are the tablets, all right, the laptops. And another major factor is the capacity of teachers to be able to execute and implement on the plans, okay? Because we have quite a number of teachers who are not technologically inclined. And that is the reality that we face as a country. So the government must ensure that the teachers are trained, that they're equipped, and they have the relevant, the requisite knowledge to implement on digital education to make this initiative workable. So the teachers have a huge role to play. And of course, the teachers also are very important to the management of this gadgets and this infrastructure that would be made available, the teachers, the lecturers, at all strata of learning and education.
Okay, so the project also involves collaboration between education, communication ministry, and others. That's a multi-sector approach between both the private sector and the government sector. Now tell us how important this is in achieving nationwide digital learning.
Digital learning and digital education is very holistic, and that is a fact. That is the reality. And the fact is the ability and the capacity of a nation to do certain things, to invest in certain infrastructure and be able to manage and keep it would always be affected by the economic capacity of such country. For instance, I know that in the past years, some state governments have worked on similar initiatives, and that is the reality. And then you find out that in some locations, these gadgets were provided, but never got to the hands of the learners. These gadgets were provided and then siphoned by just a few persons. So the private sector has a lot of, has a part to play. The Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Communication and Digital Technology, they all have a part to play. And I believe that there would be a framework, there would be a guideline that indicates the duties and roles of every player in making this policy, making this initiative workable.
So what guideline or framework would you suggest or would you propose to the government as now to private institutions and to schools across the country in order to ensure that this initiative works? And then looking at the fact that infrastructure remains a challenge in many rural areas. So what do you think, or how can the government ensure that schools in underserved communities are not left behind in the connectivity plan?
Yes. How can, what role will the private sector, the private schools, how can we reach out to schools in rural community? For one, I believe initiatives like this should start in the urban centers first. We should have a pilot testing. We should have this tested in certain cities. Say, for instance, Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt. We should do it in some states, in some cities, selected cities, local government, test it for maybe a couple of months, couple of maybe 2 years, and see how it works. Because it's a large work to be done. We have 777 local governments in Nigeria. We have locations where you have security issues. You have locations where access is a challenge.
Even out of school children as well.
Yes, out of school children. So I believe and I feel that the framework is get it done for a few months or years in some selected locations. Test it out and see what works that can be used and can be spread across several other locations. And of course, the teachers, the Nigerian Teachers Union, all the educational associations of educators, teachers, they need to be carried along. They need to be deeply involved, because I tell you, the ministry can design what is good if the teachers teaching in the classes do not follow to the letter the implementation. We're really still not really going to get the best result.
And then talking about that, the earlier Nigerian Research and Education Network Initiative slowed after the World Bank funding ended. So what should be the role of the government, or how can government ensure sustainability for this new program such that it wouldn't just end on pen and paper, but implementation will be continuous?
Okay, yeah. The World Bank funding ended, and I have not really checked some of the factors around that. And the fact is, for foreign funding as a country, we do not have the best record possible anyway. But of course, I know different international organizations, global organizations, time to time send funding to Nigeria. So I believe that we should have a good measure of accountability, transparency, how this funding is being used and how things are being done. How things are being done. Of course, we can relate this to a comedian by the name Kelvin Black. Now, he does a lot of comedy talking about things like this. And you have a situation whereby certain gadgets are released and it doesn't really get to the needed people. So for the government, for the agencies, we need more accountability, we need more transparency so that there can be a trust on these agencies. There'll be a trust from their angle on how these things are done.
So with internet access in schools, what measures should be put in place to ensure that students use technology responsibly and safely?
Yes, now that is another critical factor. Using the internet responsibly and safely is very important, very vital, and of huge necessity. And the fact is this, Mr. Matthew, it's a huge concern for some parents. It's a huge concern for some parents. And connectivity is powerful. Connectivity is important for the 21st century because we live in a global world. And the fact is, whatever we do in this country, whatever we do in Nigeria, needs to pass a test of universal appeal, needs to pass a test of global capacity, a test of global viability. All right. So this gadget, having connectivity is beautiful, and using the internet, using these gadgets safely and responsibly are very important. And one of the things the government can do, of course, certain websites can be blocked on all the gadgets. Okay, so if you have the tab, if you have the internet, one of them are porn sites. Okay, all of the porn sites should be blocked out. You cannot have access to visit it. Now, you can't have a school tab and you're trying to play bet on it. All right, so certain access, certain websites, certain applications should be blocked out. And of course, there should be a guideline for teachers and educators to monitor the activities of these learners on the internet space and on this gadget. So monitoring is key, is important, because these tools also sometimes can be used in the wrong way when our learners, our young ones, are not properly monitored.
So what should be done to ensure that they use it the right way if such activities involve some organizations or some sites being blocked? All right.
Okay, yes, there's technology for blocking websites and apps. It should be blocked out. Number two, there should be stated guidelines for usage. And it should be, if you do this, if you do that, you will not have access to this and access to that. There should be penalties for learners, for students, for pupils, all right, who go against these guidelines. And of course, the teachers, the school management, either in government school, public schools, or the private schools, should strictly follow the guideline of managing the usage and melt out penalties to deserving students and pupils.
So how do you now think, or how could improve digital access to schools? How could it contribute to national development and workforce readiness from an economic and development perspective?
All right, it has a lot to contribute and it has a lot to do. We are in a digital world. It's a global world, and learners here, our pupil students, we're not only competing with with young ones in Ghana, in Cameroon. We're competing globally.
Yeah.
All right. So you want to be able to work and do things at the capacity of some of these young kids in Shanghai, some of these young kids in Tokyo, some of these young kids in Mexico City, in Sao Paulo, and all over the world. So it
or
has
in the United States of America.
Yes, even in New York. And that's a fact. That's a reality. If we are going to grow global citizens, we need to have young people who can compete globally on a global level. Now, I'll take the case of a young girl in the city where I live. I live in Ota, Ogun State, and her name is Faith Odunsi. She was 16 years old at that time. She went for a global competition in London, and she came out tops, beating about 14 other countries that competed. One of these days, I look forward to having her on your show here. Currently, she schools at Yale University in the US. All right. So because she had been trained and groomed to compete globally, it was easy to compete in the UK and come tops out of 14 countries from all over the world. All right. So competing globally is key. Digital learning is here. It's an era of technology, artificial intelligence, data learning, data analysis, all of the tech. Now, these tools, these initiatives gives access to our young ones to start exploring these things at a young age, and it gives us a workforce that is ready for the digital era, that is ready for the digital generation that will find ourselves and are able to compete globally and are able to bring in skill sets that are relevant for this time for corporate organizations and for employers of labor.
Beautiful, beautiful contribution. And what should be the role of individuals as well, parents at home, to ensure that their students can also compete in the global digital economy and to ensure that their parents, or their student rather, can do well in the global space? You also cited an example right now.
Yes. Parents have a huge role to play. All right. One of them is encouraging your young ones to adapt and accept technology. Technology is the way to go. And it is the now, it is the future, and it is everything that the world will deal with. Now, the internet is a huge miracle, and humans all over the world have used it to a lot of our advantages. So parents, encourage your young ones, encourage your pupils, your students, your learners, your teenagers, your young adults to embrace technology, to embrace digital learning, to embrace digital tools, because that is the way to go, and encourage them, be involved in it, help them in any way you can, support them, be available when they have challenges using some of these tools, and you find them having interest in this, and that would power the future that you desire.
So as an innovator in the education space, do you do that for students?
For students, okay. Well, I have been involved in some technological initiatives in a couple of schools, in Lagos and Ogun State, yes.
And you think that is contributing to SDG 4, quality education and sustainable development goals?
Sir, I must say, I had an experience in a school somewhere in Ogun West, and it was awesome. We used a digital board, and we screen, and we were looking at artificial intelligence. And I must tell you, the interest and the involvement of this young one, I mean, in primary and secondary school level, was phenomenal. I was impressed, I was encouraged, because they saw it as something interesting to them, and the interest was huge, participation was huge, and I would say that is the reality in many places when those tools, these gadgets are made available.
And I think Nigeria is beginning to harness it and then take a place in the global digital economy and in the global digital space.
Yes, Nigeria is trying. We're catching up. Like our other guest said, we're a little bit late, okay, but this is still a good time. And of course, a major factor, the infrastructure. The infrastructure to do this, all right, which is huge, and our capacity as a country, as a people, to manage and maintain the infrastructure. Because we can build the federal government, the Ministry of Education, and in partnership with the Ministry of Innovations and Digital Economy, they can do a whole lot. But we need the people at the grassroots, the people at all levels, to help in the maintenance and the management of this infrastructure,
Thank
which is critically important.
Thank you so much. Before I let you go, Solomon, before we wrap up this specific conversation, what indicators should Nigerians look out to measure whether the school connectivity initiative will be truly successful in the long term? What should be the indicators we should look out for? Okay, I understand that Solomon is not in, but let me take that question to you, Kingsley. What indicators should Nigerians look out for to measure whether this connectivity is truly successful?
All right. First is, what are the policies, the guidelines that they are releasing to the public space? And then, of course, also releasing the plan. What is the plan? How many gadgets, how many equipment are we looking at bringing in? Then also giving public account of the whole journey of the initiative, of the project in itself. And also, yes, bringing in the gadgets and making it available to the end users, the pupils, the students, the teachers, and also having dedicated training sessions, grooming sessions to groom the teachers to be able to implement the policy, to be able to implement the guideline, to be able to implement the plan, because of course the teachers have a whole lot to do, a whole lot of part to play in making this work. So those are some of the things I feel that the public should look out for in the ministries who are involved in implementing this project. All right, it's a good initiative. It's wonderful. It's awesome, and it's one that, as a country, we are due for it. And let us remind ourselves, Nigeria is the giant of Africa, as we're being called, and we have a lot to teach other African countries, okay? And when this begins to work here, you have other countries who will learn from it. We have other countries who would embrace it and see the possibility and the workability of such initiatives. So apart from doing it for ourselves, we are going to motivate and encourage many other African countries to work on such initiatives.
All right, thank you so much for that wonderful contribution regarding the new initiative by the federal government. You're still watching Edge Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. When we return, we'll examine the relevance of education as former President Olusegun Obasanjo calls for greater support in the sector. Please stay with us, we'll be right back.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edge Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, Live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
You blessed the boy, the girl is fine, of rice and beauty. Hello everybody, my name is Mike Abdul. Keep watching VOP TV. God bless you real good.
Hi guys, my name is Abiojola, also known as Minister Abe. I just want you to keep watching VOP TV. God bless you.
Oretolu Amishe is a banger. My name is Yomi Olabisi Yomi Akpala. Keep watching VOP TV. Baba ti sọ̀rọ̀ mi dayọ̀, ẹ wá bá mi yọ̀, mo more. Thank you, Daddy. Mio. Hello guys, my name is Tosibi. Keep watching for TV. VOP TV. God bless you.
Mo gbé ọ̀gá o, mo gbé ọ̀gá o, olódodo lọ́nà gbogbo. Mo gbé ọ̀gá o. Hello, people of God. This is your favorite girl, Mosu Exalta. Keep watching VOP TV, and you will be blessed. Love you.
Etobi gan, Etobi Olua. Hello everyone, my name is T Praise and I'm here telling you, keep watching VOP TV. Don't change that dial. We are here. Jesus is here. Glory. How glory. Iru you see ways. Sure, don't mind my voice. I've gone so many places today. View. Okay, oh la la. Okay, wait. Hello, Lagos, Nigerians. My name is Minister K Wonder. Please keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that out.
Welcome back to the program. If you are just joining us, this is Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television, where we explore education, personal development, and ideas shaping Nigeria's education sector and beyond. Now to our second conversation. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo has warned that any nation that fails to prioritize education risks stagnation and underdevelopment. Obasanjo made this known while inaugurating newly equipped chemistry and biology laboratories at African Church Grammar School in Ibadan, Oyo State. The former president emphasized that learning is a lifelong process, urging well-meaning Nigerians to continue investing in the education sector to improve the quality of learning in Nigeria. He noted that investment in education remains one of the most valuable contributions anyone can make to national development. Meanwhile, the Oyo State Commissioner for Education, Science and Technology, Segun Olayiwola, represented by the Zonal Director of Ibadan Zonal Education Inspectorate 3, Latifat Jimo, called on individuals and organizations to support public schools in the state through infrastructure development and academic support. And still with me to discuss this, I have Kingsley Southbank, the CEO of Southco Consulting, and of course, Solomon Tommy, a media communication scholar. Solomon, let me begin with you right now. The former president of Nigeria, Olusegun Obasanjo, says any nation that fails to prioritize education risks stagnation and underdevelopment. How accurate is this assertion in the Nigerian context today?
Unfortunately, we are on the wrong side of that. There's clearly a direct correlation between the level of education in a country and the level of development of that country, and that just goes with, without saying. I think that former president is spot on with that observation. And just like I said, with Nigeria, it's not the case. So, for instance, a good idea of how important we prioritize education is that UNESCO says that every nation should budget between 15 to 20% of their national budgets to education. In Nigeria, at least in recent years, that amount has not exceeded 10%. And I don't think we've even reached 10% in recent budgets.
The budget being given to Nigeria education sector is quite low.
The general problem, where we are not prioritizing the things that have significant long-term, both present and long-term value for our development. And the thing about education is that it's not just about literacy in terms of being able to read and write. It's about worldview. It's about having a sense of self, a sense of self-esteem and self-worth. I tell some of my mentees that, look, when they say, oh, they don't know what they're going to go study in a university, for instance, and I tell them the idea of going to university is not really, it's as much about what you go there to study, but it's beyond that. It's the experience of it. It's the people that you meet. It's the worldview that you get. It's the exposure that you experience. It's not just and that's the thing about education. It's not just about learning maths and English. It's about how we socialize. So, for instance, there's a direct correlation between the level of education and the level of political knowledge or political sophistication. There's a level of there's a correlation between the level of education and the level of technological advancement. All of these things they are tied to education because that's sort of like the bedrock. It's what we start with, and it is the one thing that continues with us until we die. This maxim goes: the person who stops learning dies.
Start dying.
So as long as one is alive, you will learn. And the interesting thing about education is that there is the deliberate education, the one that you choose to go through, that's strategic, that's planned. And there's the education that you will undergo because you did not take the deliberate decision to be educated. So we find people, and I know this is sort of maybe like folk tales, urban legend, but we have stories of footballers, Emmanuel Eboué, for instance. We have this famous footballer in Ghana, people, Lamptey, people who, because they didn't have an education, they had money, but they didn't have education, and they sort of signed their lives away. And even though they've been able to recover, but it's not as it should have been. They would not have been in that position if they did not, if they had an education. That's the kind of learning, which is sort of what is happening to us as a nation. We are being educated for a lack of education.
We are being educated for a lack of education. I would want you to emphasize what you mean by that. And then I want to take a clue from what you said earlier about when you stop learning, you start dying. The former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, also noted that learning is a lifelong process. So how can Nigeria strengthen a culture of continuous learning beyond formal education?
The first, it's interesting that that statement will come from former President Obasanjo. If you recall, he got his PhD as a septuagenarian.
Yeah.
So he embodies that that maxim, and I think that again, one of the things that I appreciate about education where I am here is the fact that while there is considerable attention and investment in the formal education, so you think high school, you think college, you think postgrad, and all of those structures, there is also a significant, almost equally significant attention that's placed on other forms of education, technical education, vocational education. There's a system and a structure that's arranged that rewards that kind of education, regardless of the expertise that you come into it. And by reward, I mean that you would find people who are plumbers. The only education that they have is equivalent to our secondary school, but they went to a trade school, a technical school, and they picked up a skill, and that's sort of like what they have built. Very successful, six-figure annual revenue earning business, and I think that's key. And while I would not want to say, Nigerians should not go to like formal school, or should not do formal education. That's not the point. The point is that we need to break out of this myopic view of education only as, that thing that you do. You go to primary school and secondary school and university, which are important. Yeah, I even tell people who have this sort of trade education that, look, go to university. You can afford it now. I have people here who only had maybe they only had high school education at the time, but they sort of got into trade, electricians, plumbers, handymen, contractors, and in their much advanced years, we are encouraging some of them to go get a degree, do it online, because there are schools that are sort of designed around your the online schools, and I teach in some of those classes. The course curriculum is sort of arranged around their schedule. It's self-paced. You do it, within a time frame, but at your own pace. And it's helping them because it's making them better business people. So the point I'm trying to make is education is something that we must break our minds out of this myopic secondary school, primary school, secondary school, university, and that's it. There's education everywhere. Get in. I'd mentioned Udemy and Coursera. Some of the things that I know today, I learned via some of those platforms. I did not, for instance, I have a certification in marketing that I didn't study marketing in university. I studied marketing via a certification program, and those are some of the examples. Those are some of the examples of lifelong education. And again, we are making reference to the internet. We're making reference to the internet as a facilitator of that. In summation, it's all about engaging in a broader view of education that's beyond the formal type. We continue to learn. For instance, I just did a random check now to see how much of my time I spend, how much screen time I spend. I spend about 3 hours. I have about 3 hours of screen time every day, on the average. And I try to look at how much of that time do I spend, how much of that time do I spend on educational platforms. So that's just an example of some of the things that we do.
For lifelong learning. Thank you so much, Solomon. Let me bring that conversation to the studio while we wrap up. Kingsley, what reforms do you think are necessary to improve the quality of teaching in schools?
Yes, the quality of teachings in our schools. The fact is, education is very vital to the development of any country. A country most times will grow and develop based on its education index. All right, so the classroom, firstly, we need teachers to be more educated, exposed, and trained in their subjects of teaching, in the teaching subjects. All right, we need teachers to be better trained, to be better equipped. Number two, of course, we need teachers to be better paid. Very important. Of course, we cannot overemphasize that. The average young person today does not want to go to the classroom. And it's the fact, it's the reality that we find ourselves in Nigeria and in some other countries also. All right, because we believe that teachers are not well paid. So we need to train teachers more. We need to
also
pay better.
More. Thank you so much. Solomon Kingsley Southbank rather is the CEO of Southcore Consulting and also the Director of Global Education Awards. Thank you so much for coming on the program.
Thank you for having me.
All right, Solomon Tommy is a communication scholar, is a media professional and a strategic communication consultant and a graduate teaching assistant at the Department of Communication, University of Oklahoma. Solomon, thank you so much for joining me on the program. We'll look forward to having you some other time. You're still watching Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take another quick break and return with top stories in Nigeria's education sector. Do join us again.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
Hi, my name is Tosin Mohammed. I'm a gospel artist. Keep watching VOP TV.
Almighty Father, you are the mighty Redeemer. We've come to worship at your feet, oh Lord. This is Ayotunde Adejimo, chilling with you on the Voice of the People TV. Don't touch that remote. You are where God wants you to be. Listening to the Voice of the People TV.
The Bible says we should give thanks in all circumstances. And all circumstances include the good times and the bad, the high times and the low, the times when everything look as if they are going well, and those times when Enugbe, the ground is dry like the sand in the desert. Those times when you feel like giving up, you should give thanks still. My name is Jeff Melu, and I'm a gospel poet. And you should keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that dial.
Yes, sir. Kábíyèsí Olúọ̀run, we were born to give you twale, to give you worship. People of God, you are watching Voice of the People TV, and my name is Flo Rocker. I encourage you to listen to things of the gospel. You know, we live in a very perilous times where there are some things you watch on television, you will lose faith, you will lose God. Keep your eyes on Voice of the People TV and remain blessed. Flo Rocker says so. Kuzoshi.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Glad to have you join us again. Let's now bring you top stories in Nigeria's education sector. The Minister of Education, Tunji Alausa, has reaffirmed Nigeria's commitment to strengthen technical and vocational education and training, TVET, through strategic global partnership. The minister noted this in London, where he joined senior government officials to receive President Bola Tinubu ahead of key engagements. He explained that discussions during the visit will focus on advancing the second phase of Nigeria's TVET reform program in collaboration with international partners. He further said that the federal government is repositioning technical education to drive youth employment and economic growth, especially in addressing skills gap among graduates. And to wrap up the news, let's tell you that youth have been urged to take responsibility for their communities through service, discipline, and strong moral values. These form the focus of discussion at the second Ramadan lecture organized by the Lagos chapter of the National Youth Council of Nigeria. Speaking at the event, the Director of Peace, Ethics and Religious Matters, Adebisi Adams, emphasized the need for balance, personal growth and spiritual discipline as key elements in raising responsible youth leaders in the society. The event also featured the presentation of a newly released book by the director titled CPGMO, The Art of Policing Lagos, which examines the policing strategies of the Lagos State Commissioner of Police, Moshood Olorunjare Jimoh. Additionally, participants were charged to embrace positive values, contribute meaningfully to national development, and uphold integrity in their daily lives. And that's a wrap on Edgy Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. Today, we've examined the relevance of integrating modern technologies into education as the federal government launches nationwide school connectivity initiative. From digital inclusion to empowerment, it's clear that the future of our nation depends not just on access to education, but on the quality of knowledge, skills, and opportunities available to learners. For more insights and in-depth discussion, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV, and across all social media platforms, we are as VOP TV Live. If you witness news or events in your communities, we'd love to hear from you. Please share your eyewitness report, event coverage requests, photos or videos with us on WhatsApp on 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom via email at news@vop.ng. I'm Matthew Ogunswada. Join us next week as we continue to spotlight the ideas, people, and ideas shaping Nigeria's education sector. Until then, stay informed, stay engaged, and remember that education should not just prepare you for the future, it should make you ready to shape it. Thank you so much for watching, and bye for now.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest. It's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shapes with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the amazing market today, and I'm your host Oyindamala Olukuta. And today we're at the vibrant, bustling Ilekpo market. I want to tag a food market because trust me, but it's not just food, they have clothing as well. So it's not just food alone. But today we'll be taking you to the food segment because right here we know they are known for their freshly farm produce, where you have anything called farm produce from the soil to the store. So who doesn't want to eat fresh food? So if you're looking for fresh food in Lagos, you might want to come to Ilekpo. And it's not just farm produce. They have bag of rices, tomato, oil, spices, so many other things. So today, we're going to be taking you on an amazing journey for you to see how things are, the prices, things that are available, things that are not, things that are scarce. I'm sure you want to know things that you could get when you come to the market. So why not go with me? Let's go into the market. Ẹ káàsán ma.
Ẹ káàsán.
Orúkọ yín àti presenter.
My name is Mrs. Oyero Abosede. I'm selling foodstuffs.
Okay, so how is market, ma?
So thank God.
How has it been? The prices of commodity, has it been fair, or is it rising, or is it reducing presently in the market?
I think it's still moderate now than last year.
Oh, okay. So can you scan us through the prices of things presently compared to last year?
Like rice now. Last year, rice was 100,000, but now rice is 68,000.
Okay.
Vegetable oil last year is 100 plus, but now it's around 70,000, 75,000.
Okay. What of beans?
Gari, last year Gari was 70,000 for bag, but this year Gari is 45,000.
Okay.
Beans last year around 100 plus. This year beans is 80,000 for bag.
Okay. So we can say that the prices of things are reduced compared to last year. But it didn't come down to the whole price.
No. It didn't come down to the whole price.
So is there a possibility that this thing will still reduce further, or is unstable presently?
I can't say about that. Unless the government help us, maybe they should finance the farmers so that it's not going to be everything they be import in. If they empower our farmers here, all the goods will come down.
Although governments have been doing some empowering, but presently we know we had a crisis in Benue State. Do you think that also affects goods in the market presently?
Yes, that one will also affect goods because we are selling the old goods before that flood happened. After selling all these old goods, by buying another goods now, by that flood that happened in Benue, it may affect because they bring a lot of food from that side too, so it may affect. So government should look for solution about that flood. It destroy farmers, it destroy all their stocks, it destroy it a lot.
And looking at the fact that cost of transportation, how much has it affected the price of things that you're selling?
It affects it. The price of transportation didn't come down. It didn't come down because of the increment in fuel. So it didn't come down.
Okay. Is there anything you would like to say to the government out there before we wrap up today?
Government should help us. We market women. they should give us money to sell market. Because we are patronizing all these microfinance banks. And the interest they are collecting from us is too much. So if government can empower market women with interest-free loan, it will reduce the cost of market also. It will help us and it will also reduce the price of market. Because if we collect loan, we are going to calculate it on the goods we sell. So that's what government can do for we market women.
Okay, thank you very much.
And they should not be demolish our market all the time. This also affects our market. It affects our prices because when they demolish, they rebuild to buy another shop. It affects us also, and it destabilizes our market, destabilizes our work. So they should help us.
Okay, ma. Thank you very much.
You
It
are
was
welcome.
nice talking to you.
You are welcome.
Have a nice day. Ma.
And you too. Thank you.
Amen. Buy 6,000 so that I go reach you to share. Buy plenty so that I go reach you to share. Me, I'm ready to sell.
Good afternoon, ma. Ẹ káàsán, ma.
You're welcome, ma.
Your name and what you sell, ma?
My name is Aporobo Legbegbe Ilepo Market.
Okay.
That is my nickname.
What do you sell, ma?
I'm into imported fruits. Apple, pear, grapes, blueberry, and so on.
Okay, ma. So how is market now, ma?
Market is not friendly, but we are managing it. At least we go shop.
Is it expensive or reduced in price?
It's expensive. It's adding money. If you buy market today, reach it here tomorrow, you meet another price. But nothing we do. We sell what we buy.
Okay, so like how much is carton of apple presently? The small green one.
The smallest one now is 45,000.
For a carton?
45.
And if you're buying like a bigger size, how much is a carton of that?
No reduction. Not like this one now, 60,000. 60,000 per carton.
And what about the pears?
Pear for now, I think 36,000 at market.
And grapes?
Grape is 53, 60,000 as of today. But the one I bought yesterday, 53,000.
Okay, do you think that there's anything government can do to bring down the price of these imported goods that you sell? Knowing that it's dollar based since it's imported. So what's it?
But for now, I think the dollar price don't drop.
Yes.
But the market no drop. Some go say exchange in dollar, the port charges or whatever. But anyhow, whatever we buy, now we go sell. So far you come inside market, you go other place, see say now the same price. You go follow me back, and me too. I believe in fresh market, so you go follow me back.
Thank you very much.
You are welcome.
Good afternoon, ma.
Good afternoon.
Your name and what you sell?
My name is Mrs. Idara. I'm at Sileko Market selling provisions like sugar, salt, mentioned cereal, and so on and so forth.
Oh, that's nice. So how is market?
We bless God though, because things have been coming down gradually, little by little, for now.
So you're telling us that the price has reduced compared to before?
Yes, like sugar now, Dangote sugar.
How much is the bag now?
Now is 58,000 something now.
And before it used to be like how much?
We are buying it 80,000, 81, 82, but now it's coming down gradually. And flour, we are buying 60 before, 62, now it's 50, 80,000, 81, 82, but now it's coming down gradually. And flour, we are buying 60 before, 62, now it's 56 something. So we want to see it coming down than 78 and 56.
Okay, because it didn't go back to the old price that it used to be, but it has reduced to the high rates that we were buying it before now. Okay, that's actually good. So if you look at the measured cereal that you sell, how is it?
Oh, very nice. People are coming because the measurement is like it papers the roll, the one that is in refill. We are having customers every day and they are buying. They love it. Even when they come, we give them tests. They will shrink it, so they love it. They keep on coming, buying, coming.
Okay, can you run us through the price? Like how much do you sell? What measurement do you use for the measured cereal? Paint. Okay, so you use paint, half paint, and cups.
Yes.
Okay, so like how much is the paint of oats?
Oats, we are selling 6,000 now.
Okay, what about cornflakes?
Cornflakes, we sell 5,000.
Wow, that's cheaper compared to, because A refill pack now is even more than 5,000
Yes,
naira.
we add the nylon money too.
Oh my goodness, that's amazing. So now I'm aware. Okay, so if you look at you have milk, you have a baking product. So how is baking things? You mentioned flour before.
Yes, I
so when we
mentioned
look at, you mentioned sugar as well. When we look at the things for baking, like the condensed milk, the baking powder, baking soda, yeast, how is it?
It's going on fine. People are coming because the price is gradually coming down slowly.
Okay, can you compare your sales now to before? I mean before things went up. Can you compare your sales? Like, do you sell more now or do you sell more when things were cheaper?
No, we sell more now because when the thing was rice, people that did buns pop up, they run because they can't afford to buy a paint of floor 5,000 for 4,800. But now they are coming back gradually. And also the sugar, the price is coming. Before we are selling 8.5, now we are selling 5.7, 5.8. It depends, sha. But now they are coming because the price is coming down gradually.
Okay, thank you very much, ma. So, but do you think that there's anything government can do to help your business at the moment?
What they can do is to give us loan. If they can loan us, they have many varieties of loaning because we that we are here, we can't. What should I
don't have
call
access
it?
to
We
it.
don't have access to it because we don't know anybody. But if they come from their offices, they should come.
Okay, like a grassroots kind of loan where they come to you, how much you will loan.
Yes.
But are you not particular about interest?
No, if it is personal, the private loan, their interest is too high.
Okay.
Some people will come, they'll say that they'll give you 500, you pay interest of 200,000.
Within how many works pay?
Let's say 6 months.
Whoa. So what do you want to use it to sell to be able to get that kind of?
So if government should come to help us, we know that when government come, the interest will be lower. That's what we want them to do for that. They should come. They should please. They should not be just sitting down in the office. They should come by themselves. Those people that they are sending is for their own people that they knew. We don't know them, they should come and meet us. We will interact with them. We will talk to them. They should help us. But this one that they will just send people, no, they will not come to us. We are not benefiting anything from government. As we are now in this market, we are paying tax, we are paying for installation every year. But they should come and meet us by themselves, not by sending, go and do this. All those they sending us, they are not coming to us. They are coming to the people that they knew. They should come to us by themselves. They should come so that we have a business to do with them. We can gain from
I like
them.
that. I love you. The fact that you're business oriented. That's actually a very good one. Thank you very much, man. It was nice meeting you.
Yeah, you can. Oh, day.
Good afternoon, ma.
After my love.
What's your name, ma?
My name is Mrs. Stephen Ode.
Okay, so what do you sell?
I deal with tomato.
So how much is the price of tomato in market?
One plate of tomato is 45.50.
Wow.
Before we used to buy is something that we used to buy 7,000, 6,000 is to up to 45,000. Like this one now, everybody have run for it because it's too costly. That Malam tomato. Now we divert ourselves to Oloko. They call this one Oloko. This is Yoruba own. But before we used to buy it 3,000, 2,500. But now it's 9,000, 10,000, 11,000 for small baskets. Can't you see what is going on? We all are suffering. This government should put eye on what is going so that they will help the poor, the needy ones. That is the needy ones. He was under the rain, under the sun. We are hustling to make sure that our family, all that we will live fine. But still,
Okay, in what way do you think the government can help out in today's current situation?
they have a lot to do because they are the problem that we are having. Assuming that I can remember when I was small, government used to fix the price, the market price. That sometimes they will enter and say, how much is bag of rice? Government will say no.
Okay, that's market regulation for price regulation. Oh, okay. You feel that would really help?
That will really help now. If you see, you interview people, how much is this thing? They say, no, this amount is too much. If that, like, before now, we are buying this thing now, 3,000, 2,500. Now it's 9,000. Is there any market regulation? There's no market regulation on it. So everybody is just doing whatever he or she like because they feel, whether we like it or not, they are the importers. Anything they say, we will buy.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
That's
much.
actually very amazing.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma.
Auntie, good afternoon.
Your name, ma?
My name is Rose.
Rose. What do you sell, ma?
I'm selling
tomato and the rodo. Sometimes anything will come out.
Farm produce.
Yes, farm produce.
Okay, ma.
We are into.
Okay, so how is the cost of things in the market presently?
Now, the thing is very cost now. We are selling Mala own. But this is it now. This Mala own now, crate, this is the crate. It's 50,000. But before, we are buying it 14,000. Sometimes 11,000, sometimes 15,000. But now, they are selling it 50,000. The rentage is too high.
Okay, that's why you now shifted to the other type of tomato.
Yes.
Okay. So presently now, how is the cost of this one in the market?
This one now, the smaller, this is it. This one now is 10,000.
Okay.
10,000 naira. This rodo we are selling. This is the patanla that they use to have. Then they sell at 40,000, 45. It's too high now. That is why we are shedding it 1,000 like this for the rentage like this 1,000. But because of not everybody have the amount, we are putting it 500 so that some people their heart will reach there.
Okay, so what do you think the government can do to help the market?
The thing that I want government to do for us is to lower the price of the fuel so that then go see transport to shift all those things into market. Now, the thing we know. So at least the low price of things, at least now they are help us for rice, but it still remains small because not every woman will carry like 5 children cannot buy a derica of rice 1,000. It's too high now. It's too high for us.
Thank you very much, ma. Good afternoon, ma.
Afternoon.
Your name, ma?
Mrs. Olabimpe.
Mrs. Olabimpe. Yeah. What do you sell, ma?
I sell snail.
Oh, so how is snail market? How is the business?
Thank God, Jerry. Nigeria is not laughing now, but we are pushing it small.
Okay, would you tell us that the price was same? Is it that it's increasing or it came down?
So we are in rainy season. Okay. It's supposed to shift, but now it's getting rise up because bush have rise. Those people that taking it from the bush said that they did not see to pick. The water inside the bush is too much. Unless the water inside the bush will dry, that they can pick and see the cheap price buy. But the one that you are buying now, let's say this is jumbo that you have sold today.
We sell it as 70,000 naira for 20. 70,000 naira per 20. We sell per 20
each one.
Each one we sell.
Okay, so what's the cheapest one in per 20?
This one.
Yes.
That I have the 5,000 naira.
Oh.
That is the smallest one. Wow. Yes. This one now inside the basket here. We sell it 40,000 naira for 20. This one.
Okay.
See, it's bush one. It's from Benin. It's from Benin or Ondo State. It's very big. This one is the follow jumbo. You follow jumbo like this. We sell it 55,000 naira.
Wow.
Yes.
For 20 pieces.
Yeah, per 20. This one is medium. We call it medium. Yes. We sold that one 25,000 naira per 20. This one is 15,000 naira per 20. That is it.
Okay, so what do you think the government can do to help your business at this time?
What government can do for us is to give us loan. If they can raise us to give us loan so that we can easily do the business very well. So that's what the government can do for us because they can't say government should go and control the price of the snail for us.
Definitely.
It's what we see inside the bush that we buy to bring the market. So when we have the capital to raise our goods up, so we can make a lot of profit on it. So if the government can give us a loan or a loan, it's okay.
Loan can help.
Yes, loan can help us.
Okay, ma. Thank you very much, ma. Wetin be your name and wetin they say?
My name is Abdullah.
Okay. Wetin they say?
Carrots, cucumber, peppers, spring onions.
with cabbage.
For fried rice, na fried rice you get and salad with that now. So how market?
Fine.
How much be the price of things for market? Now shey they reduce abi they increase?
They reduce.
E reduce ba? So how much you dey sell things now?
Which one?
How much be cabbage?
Cabbage is 2,000, 2,500.
Carrots nko, how you take tire?
That's 500, 200.
This ones wey you tie wey be salad already, how much you dey sell am?
Na 200.
Hey, wow, that's much. So wetin be how much they sell the spring onion and the green tatache?
Sabon onions, 500, 1,000.
So things don't come down. But you go wish make it come down well, but I be make it go up back.
Make you go up.
If you go up, we pay you as seller.
No, I no pay you.
But when you come down, it go pay you to make your own profit back.
Yes.
Okay, so bad amawa. Danjima. Ẹ káàsán ma. Kí lorúkọ yín àti iṣẹ́ wo lẹ ń ṣe ma?
Èmi Yálábẹ̀kẹ́ lè mi jẹ́ o. Yálábẹ̀kẹ́ ni o.
Okay, iṣẹ́ wo lẹ ń ṣe ma?
Alágbẹ̀dẹ Goldsmith.
Okay.
Oníṣòwò.
Ẹ jẹ́ ká sọ̀rọ̀ nípa rírọ àgbẹ̀dẹ yẹn. Báwo ni iṣẹ́ alágbẹ̀dẹ ṣe rí lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí? Táwọn bí nǹkan ṣe ń lọ lórílẹ̀-èdè, ṣáwọn èèyàn ṣì ń ṣe iṣẹ́?
Àwọn tó ń jẹ́ kébi pa wá kọ̀ọ̀kan kúkú ṣì ń gbé wá ṣe báyìí náà mò ń ṣe. Àwọn tó ń jẹ́ kébi pa wá ṣì ń gbé wá. Bó ti yẹ pẹ̀ǹkẹ̀lẹ̀ wọ́n ṣáà ṣì ń gbé wá. Bọ́n rí góòlù gbé wá mọ́ bí tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀. Ẹ ṣáà ṣì ń gba pẹ̀ǹkẹ̀lẹ̀ tá à máa wọn fọ̀. Tá à ń rówó fi jẹun díẹ̀díẹ̀. Òun náà ni mò ń ṣe lọ́wọ́.
Ẹbí téèyàn bá fẹ́ fọ bóyá bí set of gold, bí rèé lò ní.
Òun set of gold. Ó depend lé bó bá ṣe pọ̀ tó. Ní owó yìí ṣe máa pọ̀ tó.
Ká sọ pé ẹ̀gbà ọrùn, ọwọ́ àti etí àti òrùka.
Ṣé mọ̀ pé 9 carat wà, 6 carat wà, 18 wà, 14 wà.
So ó tún ní ṣe pẹ̀lú iye tó máa jẹ́. Hey! So the richer your gold is, the richer your money will be.
Yes.
Ah, that's amazing. Bẹ́ẹ̀ mi ò mọ eléyìí tẹ́lẹ̀ nípa iṣẹ́ alágbẹ̀dẹ, ó jẹ́ ohun tó dára. Ẹ ní pé ẹ̀ ń ṣòwò náà, irú òwò lẹ̀ ń ṣe mọ́.
Gbogbo náà lẹ́tí nípa tí ń bá wa ṣe yìí náà, bí ọṣẹ, bí provision, ṣàǹtàlẹ̀ yọ̀yọ̀ ìdánilọ́sẹ̀s.
Báwo ni provision ṣe rí lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí?
Wọ́n díẹ̀ àwọn distributor wa lójókòó yìí.
Tá bá ní pé ká wo bí price àwọn kan, kí ni èlò ni bí price àwọn kan lọ́jà lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí?
Nǹkan tó wẹ̀ cheap tó ní 1,000 ní provision díẹ̀.
Yeah. So tí o bá fẹ́ ra mílìkì àti mílò nísìn.
Owó ìfọ̀rọ̀ ní 7,000 lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀rọ àwọn ọba.
Ó dà kí lẹ́yìn wa lérò pé ìjọba lè ṣe fún wa lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ báyìí tó lè mú ọjà kí owó ẹ̀ kó lọlẹ̀, kí àwọn ọlọ́jà lè máa rọ́jà tà, kí àwọn tó ń ra gan wọ́n lè rówó mú wá sọ́jà láti ra ọjà.
Ìjọba ò lè ṣe nǹkan, Ọlọ́run ló lè ṣe. Ọlọ́run kan bọ̀, Ọlọ́run bá wa tún ṣe.
Ó dáa mà, ẹ ṣe gan, ohun tí ẹ sọ ó jẹ́ kókó tó ṣe pàtàkì. Àfi tí Ọlọ́run bá ràn wá lọ́wọ́, Ọlọ́run yóò sì máa ràn wá lọ́wọ́ sí wa.
Olórí wa náà lọ́wọ́.
Àmín o, àmín o. Ẹ káàsán mà.
Ẹ káàsán.
Kí lorúkọ yín mà? Ẹ ṣé.
Orúkọ mi ni Alhaja Iswatu Adeogun.
Okay, kí làwọn ọjà tẹ́ ń tà mà?
Mo ń ta sẹ̀mó, pando, rice, spag, indomie, nǹkan tí mò ń ta nìyẹn.
Okay mà, báwo lọjà báyìí mà?
Ọjà wà ń bẹ bọ̀ tí ọjà ò yá. Ọjà ò yá. Èèyàn ò rọ́ọ̀ṣì ra ọjà. Èèyàn kọ̀ọ̀kan là ń rí torí ọjà yẹn ti wọ́n jù. Ọ̀dọ̀ ó wálẹ̀ díẹ̀ o sí ti sẹ́lẹ̀ o, mọ̀ ó sì wọ̀n náà. Ó sì wọ̀n náà.
Okay, ǹjẹ́ ẹ lè sọ àwọn iye ọjà fún wa mọ̀?
A lè sọ.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni mo.
Sẹ̀mó 5 kg yìí 7,500 láta. Eléyìí náà Supreme 7,500 the same price. Eléyìí náà 7,500 òun láta. Nílá 10 kg 48. Golden penny sẹ̀mó 48 nìyẹn náà 10 kg. Nina 48. Àwọn eléyìí Supreme 10 kg yẹn ní 14,500. Tó a ṣe tà nìyẹn.
Àwọn poundo nǹkan mà?
Poundo yẹn kékeré pátá 17. Poundo 1 kg 34. 2 kg 68. 5 kg lélẹ́yìí. 5 kg yẹn 17,000 nìyẹn. 17,000 ní ilé.
Okay.
Spag 19,000 ní páàkì.
Ní páàkì.
Ní páàkì.
Iṣẹ́ yìí kan náà ni Golden Penny àti Dangote.
kò sí Dangote golden penny náà ni oríṣi míì ló tún wà.
Okay, àwọn
Supreme relay Supreme 19,000 ìyẹn náà.
bí ráìsì nǹkan èlò ni àpò ráìsì.
àpò ráìsì wẹ̀wẹ̀ 60,000 ni.
ńlá nǹkan mà.
ńlá 82.
Okay, ẹ ṣé gan ni mà. Kí wá ní nǹkan tẹ́lẹ̀ rò pé ìjọba lè ṣe láti lè mú àwọn nǹkan wálẹ̀ ní ọjà káwọn èèyàn lè wá máa rajà.
Kíjọba bá wa ṣe náà ni kí gbogbo nǹkan kó wálẹ̀ kí dọ́là kó wálẹ̀ tí dọ́là bá ti wálẹ̀ gbogbo nǹkan á wálẹ̀ epo náà kàn jẹ́ kó wálẹ̀ nǹkan lè ṣe nìyẹn.
dọ́là epo
kó wálẹ̀.
ó dà mà ẹ ṣé gan ni mà ajá máa wá mà.
àmín o.
Good afternoon ma, ẹ káàsán ma.
Good afternoon, ẹ káàsán, báwo ni o?
Adúpẹ́ fọlọ́ ma, orúkọ yín ma àti nǹkan tẹ̀ ń tà.
Orúkọ mi ni Alájà Ṣẹ̀rífàt Abímbọ́lá Ṣóhùnmí. Biscuit, sweet, oríṣiríṣi là ń tà.
Ọjọ́ ọmọdé nìyẹn.
Ìyá ìwé ni mí. Ìyá oníjẹkújẹ, ìjẹkújẹ ọmọdé ni mò ń tà torí mo nífẹ̀ẹ́ ọmọdé púpọ̀ jù.
Báwo wá lọ́jà mà?
À ń dúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run. Olúwa ṣeun. Ṣùgbọ́n ọjà ò dàbí ti tẹ́lẹ̀ nítorí pé gbogbo nǹkan ló ti wọ́n. Bisikíìtì 50 naira tẹ́lẹ̀ báyìí bó ṣe tóbi tó ní ìsìn 100 naira 200 400. Àwọn òbí á ní ṣé bí panu lásán ni bó la ṣe máa ra bisikíìtì 400. Kán àmọ́ bó ṣe jẹ́ o bá a ṣe ń tà ní ìsìn nìyẹn. Tẹ́lẹ̀ tẹ́ bá fẹ́ ra bisikíìtì tẹ́ bá ti mú bíi 500 1 million ilé máa kún ọ̀nà máa kún ni. Ní ìsìn téèyàn bá fẹ́ rajà báyìí tí ò bá di owó gidi dání kò ṣe èèyàn lè ra quantity téèyàn ń ra tẹ́lẹ̀ mọ́.
Ẹ kí lẹ wá lérò pé ìjọba lè ṣe fún wa lórí ọ̀rọ̀ ọjà?
Ìjọba náà kì í kúkú ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ náà lè fi ṣẹjọ́ wọn. Bí gbogbo nǹkan ṣe ń wọ́n ni gbogbo raw materials gbogbo ẹ̀ náà ló wọ́n. A dẹ̀ mọ̀ pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn raw materials yìí náà wọ́n import ẹ̀ ni. A sì mọ̀ pé owó ti wọ́n. Ẹ̀bẹ̀ náà lábẹ́ wọn kán ṣàánú wa. Kán bá wa mú owó àwọn nǹkan, kán bá wa mú wálẹ̀. Ẹ mọ̀ pé ní ìsìn tẹ́lẹ̀ iná NEPA ó regular. So cost of production ó máa low. Sísìn tó yẹ pé dísù dẹ̀ wọ́n. So a lè sọ pé ìjọba náà ni àwọn tó ń ṣe náà a lè sọ pé ẹ̀bi wọn ni. Kì í ṣẹ̀bi tiwọn náà kì í dẹ̀ ṣẹ̀bi àwọn aráàlú náà tá à ń sọ pé kán ṣàánú wa kán bá wa mú owó nǹkan wálẹ̀. Tówó nǹkan bá wálẹ̀ àwa gan tà àwa gan rí géènì inú ẹni tó ń rà dùn àwa náà tá ń ta inú wa dùn. Ọlọ́run bá wa nínú jẹ́ o.
Ọ̀dà ẹ ṣé gan ni mà. Fún ohun tí ẹ sọ nísìnyí ó ti ṣàfihàn wípé ó wà lọ́wọ́ ará ilé ó wà lọ́wọ́ àlejò kí nǹkan lè rọrùn torí tá a bá wo cost of production á jẹ́ kí nǹkan lọ sókè tí ìjọba bá lè bá wa mú kan wálẹ̀ tí àwọn èèyàn náà lè ṣe iṣẹ́ àṣekára láti mú owó wọlé á jẹ́ ìrọ̀rùn fún gbogbo wa. So Ọlọ́run lórílẹ̀-èdè á máa ràn wá lọ́wọ́ máa ọ̀dà mà ẹ ṣé gan ni.
Ọlọ́run bá wa ràn ìjọba lọ́wọ́ á ràn àwọn aráàlú náà lọ́wọ́ torí ìgbà míì báyìí àwọn èèyàn gan àwọn aráàlú gan wọn ò tí ì ní gbọ́ kíkù òjò wọn á ti domi agbada nù pé ọjà fẹ́ wọ́n ọjà wọn á ti mówó wọn á ti fi lé ọjà tiwa ẹ̀ kò ṣeé fowó lé bó ṣe wà yìí tá a bá fi 50 naira lé pálí bisikíìtì kan wọn ò ní rà torí wípé tí wọ́n bá tà àti mọye tán fẹ́ fi pa tó kò lè pè fún wọn ṣùgbọ́n àwọn ọjà míì wà tó yẹ pé kán máa ti gbọ́ pé kìnìkan owó àti ga ìyìn tún bá àwọn náà wí because tán bá tà níye tí ó bá dé tẹ́lẹ̀ tán bá fẹ́ lọ rà míì bówó ti fẹ́ rówó tán fẹ́ fi kún láti fi rà míì kọ́lọ́n kó ràn gbogbo wa lọ́wọ́ àtijọba àtàráàlú kọ́lọ́n kó ràn wá lọ́wọ́ o kọ́lọ́n kó bùkún fún orílẹ̀-èdè torí orílẹ̀-èdè yìí dáa púpọ̀ jù orílẹ̀-èdè tó ń ṣàn fún wàrà àti oyin ni téèyàn bá dé orílẹ̀-èdè míì yóò mọ̀ pé Ọlọ́run bùkún fún orílẹ̀-èdè yìí ṣùgbọ́n tó kọ́lọ́n kó wá pẹ̀lú gbogbo wa kọ́lọ́n kó ràn wá lọ́wọ́.
Àmì Alájà ẹ ṣé gan ni ma ajá máa wá. Whether you are a market regular or a weekend shopper, Ile-Epo Market remains a go-to for your fresh farm produce, for your baking, for your tin sachets, anything at all that you want to buy, just to stock your house, either for the week, either for just a meal, or for the month. You can now actually come here, and it's actually a place where you can do your negotiations with the farm produce. And also, The sachets and the canned ones are actually wholesale, so you get to buy at a very much cheaper and affordable price. And today, this is all we have for you on Market Today, and I remain Oyindamola Olukuta. And we'll be seeing you same time, same station next week. Don't touch the dial.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 2012, with the sport.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP-TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP-TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP-TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Live at the Echo Hotels and Suites for the 9th Afrima Awards, the All African Music Awards night, and it's lovely. Everyone is bustling, everyone is excited. We have a lot of nominees, people hoping they could win for this year's Afrima Awards night, and trust me, it's a lovely evening and we are all excited. So yes, we have a lot of people and I'm sure you don't want to miss every bit of it, so please don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Hi, good evening.
Hi guys, some boy Chella.
Some boy Chella, you get the vibe. You Chella, you know that song? I feel good. So good. Okay, so Chella, we like to meet you. You know a lot of people are still yet to know. So let's meet you.
I'm Chella. I do music, I do sweet melody. Nothing is less than sweet melody.
If you don't know, No. All right, so tell us, who styled you? Because I've been asking this question a lot of times. Your dressing is top notch. I'd like to know who styled you.
Okay, his name is Osabigi. Osabigi on Instagram. Yeah, that's his name. He styles me, inspired by me. You know, I inspire him and he styles me. That's it.
All right, so Chela, we are here at the Afrima, the 9th Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations this evening?
Yes, I mean, good vibes. I mean, expectations, I expect the good ones. I also expect to get one home. You know, it's not bad, you know, but yeah, I thank God for being nominated and yeah.
So tell me, as an artist, what can you say about African music?
Oof. I mean, we're doing good, you know, we're going wide. People are loving it, everybody, every part of the world, they're loving Nigeria, African sound for real, yeah. So, and you know, it's good, it's nice, and we feel good to like be able to reach out to them, to be able to like make them love our sound. And it's not even easy to make people love what they don't know, and to make them know it and also love it. So it's a nice thing, and Africans, our sound is sweet, and we know that. So it's natural, raw.
Yeah, you get the vibe.
Sweet melody. I love you guys so much. I don't know what to say. You know, this is my first time of collecting, you know. So I'm gonna say thank you to my fans. Thank you, Jesus Christ. Thank you, my family, for their prayers. Thank you, my team. Thank you, Chucky. Thank you, G-Sticks is my producer, and all my teams. I love you guys so much. Thank you.
Hi, good evening.
Yes, my dear.
How do you feel?
Feeling great, feeling good. 2026, you know?
You get it.
Well,
So you know that song, I feel good.
Da 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 da.
So good.
Pam pam.
So tell me, would like to know your name for you, please?
My name is Stoneboy, Stonebwoy from Ghana, representing Afro dancehall reggae music. You don't know.
If you don't know, you don't know. All right. Please, by the way, you look amazing.
Thank you.
Please, who styled you? Tell us.
This is from Kenneth Tete, one of the very amazing designers and fashion designers. Fashion. He makes these clothes. You feel me? We don't just put them together, and I co-put them together. You know, co-stylist. But the maker is Kenneth Tete from Ghana. Shout out to Kenneth. Yeah.
And yes, we are here at the 9th Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations for this evening?
Great moment, great experience from all performers and nominees. You know, another moment to escalate or elevate African music to the world, and we're here for it. You know, shout out to all the media teams, all the bloggers who are carrying our messages outside of the continent into the world. So you don't know, Afrima 9th edition, I'm out here for it. I'm like a pro of Afrima, you feel me? So some of us are here as enablers to the scheme, not only nominees, you feel me? Like having won 4 times in reggae dancehall category and being nominated right now as well. Best African music is just like blessings, you know, to still be here and doing it and contributing to the to this effect.
So as a musical artist, tell me, how do you see music in the whole? African music?
Music is a spiritual tool. It's a gift first and foremost, you know. It's a gift first and foremost that comes from the Most High. You can't force to buy that gift. You have to be gifted with it. Others may learn, others may get influenced, but we can see the differences with those who are purported with a gift to share. Basically, you're just speaking the heart and minds and emotions of people. You know what I'm saying? So that's the duty of musicians. Then African music definitely carries African soul, African spirit, African power, African stories, African energy, African vibes, African sound, African melodies. The list goes on and on and on. So that's what it is. To the world we go, Africa.
So tell me, what is Stonebwoy after Afrima? Because we'd like to know what's your next move.
Stonebwoy after Afrima is going to be songs, it's going to be visuals, it's going to be appearances, it's going to be continuous representation of African music in its diversified aspect. As long as I'm concerned, I represent for Afro beats, reggae, and dancehall. I still keep blending it, Afro dancehall. So we're going to give more and more and more of such and such. I'm just going to continue to contribute my quota to the whole, ecosystem of African music. So that's going to be it for Stonebwoy.
All right, I would like to ask this last question, and it has to be, if you're not doing music, what else would you be doing?
I'll be contributing to humanity same way, to the service of humanity, either ways.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening, good evening.
I'm so excited to see you. I can never turn back. You get the vibe? All right, so please, can we meet you?
It's Gaze Baba, Afro Gospel, Cultural Architects. Never forget the name.
Yes! So tell me, we are here at the Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations this evening?
Victory.
Victory is sure. So tell us, we've had a lot of music, gospel music especially. So how do you see this event has a lot, to pull out? So how do you see music generally? Is it evolving in the future? How do you see music right now?
I mean, music is moving, music is evolving. You're seeing it. You saw it with what we did with No Turning Back. Bring something like really old, bring it into this generation and make it connect with children as young as 2, as 1, are chanting the chorus, chanting the hook. We're grateful to God for that, and we're not going to stop. We're not going to stop.
So I would like to ask this question: what really inspired? Because I listened to your songs and they are really thrilling. Like I know that these songs, we are old songs, we do bring back those days, we sing those days. So what really inspired you bringing those kind of songs into this generation?
It wasn't like, it's not like a strategy.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just, I sang the song, a producer friend of mine was beside me, heard it, was like, let's do this. I'm like, okay, cool, let's do it. We get into the studio and God makes a miracle happen.
Right. All right, thank you so much. Hi, good evening.
Good evening, good evening.
How do you feel this evening? Tell me.
I did fine. I'm in Lagos, I enjoy.
So Lagos is giving you the vibes?
Lagos is the best. Foods, music, women, Nigeria is the best.
So tell me, you know the song, I feel good. So good.
Bam, bam.
Oh, that's the vibe.
James Brown.
Yes. So please tell me, can we meet you? We'd like to know your name.
My name is Suspect 95. I come from Ivory Coast. It's my first nomination tonight to Afrima, and I hope I win.
Oh, well, that's okay. That's the luck. He hopes he wins. And yes, so we are here live at the 9th Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations this evening?
I'm here to enjoy. I'm here to link up with other artists from all this country, Nigeria, South Africa, Tanzania. I enjoy, and I'm very proud to be there. I don't have any expectation. If I win, I win. If I don't win, I don't win.
So tell me, how do you see Nigerian African music on the large?
Nigerian music is
African music.
African music is, for me, is the best kind of music because our culture is in our music. Our language, our dialects, our dances. For me, African music is the best music in the world.
Oh, so you've been to Lagos right now. How has Lagos been treating you?
Again?
How has Lagos been treating you? Like, how do you feel around Lagos?
People in Lagos, people in Nigeria are very fine with Ivorians. We are African winners, so you treat us well. Yes.
So how do you see the African music in the future? How do you see African music in the future? How do you see it like revolving over and over again?
Upgrade. African music is the way the things go. African music in 28, 29, all over the world, we will be the bosses.
All right, thank you so much. Do have an amazing evening. Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
You look amazing. Please tell me who styled you. Thank you. So tell me, who styled you?
I'm dressed by Esther's today.
Ooh, she did a really good one.
She did.
Okay, so please can we meet you?
I am Sabrina Love, all the way from Cameroon.
Ooh, so we have some Cameroon in here. So tell me, this is the Afrima, the 9th Afrima. So what are your expectations this evening for the award?
I'm expecting to have fun. I've been having fun so far. Since the first day I came here, I've been having fun.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting to have more fun, and also I love a lot of artists that have been nominated. So I'm expecting all of them to win.
Nice. So do you want any artists to actually perform this evening?
Of course.
Okay, tell me who.
I love to see Kofi Olomide perform today because I love Rumba and I love Dombolo. Yes, and I feel like a lot of great performers are nominated. So I just want to keep the surprise in my head and feel everything live.
Clock it. All right, thank you so much. Do have an amazing evening. Hi, good evening.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm good. How do you feel?
I feel great. I hope there are drinks inside because I just don't want to watch music.
Oh wow, that's so interesting. So you're not here about the fun. You just want.
No, if the music, I watch the.
I would love to sit near you because I love people like this. You know, we are always realistic.
We need drinks.
Please.
Thank you.
The heat in Nigeria is too much.
The economy is too much.
All right. So tell me, we are here at the Afrima Awards this evening, and what are your expectations? Though you're not nominated or anything, but how do you feel about it?
I expect Charlie Poppy to win. I expect Rema. I expect Davido. I expect even Wizkid to win for best choreographed video.
Yeah.
But Davido to win best African collaboration. Burna Boy best album or best artist.
So tell me, what kind of genre of songs do you like listening to?
Eclectic. So I listen to all kinds and everything. I can listen to 28 Grams by Burna Boy. Then I switch to Lahore. From Lahore, I go way back to Lighter. Then I go to Olamide. I know new Olamide songs, old Olamide songs. I just jump around and then suddenly I just nuke everything and go back to
So tell me, the way you've narrated everything now, can you sing?
No, I can't sing, but I can rap.
Ooh, you get that. But don't rap yet, so just calm down.
No, I rap for money, not free.
Wow, I get it. So tell me, how do you see African music in general?
African music is a phenomenon. It's a culture now. It started, naysayers were saying, what are these Africans doing? Now they want to collaborate with us. I recently heard a song by Burna Boy and Mick Jagger from the Rolling Stones.
Yeah.
I'm like, can you imagine that? And that song, what was that song? It's Empty Chairs. That's the name of the song. I was like,
Burna Boy's lyrics are so,
Empty chairs. He says his enemies that used to be on the internet and on the streets, his enemies are now going to his sold-out shows looking for empty chairs.
Lines they cry. Oh my God! So actually, I know you're only here. You've already said you're not only here for the the songs,
for the drinks.
You're also here for the drinks.
Yes.
So do have a beautiful evening.
And if I see you, I'll throw a drink your way.
Oh my God! Thank you so. Hi, good evening, sir.
Good evening.
How you feeling?
I'm fine. I'm feeling good.
All right, you know the song. I feel good.
Yes, all the time. I take it to Fuji level.
Okay.
You started from America. First landing in Africa.
All right, please, we'd like to meet you.
Yes, my name is Dr. Adewale Ayuba, a Fuji musician. Born in Nigeria, loaded. Yes, sir.
All right, so we are here at the Afrima Awards evening, and it's the 9th, So what are your expectations for this evening? What do you expect this evening?
It's what I'm giving out that matters to me. Because I want to show it to them that this is Africa.
Yes.
I have a home advantage. People like 99% of your crowd knows your songs.
Yeah.
You give it to them fully.
Yeah.
That's it.
So we're talking about African music. Yes. How do you see African music in general?
I used to even calling it African music. It's already gone. I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you, if you see 10 producers, they want to, 9 out of them want to work for African singer.
That's true.
Because that is where the door, that's the new door that God just opened now.
Yes.
For African music. I'm telling you. And we are gifted. When you are talking about good rhythm, nice, melodious song, it's from Africa. I won't lie to you. Even the African singer, the American in America, they are the best. Am I lying? How come Africa is part of them?
Yes. So, I'd love to ask this question. A lot of people, the genre of songs we've heard, generally a lot. A lot of people love the Fuji. A lot of people love the kind of songs we do here. So, how do you see this in the future? How do you see music, African music? I know you've talked about African music and how do you see it evolving? Because there's a lot right now after Afrima. How do we see African music in the future?
You see, this is like 10 years or how long? Afrima. This is 9. Can you imagine? You can see that they are growing.
Yes.
And you know that even in all over the world, you can see that a lot of producers, a lot of DJs, they'll be blasting African music like no before. Yeah. So it shows that the doors is already open. You understand? So, and I know that we just need we African singers, we have to be very careful. At least be original. You understand? You have to compose a song that will be there for life, not just like a candle that burns and come down. And that is my own. We should seize this opportunity to make it better.
All right. So if you're not doing, I would love to ask the question, if you're not doing music, what else would you be doing?
That would be teaching. Teacher.
So why do you choose teaching?
Jesus Christ is a teacher now.
So you want to follow his ways. That's nice. All right. That's beautiful. Thank you so much. And do have a lovely evening. Hi, good evening.
Hello, Nigeria. Hello, Nigeria. I'm coming from Ivory Coast. So you know Nigeria, Ivory Coast is the same country.
So tell me, before going into what I want to ask you, how has Nigeria been treating you so good?
No, Nigeria is incredible. I like the place. I like the people. And Afrima is very excellent, meeting people, having some fun.
Okay. Yeah. So tell me, can we meet you please, your name?
My name is Milo, I'm from Côte d'Ivoire, I'm a gospel singer.
Ooh.
I sing for Jesus.
Oh yes, we rep in Jesus actually. We rep Jesus. All right, so we are here at the 9th Afrima Awards evening. So what are your expectations for this evening?
Oh, I think it will be a great moment.
Oh.
Great moment for Africa. People coming from everywhere, so I'm happy to see everybody, and we will praise the Lord. Ooh. I will sing Jesus tonight, so I think it will be a good time.
So how do you see African music, gospel music in all aspects? How do you see gospel music in the future? Right now with this event going on, how do you see gospel music moving forward?
Yeah, me, I really know French gospel music. Yeah. And it's like we are going upper and upper and upper. Yeah. And this kind of event is to show what we can do. So I'm really happy to be nominated. And we know that next year, we will have a lot of gospel francophone people who will come in Lagos to sing the gospel.
Okay, so thank you so much and do have a lovely and beautiful evening. Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
How do you feel?
I feel excited.
I feel good. So good. So tell me, can we meet you please?
Yeah, my name is El Nayan. I'm an artist and I'm out for one of the biggest awards in Africa. Yes, I'm excited.
Of course. And so it's the 9th edition of this Afrima.
Yes. Years consistently.
You could imagine.
Shout out to you, Afrima.
So what are your expectations this evening?
I want to see that tension where they're saying, and the award goes to, the tension. I want to just see, I want to experience that.
Oh my God. So what would you say about African music on the whole?
African music? Yeah. Man, like for the people that have been doing it before us and all of that, it has been so encouraging. And we that are coming, I'm sure them Wiz, OBO, everybody, they've told you that there are people coming. They are coming. Because they did one, we are doing 10. So you guys just chill. African music, you've not even seen the best of it yet.
Of course.
It's just starting.
All right, do have a beautiful evening. Thank you so much. Hi, good evening.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How do you feel? Tell me.
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling normal.
Really vibes, oh.
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling normal.
So you know the song, I feel good. So good.
I know that.
So please, can we meet you?
Hi, my name is Angel.
Yeah. So who is Angel? We'd like to know who Angel is because all this spice is not...
Okay, Angel is the stylist. I'm the stylist for tonight, the host. Fowl's the bad guy. So, yeah, stylist to the hosts.
So tell me, you styling the host, how has it been for you?
I think this is my third time on Afrima as a stylist, and it's a great feeling to be called back again. And also the host tonight is also a long-time client. You know, yeah, so it's a great feeling to be working on this.
Right?
Yeah.
All right. So, what are your expectations for this evening? Like, it's the night of Afrima Awards night, and it's already buzzing, and everyone is happy, excited. So, what are your expectations this evening?
I think I am expecting to see a lot of surprise right tonight because in the African space in the last 1 year, there's been a lot of surprises, a lot of surprising features. There's been a lot of people you don't even expect to see doing some certain kind of music. So I'm expecting to see a lot of surprises tonight and new great talents as well.
All right. Yeah. I forgot actually to tell you that you look amazing, by the way. All right. Okay, do have a beautiful evening. Thank you so much. Hi, good evening.
Hello, what's happening?
How do you feel?
Ecstatic.
Ooh. You know the song, I Feel Good. Ooh, so good. All right, so please, I would like to know you.
Yo, my name is Embrayo, aka The Pen. Singer, songwriter, producer.
So we are here at the Afrima Awards. Yeah. What are your expectations for this evening? Because it's all buzzing already. So what are your expectations?
Yeah, I'm just here to have fun, just enjoy the show. Whereas I don't know if you know, I was nominated for the Songwriter of the Year.
Of course.
Yeah, so that's why I'm here. Hopefully we take that home.
All right, and that's why I asked, how do you feel about this? Your expectations for this exactly?
I just want to have fun. There are not really any crazy expectations so far.
You don't want to have the victory?
Definitely, everybody wants to win. I want to win, though. Yeah.
All right. So, can you tell us about music? How do you see music generally right now? African music, basically.
Okay. We're at a place where the world is not watching us right now, and it's the best time to be alive. Yeah. Being, a musician and a songwriter, a creative in this space, coming from this part of the world. Yeah. So I'm just really happy, and I'm optimistic to what the future holds.
All right, okay, thank you so much, and do have a blast.
Thank you so much.
This evening. And guys, trust me, this is where we draw the curtain. I don't want to go, but then we have to. But trust me, the 9th Afrima Awards was just excellent. It was phenomenal, and I actually enjoyed myself, and I hope you did too, because everything was just good. And I know that you won't miss our next time on the Spotlight Show. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOPTV Live, and don't forget to follow us, please. And don't forget, my name is Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This is Spotlight. Bye for now.
VOPTV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight On Voice of the People Television, let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Eid Mubarak. Taqabbal Allahu minna wa minkum. May the joy of Eid bring peace, family warmth, and of course, accepted prayers to all. Juma Mubarak. Welcome to the program. It is People's Voice on VOP TV, where seeing stories shape the narrative. And of course, today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the headline and sparking conversation across the nation. 2027 governor seat, gatekeepers versus grassroots. There's quite a very serious conversation there because if you look at the political landscape and of course the trajectory so far that we've been seeing in our gubernatorial area or the sectors, you would agree with me that we usually have the predecessors and the successors and the anointed son and the godfather situation, and we'll be talking about that particular one and of course a more conversation today on the show. Join the conversation with expert insight and citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other stories with details. Abga clarifies Abaribe was suspended, not expelled. Abga leader told a press conference, of course, that Senator Inaya Abaribe was only suspended for alleged anti-party activities and later resigned. They urged him to vacate his Senate seat, accusing him of misleading the public by claiming expulsion. Abaribe counters that particular one. He said that the infinite suspension left him effectively partyless. And of course, he cited precedent of defectors keeping their seats. This is another drama that will be unfolding in the Senate as we speak, because most senators are actually, against that particular defection. But we'll see how this particular drama would unfold. Let's move away from that particular and talk about the NSA office now. Calls grow to strengthen Nigeria's NSA office amid security threats. Analysts say the office of the National Security Advisor remains a pivotal for lax and the institutional depth and clear authority to coordinate fast-moving threats like insurgency, banditry, and cybercrime. They urge a permanent analyst corps and, of course, a sharper crisis command role without turning the NSA into a field commander to boost Nigeria's security response. This particular one is coming amid all of this security situation, and we've been talking about this over and over again. We want our NSA to be properly structured. We want so much to be beefed up when it comes to that particular, department, because without, a working, and a prolific and a proactive NSA, I don't think the country, will be safe to an extent when it comes to intelligence, gathering. All right, so let's move from there and come to the NLC portal now. NLC wants leaders. You can't govern ghosts as Nigeria bleeds. The Nigerian Labour Congress, in a Salah message, said the country is bleeding from worsening security, citing Maiduguri bombings, and urged political leaders to end violence ahead 2027 general elections. One that They cannot govern ghosts, okay? It's called on authorities to prioritize peace over ambition and power politics. Of course, you would agree with me that this also came from Senator Ndumi as well, because he called on the president and he said that the people who wants to vote you are the ones being killed. So you should leave politics alone. You should forget about 2027 and make sure that Borno is also safe. Yeah? So this is not just about Borno, in as much as this is, the state that has been hit for now, or that has been, one of the, biggest deficits when it comes to this calamity, this particular, bad or wrong situation that has been happening to, us in this country when it comes to our security, situation. But Borno has taken a very large share of, this effect. And that's the reason why when we saw, that particular data that has to do with IDP camps, Borno housed over 1 point something million IDP camps, all around that particular state. And it's a conversation that we cannot just, take lightly. So we just hope that our government would do more and do better when it comes to our security situation in this country. Let us move on to the deal that the Nigerian government actually signed. The president and, of course, every of his entourage, that accompanied him down to the UK. Nigerian UK seal £746 million Lagos Port upgrade deal during Tinubu's London visit by a West African leader in 37 years. Britain and Nigeria agreed a £746 million plan to refurbish Lagos Apapa and Tinkan Port, including a £70 million British steel contract for 120,000 tons of steel. UK Export Finance is backing the loans with at least £236 million in contracts following two UK firms. Talk also covered trade, terrorism, climate change, and of course, a new MOU is expected. All right, some people have actually criticized this particular journey, but for us here, we'll just give you the information that you need to know. As the journey conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOBTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOBTV, and of course, on YouTube, with Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be taking the conversation here. 2027 governors' seats, gatekeepers versus grassroots. Who would prevail? You don't go nowhere, please. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on Voice of People Television. The race to replace 10-term limited governors, Lagos, Oyo, Bauchi, Ogun, Yobe, Borno, Adamawa, Gombe, Nasarawa, and Kwara is already reshaping Nigeria's political landscape more than a year before the January 16, 2027 presidential election and, of course, National Assembly elections. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, Seyi Makinde, Bala Mohammed, and their peers can't run again. So aspirants are mobilizing alliance, shifting and zoning debates are flaring. In Lagos, the ABC holds all the cards. The field is packed. Speaker Mudashiru Obasa, former Speaker and Chief of Staff Femi Gbajabiamila, our Deputy Governor Obafemi Amzat, Chief of Staff Tayo Ainde, and even President Tinubu's son, Seyi Tinubu, are mentioned alongside former Governor Akinwumi Ambode and others quietly consulting. Of course, analysts says Tinubu's preferences will likely decide the ticket. With the Governors Advisory Council playing a supporting role, opposition party, PDP, Labour Party, ADC have declared hopefuls. Gbadebo Revival, Jandor, Funsho Doherty, but they remain marginal in a state. The APC has actually held this particular state since 1999. And of course, Oyo's PDP is also there defending its advantage, but internal fractures are evident. Contenders include Education Board Chair Nureni Adeniran, Speaker Adebo Ogundoyin, former Finance Commissioner Bimbo Adekombi, and of course, a veteran strategist Taufik Arapaja. The APC counters with Minister of Power Adebayo Delabu, Senator Sharafaddin Ali, and several others, while zoning pressure, Muslim versus Christian Ibadan versus other zones complicates calculations. And of course, Nasarawa is also reportedly a very serious one there. It has more than 30 aspirants from across APC, PDP, SDP, ADC, and NNPP, reflecting fierce competition even within the ruling party. Other states show similar patterns: APC dominance in Ogun, Yobe, Borno, Adamawa, Gombe, and Kwara invites crowded primaries, while Bauchi's PDP wrestle with its own internal crisis. Because governorship elections are slated for February 6, 2027, 2 weeks after the presidential vote, the outcome will be a barometer of party cohesion and Tinubu's influence. Early jockeying and, of course, defections and alliance talks suggest that internal party contests may matter more than internal party battles in many of the states. This is quite a very serious one there. And the reason why I love this is because they are going to be happening simultaneously. And when we use the word gatekeepers versus grassroots, of course, you should understand that the gatekeepers are the present governors who wants to pick their own anointed sons. They are now godfathers. They are the gatekeepers that would actually say, oh, we're lifting up this person's hand. This is the person you should vote for. And of course, how they get to get their way through the primaries, to make the party, faithfuls vote for their person. And I believe you understand all of these dynamics. But the grassroots now matters because the grassroots would actually decide who they want to govern them. And that is where the mixed, conversation, will be setting in this wonderful afternoon. When I'm being joined by Comrade Rex Elanu, a public affairs analyst, member AAC, and advocate for good governance. Good afternoon, Comrade.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
Comrade, how is Abuja today? Thank you for joining.
Well, Abuja is hot, and of course, our AEDC have been doing what they've known how to do best, take the light away from us, and that's a conversation for another day.
But, comrade, by now, I was thinking you should be dressed like me, going out to see friends and, your Muslim brothers and sisters where they have to give you ram, give you,
I would have loved to wear, a big agbada. In fact, some of my Muslim friends are actually waiting for me to join them, but
I thought as
the
much.
weather is not permitting me. And in the words of Fela, the weather no good, so if you dress like gentleman.
I totally understand. You're welcome on board, comrade. All right, joining us in the studio, we have Mr. Ekundayo Lawai, social and political analyst. You're welcome on board, sir.
Thank you.
Juma Mubarak, Eid Mubarak.
Thank you.
Hope you have also budgeted your RAM and all of that. And after the show, you'll be going somewhere.
No, my own is Easter.
Okay.
So I celebrate with everybody.
No, of course. No, but if you have Muslim,
all human beings.
If you have Muslim friends and brothers, you can actually just
even if you are idol worshippers, maybe traditional worshippers, I will still felicitate with you.
Okay, of course, freedom of religion. That's the idea. All right, I don't know if you would want to respond to any of the news stories before we go straight to the main conversation, or can we just break it off like that?
I wish to respond to that one that NLC said, even though NLC said that giant dragon that is just sick with no tooth somewhere there. But what they said holds a lot, that you can't govern ghosts. That's a lot of meaning, because no matter what you have done, no matter what you want to do, and the people you are doing it for are already, most of them are dead. Who's going to enjoy it? Who are you doing it for? Because every now and then, almost it's now become a norm in which a day will not pass, or a week will not pass, or 2 days where you will not hear mass death of Nigerians as a result of terrorists, bandits, or maybe kidnapping, and then they are looking for a way to pay ransoms. And it has become a norm. I mean, because no other thing the government can achieve, nothing you can talk about your achievement if your people are not secure, if your people keep dying based on the fact that it's not their fault. Because when I say it's not their fault, it means that it is the responsibility, primary responsibility of the government to protect its citizens. So it's the duty of the government, it's not their duty. Now, we keep seeing death every day. Even at the day the president was traveling to UK to have a banquet or a gala night, Nigerians are being killed in mass. So that caps everything up. You can't rule over ghosts. Any other thing, no achievement.
Okay, I understand the significance of this particular conversation. And of course, I love the fact that you picked it up from this particular angle. And one of the conversation that actually disturbed me over the weekend, of course, we are moving into a new weekend. But yes, the last weekend, the just concluded one. A chieftain in this nation, went to see the president. And upon coming out from the State House, I was surprised about what he said. He said the president has done well and is doing his best. And not only that, he said the president has really done his best on every phase. And he said there is nowhere the president has not done, well, and it doesn't need improvement. We just need to support the president. And these are the people that should understand the nation, more than we do. Talking about a state, Benue, and, looking at Borno, Maiduguri, who happens to be the state of the vice president. We know how insecurity has actually, taken toll on this nation. Yet you still have people, of this caliber coming out to say that this administration has done well on every phase. Is it not a thing of concern for us?
I don't know what I'm going to say, because there's a big word I want to say, but I'll hold it.
It's an elder statement.
It's not an elder statement. It's not. Because
go on is.
It's not an elder statement. Elder statement over ghost or IDP camp. In your state, you have IDP camps, and you are telling the president has done good job, is doing very well. That what is happening now is the normal thing, is the norm that's supposed to happen to Nigeria. Is it what he's saying? That they can't go beyond this because this is the best and it's very good and it's acceptable before Nigerians. That's not an elder statesman. An elder statesman is somebody in which everybody, respects based on what you say, who you carry along, and how people see how you care for them. Do you know how many IDP camps are in Benue? Savior. Do you know how many IDP camps in his own area? That is go on. Do you know the meaning of IDP camp? It's like they take you away from your house,
course, and they
put you on the street for you to remain there because you cannot go into your house.
And one of the biggest
somebody pass by and say you are fine. Why you are fine.
Yes, and one of the biggest problems is that we've never for now seen any of the people that were displaced in these camps that were given the opportunity to return back to their community.
No, not a single one. And they are even they are in a serious trauma in that place. Those people, because one, you can't go to work. Somebody can be in IDP camp and say he wants to go to work and come to IDP. Maybe you are working in a place. Maybe you are working in a bank or in a place like this. You are doing well. You go to work and then you find yourself the next day in IDP camp. Can you go from IDP camp to your work place? That means that place, their source of living is shut down.
They now depend on the government.
They depend on the
NGOs
government.
who can actually come to their rescue.
Occasionally, you get. So they are already psychologically, morally, traumatized. They have not been returned back. Even if they return them back to their former places now, it will still take time to rehabilitate them. And then it's somebody you called elder statesman come out to say, hey, it's fine where they are. they are okay. They are. How many times has he gone to visit those people? Okay. You are calling such a person an elder statement. Who made him an elder statement? He has been demoted.
Since this is not the major conversation here, of course, it was part of the news story. So we'll just have to take a lift from that particular one and move to the major conversation here. Thank you so much, Mr. Lawa, for that wonderful submission. Let me bring in my comrade now. Comrade, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, comrade, we're talking about the 2027 governor seats, gatekeepers versus grassroots. Of course, we all know who the gatekeepers are, you know. We are talking about the people who preside over, you know, all internal election before we actually see elections. You know, people who actually anoint, you know, their godsons and say this is the person that should actually become the next governor. And this is actually happening, you know, simultaneously in over 10 states as we speak, you know, where all their tenures, you know, would be over in 2027. And of course, they would need a new governor to take over from them. I took you through, you know, different states, Lagos, Ogun, the likes, you know. And I would like us to pick it up from Lagos, where the president is from. And you'd agree with me that the president has actually been in control of this state since 1999 till date. Tinubu Sinaseku dominates Lagos, of course, but I would like to look at this particular, you know, dynamics of our Nigerian, you know, political landscape. If you look at this whole situation of anointing God's son and things like that, you agree with me that after Tinubu left, he brought in Fashola. After Fashola, they brought in Ambode, and Ambode at some point had a fallout with them. They removed him and bring in, you know, they brought in Sanwo-Olu, who is there now. Now, the same thing, you know, was about to happen in River State, where, you know, Odile handed over to Amechi to Wike, and Wike now gave it to Fubara. Fubara wanted to show up, and he said, I think I have to remove, you know, this young boy before he finished me and all of that. But the president actually intervened. If you look at even to my state, Akwa Ibom State, you know, Obon Victor Atta moved it from in, you know, he gave it to Udom Emmanuel. Udom Emmanuel, he gave it to Akpabio. Akpabio gave it to Udom Emmanuel. Udom Emmanuel, you know, fell out with Akpabio. Now Udom Emmanuel gave it to Umoino, who is there now presently. Now Umoino has actually jumped to settle with Akpabio. They've actually kicked Udom Emmanuel out of, you know, the picture. So when you look at this whole situation, what does this have to say? You know, I can go on and on and on in different states, you know. Of course, it happened also in a Delta state where, you know, before Okowa would come in, you know, we have the likes of Peter, we have the likes of, what's this man's name again that I'm actually, you know,
Uduagan.
No, that before Uduagan, I'm trying to remember the godfather of that particular state again. You know,
Ibori.
Of course, yes, Ibori, yes. So James Ibori moved it to Uduagan to, you know, Okowa. But if you remember what happened, you know, in that particular election, when the former governor who handed it over to Sheriff, when he actually looked at the whole situation, and he said, this David Edevie who was to come in would look like this Fubara situation. You know, Okowa. What Okowa did immediately was to remove him, and he actually fixed in Sheriff in a very dire minute when it comes to, you know, their primaries, if you remember what happened, you know, in Delta State. So if we look at the whole political landscape of Nigeria, this godfatherism situation, you know, has been back and forth. But what can you say as regards to the effect of the gatekeepers and, of course, that of the grassroots?
Well, you see, Nigerians must understand that our political elite class have made up their mind. They are resolute. They've decided they are not turning back on this mechanism and system of godfathers and godsons, godfatherism, as you call it. But the victims of this, their culture, remains the common people. So it's up to us to decide what we want to be our fate, politically, or if we want to allow those who have benefited from this godfatherism system continue to benefit. And one thing you must understand is that godfathers are not really, godfathers do not choose or anoint their godson based on, some attributes that are going to be beneficial to the state or the electorate in terms of their capacity or their qualification or their, track record or, antecedent. It's usually based on two major factors. It's one, loyalty. Two, that the godfathers can have access to state resources. Those are the two pillars that, this system stands upon. And whether or not the godson, we've seen cases where the godsons are loyal. We've seen cases where the godsons, try to rebel. And of course, the consequences of rebelling your godfather comes to play. But we must understand that whether or not the godsons are loyal, disloyal, the people will always suffer. In instances where the godsons are usually disloyal, perhaps because they want to, they are disloyal because they want to impress the people, carry out some activities in the states, do some projects and make a name for themselves. You see that the godfathers begin to, activate all machineries for removing. And look at the Tinubu you are talking about. When the people of Lagos were getting excited about how Ambode was governing, even though in our standard as the AAC, that's not actually what we expect from government. But when the people of Lagos were beginning to get excited and satisfied and even thinking about giving Ambode a second chance, the godfather said no, and that mattered even more than the electorates. And if the Lagos state people are not careful, we have a classic example of godfather, godson situation by the time Sheyi Tinubu is installed upon them as their governor. In fact, that time around, we won't even know, it will not be a matter of whether it's loyal or disloyal. And you can imagine when it gets to that point, there's nothing about democracy in terms of evidence of democracy that the people of Lagos can expect. So one of the issues that the electorate should be focused upon is democracy, true democracy, that gives the people the power to elect their leaders, not some people who will just make arrangements and hand over tickets to their godsons and use state resources to ensure that they put those people into power and begin to put a stronghold on them to get access into the same state resources and to get loyalties to the point that some godfathers will even appoint the commissioners that the governors will work with. And in the African Action Congress, this is what we've always... I saw you wrote member of African Action Congress. Yes, I am. But I'm also the national publicity secretary of our party. So to an extent, I can speak on behalf of what our ideals are, especially as it regards, godfatherism and godson and the negative effect it has had over the electorates and democracy as a whole since 1999. Look at what's happening in Kogi State, where Yaya Bello is apparently having his third term with so much steez and swag.
Okay, comrade, comrade. At some point, I think they actually, escaped, my line of thought. I was to mention that particular state, and to allow you add that particular, because till date, as we speak, for all of the functions, I follow Kogi politics a lot. For all of the functions that we have seen Yahaya Bello and his godson, Adodo attend, I have never seen the governor sit on the governor's seat. It is Yaya that sits there, and he sits somewhere else. He sits on the next seat. That is not the official seat of the governor.
Of course, that's loyalty. That's the kind of people they call loyal people. And you see, if we allow this system of politics continue, people who are deemed loyal by godfathers often rise in their political careers because he's loyal. He will be recommended for the next political. If he's going for Senate, they will say, the caucus of his kind in politics will say he's loyal. But if people like Fubara who come out, it's not as if Fubara is a good leader. It's not as if Fubara was chosen by the people, but because Fubara tried to rebel against his godfather, people like that don't ascend their political career because they are deemed disloyal. So whether loyal or disloyal, I'm trying to say that the people will always suffer the detriment of this system, because if you are loyal, you will become subservient like Ododo. You will be unable to even sit on the governor's seat, and someone like Yaya Bello will be enjoying his third term in office, and of course he will have a strong influence and interference in your budget, in your cabinet, in your policies, even using state funds that should be used for the state to prepare for the next elections, because these same men have created a system that makes election very expensive. Buying a nomination form in their party alone is not what common Nigerians can afford to buy. So even if you are disloyal, like the case of Fubara, You see that your state will be dragged where a governor can be suspended for almost half a year. Someone else is brought in to run the state, make it for them to run the next election. And when they are satisfied, they tell you that Tinubu as a father has mediated over his son's disagreement and he has brought Fubara back. And Fubara stays there as a puppet, not even knowing his left from his right. So either ways, the people who suffer is the electorate, whose commonwealth will be looted, with outright impunity. So it's up to us. We have a choice because we are not totally helpless. Because most times Nigerians tell you that how do we even help ourselves when we can't even afford to buy these forms that are really expensive? That is why we have the African Action Congress, where we don't sell nomination form, where we don't even accept people because they have money, but because they key into the ideals, the consciousness and ideology of our party. Because it's about democracy. This is where the people must take their stand and decide not to have this system of Godfather being rewarded with no resistance at all, being rewarded with cheers. When these guys come to the community to share palliatives or to share palliatives to people who they deliberately make poor, you see people clapping, singing, youth group, women group, tying different rappers and making so much ceremony for them. And at the end of those ceremonies, we go back to those same policies that have not helped us. What is their policy on education? What is their policy on healthcare? Of government? You see that nothing happens. Buhari, who was called Megeskia in quotes, the very corrupt late Buhari, President Buhari, whose children are still begging for Nigerians to forgive their father. He tried how many times, and Emilukon said, "Oh Lule," that he was crying and he had to help him. This was because Godfathers, Tinubu and Co. and Amechi and all the coalition of Godfathers came together in the name of APC and installed Buhari. And you saw that when Buhari got into power, 6 months after he was sworn in, he couldn't even select his cabinet. That's because the Godfathers will have to select the cabinet, push it to you, and you people are selected to work with me.
Okay, comrade.
So, yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for that particular wonderful submission, in as much as I know you still have so much to say. But I'd like to quickly, take you on this so that you can, we're trying to follow up time. Over 30 aspirants in Nasarawa alone, are actually waiting, to become the next governor. Is this LD democracy or a marketplace where the highest bidder, wins? And of course, across these 10 states, gatekeepers control primaries. What level do you think the grassroots members really have? I'd like to take this simultaneously before I come back to the studio, please.
Okay, well, you see that you said you ended by saying what roles the electorates really have. You were trying to even say how helpless, you were trying to point out how helpless the electorates seem. But the truth is that whose votes are counted on election day? The electorates.
But the primaries decides it first. The primaries decides it first.
And that is why I took you back to options that we have, like the African Action Congress. The African Action Congress doesn't sell its nomination form. You earn it because the people want you, the people believe you, they've identified you as a leader that has their interest at heart. And it's very easy for people to come. And even during our primaries in the AAC, the candidates have to debate and convince members of the party that they are sincere with the policies they are bringing on board or what they want to come and do as leaders. So if we continue to run around the circle of these same old parties, whether it's the APC, is the ADC, is the PDP, is the LP, these are a bunch of the same political baboons, as I like to call them, because it's always monkey they walk, baboon they chop. They have nothing to offer Nigerians. We should stop analyzing and discussing these guys. It's high time we swept these guys out of our political scenery and begin to face ideological parties that can bring candidates that compete in the interest of Nigerian people. If we continue to wait, how much did Umahi buy form for his son in Ebonyi State to contest local government chairman? 30 million naira. If I was in that state and I know, of course, I can do better than even Umahi, not to talk of his son, would I have 30 million to go and throw buying the form that I'm not sure of even winning the primaries when delegates will also be bought during the primaries? Do you have money to buy delegates after buying the at that kind of exorbitant rates? Do you have the kind of big monies to go around campaigning and eventually buy votes as they usually do during elections? No. So it's a waste of our energy to continue to analyze or think of how the gatekeepers or the electorates have any role to play when you have parties that are not designed for true democracy. They are parties that are designed for particular class of people, elite capitalists who are always there to pillage the commonwealth of Nigerians. And if we continue to run around them in circles, we will be on this program and we'll get old. Our children will continue to analyze the same things. And all this analysis will bring is just paralysis. African Action Congress, it's an option that Nigerians should begin to think about. Women, when we came in 2018, women automatically had a 25% discount. And when I say discount, it's not because we buy forms, because of course you have to pay your dues and there are some certain administrative costs you have to cover, which is the cheapest you could ever think of. People living with disability, teachers, whether retired or serving, people who are honorably discharged from service, paramilitary service or military service, all these categories of people, students, corpers, all these categories I'm listing, we're having very nice waivers such that it was free of charge entirely for them. So if a party has brought up such policies to create a level playing ground for true leaders to emerge without thinking of whether I have millions to spend or not, then why are we still dilly-dallying, running around those who destroyed our past?
Okay. Thank you so much, our comrade, for that wonderful submission. Let me bring it back to the studio now. Mr. Lawa, I know you have so much to say as well. But just like what, comrade has said, talking about ideological convictions, defections are accelerating. And of course, as some would say, ideological convictions are dead. Which has actually replaced, access to incumbent resources. So many people believe in incumbency. So many people believe that, the governor will just pick his next, appointed son and it will just be a free flow. Let us talk about Lagos that we're here presently, Lagos that we live in. Opposition parties are actually marginal in Lagos. So should they boycott, primaries and build from local government levels, or should they still go ahead to contest? We're looking at the heavyweights that APC have actually, dropped on their table. They've not even picked one yet. What do you think as regards to, the upcoming gubernatorial election that is, that Lagos awaits to see?
See, there's nothing like a heavyweight when it comes to politics.
Okay.
There's nothing. People just say heavyweight. No, it's not.
Some people actually said if Ambode should come back, that nobody, even the opposition party, would allow him go.
That is why I said there's nothing like heavyweight in politics.
Okay.
Politics is simply how to, maneuver yourself through the minds of majority.
Okay.
How you can convince majority. Somebody can come from nowhere and beat somebody who has been, a big person who is so popular, and then you see a very minor person who doesn't even have, will just beat you off.
We seldom see that in Nigeria.
It happens occasionally.
Okay, that's
yes,
why I said
even happened in Lagos here now, where you have a Labour winning an election that didn't even campaign. During the time Obi was reigning, and at 2023, you have one or two Labour party in the House of Reps, that won without even campaigning. You get, so there's nothing like heavyweight. That is why, if you see the political system we have now, all these people you call heavyweight, they are so afraid, they are so unstable, they are so, naked. That is why you see them trying everything possible to make sure that they can influence the votes, not the majority. They can influence, the decision that will eventually say this is a winner. For example, if you look at a INEC, can you tell me how many of those laws that INEC brought out that is standard? Out of this reform, this electoral reform, can you mention those electoral reforms that we have currently has been signed by the president that is standard, that is internationally accepted, that is fair? Can you mention one or two? Why are they afraid? If they know that they are heavyweights, they will not be afraid now. It's just an easy go for them, but they are afraid. You are telling me, look at it. You are afraid of electronic transmission of results. Is that not a fear for somebody who would say, hey, I am a heavyweight, a godfather of politics, and is afraid? You remove a certificate forgery. That certificate forgery is not something that can be used to qualify
till now we're
a
still all shocked in the country.
And this is the only country in the world, not even country, even in an organization, a non-governmental organization, or in a company, that something like that will ever go. Do you see it? That in a company, the head of the company will say, no, certificate is not something you can use as a yardstick to say whether this person is qualified for this post or not. So where in the whole world, where? You can't even use it in primary school or secondary school to move from one class to another. somebody in primary 2, you now say, no, say no, his certificate with performance is no, certificate is not what we are going to use to admit.
Let's just promote the person.
Let's just promote. That's a fake certificate. Is where in the, and you call yourself heavyweight. And then you show
I think Mr. Lawal
of fear.
I think Mr. Lawal is angry with that particular word heavyweight.
No, because you know what? It's a national disgrace to Nigeria that this kind of law could be in Nigeria. It's a national disgrace. That means they are telling us in that house, that Senate, that all of them have questionable certificates. Do you get what I'm saying? Because if your certificate, you have your certificate, you boast of it. Can you pass that law? Can you? I'm asking, can anybody pass? Even in primary, secondary school, you can't tell a student, they will frown at it. And then our Senate passed such a bill. And then you are telling me they are heavyweight. Of what? Heavyweight is never afraid of the grassroots. So you can see so many things that we have created in order to do all this, what we call mago. So that's why you see all of them lining up, 30 candidates for a political party. 30, 20. Why? Because they know that it is not about performance, it's about who put you there.
Talking about who puts someone there, if an incumbent governor backs a weak successor, for example, for loyalty, does party democracy, become meaningless? I would like to get that part, because sometimes, just like what Comrade said, when you look at Adodo of Kogi State, some would actually say, oh, this one is loyal, even if they know that this particular person cannot actually perform. They will still pick this particular, person and say, this would be my successor. What do you have to say as regards to, situations like that being forced on the people? We've seen it happen in several states.
That is why, you get it? That's why we have this rubbish. Let me use the word rubbish. You get it? Going on all over what we call politics. This is not politics, for God's sake. This is not politics. Go and look at the definition of politics. I did science. You did art. It's even in your area. But I took time to study this thing, theoretically and in practice. Look at it internationally, locally. And I discovered that we are doing nothing that has to do with politics here at all. Talk less of saying we are doing democracy. Because politics is what are your ideology. People want to listen to what you have to offer. You say it. And the people then follow you. Even if you are going to influence at the background, you will come out and prove yourself. But it's only in Nigeria that you really see the person who is a candidate coming out, or contest an aspirant coming out to try to convince the people. Somebody will sit somewhere, and then before you know it, this person wins the election. Is that politics? That's not politics, for God's sake. So we are not practicing politics in Nigeria, and we are never practicing democracy. Because democracy has nothing to do with what we are doing at all. How can a governor sit, and then somebody who is not a governor will sit in the seat of a governor? How's that possible? It's like because you influence a judge to be in a seat, to get that judge, to be a judge. And then you are the one sitting in a seat. Anytime you sit, you are the one to sit, you will sit on the floor.
They say it is out of respect, and because...
What type of respect is
he even said that this is my father, Didn't you also see in the video where the former governor was actually telling the House of Assembly members, you must work with him. They were all prostrating, and, he was all talking to them. Okay, lastly, Mr. Lawal, before I go back to Comrade, we are pressed for time now. If you look at the whole list that we've been seeing, across 10 states, we've not seen anywhere where women are actually enlisted. And of course, we heard that the daughter of the former president of this nation, President Obasanjo, that she also wants to contest. Yes, that she wants to also contest, but we're not even seeing, the name of any woman, on any of their lists. So what is really going on? Is it like a woman cannot actually become a governor? Because we saw what happened in Adamawa, and, overnight it was changed off, and the lady actually lost. So what's happening? Is it like gubernatorial candidacy or becoming a governor in Nigeria as a female is quite difficult.
No, there are two things to that.
Okay.
There are so many things that influence it. The major ones are one, religion. There are some areas in this country, because of their religion, they will never allow a woman, because to them, women are inferior to men. You understand what
in
I'm
this
saying?
2026, we're still believing in all of this ideology. I understand.
Now.
Please go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Then in some other ones, because the godfathers, don't see these women as, well, let me just, this one as, so they have a focus on the men. We have women doing very well, not all over the world, even in Nigeria. One of the best reps we can ever have in this country that we ever had up to now is still Natasha Uduaghan. That's still one of the best reps we ever had in this country.
Okay.
That's one of the, if not the best rep we ever had.
Okay, okay.
I would say she's one of the best. As of because she's acting what a rep's supposed to do. You are a rep. You need to represent your people. You need to fight and get it for your people. You don't go there and smile. You go there and fight. You see, when I watch, especially Britain, you see, I find it interesting. See the way that House of Commons behaves. The Prime Minister is a commoner by the time he entered that house. Do you know that? The Prime Minister that controls the whole United Kingdom, the moment he entered that House of Commons, he becomes an ordinary rep. See the way they tear him into pieces. You see the way he shakes and fear. So when he's coming in, he comes in prepared. But here, when the president gets to the House of Reps, House of our own reps in Nigeria here, they stand up
or
sing,
Senate.
They stand up and sing.
Okay.
The mandate we shall stand.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Lawa. Let me quickly take concluding thoughts from Comrade. Hello, Comrade, are you there? Hello, Comrade. Okay, I think we're having a network glitch there. Comrade, I would have wanted you to respond to this rising primary cost of favor money bags that has been going on. Who funds this aspirant? And of course, what strings comes, attached with it? But since the network is not allowing you, this is how far we can actually go. Thank you so much, Mr. Lawa. I think we would have to adjourn this conversation to next week. We'll look into it. It's a developing story. Since the election has not been done, so it's a developing story. We'll look into it again, some other time.
Please,
so we can actually. Okay.
I expected. I expected the media houses to be doing one or two opinion polls. You do this opinion polls of people about the direction of the government, what they feel. Look at that, the one they did about Trump.
Okay, so when it gets to polls, I think we've not gotten there yet, but as soon as we get close to the election period, we would actually do all of that, and of course, reassessment and reevaluation. We'll do all of that, and I think you should be part of the panels as well. So thank you so much, Mr. Lawa, for being part of the show today. Yes, this is how far I can actually go on the show. And don't forget, coming up next is a locker room. If you love the world of sport, football to be precise, I'd like you to stay put. Enjoy yourself. It's actually a moment for you to reflect. And we'll just pray that Almighty Allah would grant all our heart desires. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will last. Whatsoever you face will soon be over. And you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
In a world where power shakes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's about that shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Shaka, who was born in 1787, died September 22nd, 1828. Zulu chief, founder of Southern Africa's Zulu Empire. He is credited with creating a fighting force that devastated the entire region. His life is the subject of numerous colorful and exaggerated stories, many of which are debated by historians. Shaka was the son of Senzangakona, chieftain of the Zulu, and Nandi, an orphaned princess of the neighboring Langeni clan. Because of his parents belonged to the same clan, their marriage violated Zulu custom, and the stigma of this extended to the child. The couple separated when Shaka was 6, and Nandi took her son back to the Lengani, where he passed a fatherless boyhood among a people who despised his mother. In 1802, Langeni drove Nandi out, and she finally found shelter with the Desheni, a subclan of the powerful Mtetwa. When Shaka was 23, Dingiswayo, the Mtetwa paramount chieftain, called up Shaka's Letsani age group for military service. For the next 6 years, he served with brilliance as a warrior of the Mtetwa Empire. Senzagakona died in 1816, and Dingiswayo released Shaka from service and sent him to take over the Zulu, which at this time probably numbered fewer than 1,500, occupying an area on the White Mfolozi River. They were among the smallest of the more than 800 Eastern Nguni Bantu clans, but from the day of Shaka's arrival, they commenced their march to greatness. Shaka ruled with an iron hand from the outset, melting out instant death for the slightest opposition. His first act was to reorganize the army. Like all the clans, the Zulu were armed with oxide shields and spindly throwing spears. Battles were little more than brief and relatively bloodless clashes in which the outnumbered side prudently gave way before extensive casualties occurred. Shaka first armed his men with long-bladed, short-hafted stabbing assegais, which forced them to fight at close quarters. He then instituted the regimental system based on age groups quartered at separate kraals and distinguished by uniform markings on shields and by various combinations of headdress and ornaments. He developed standard tactics which the Zulu used in every battle. The available regiments, known collectively as the Impi, were divided into 4 groups. The strongest, termed the chest, closed with the enemy to pin him down, while 2 horns raced out to encircle and attack the foe from behind. A reserve, known as the loins, were seated nearby with its back to the battle, so as not to become unduly excited, and could be sent to reinforce any part of the ring if the enemy threatened to break out. The battle was supervised by indunas, or officers, who used hand signals to direct the regiments. An MP consistently covered 50 miles a day, living off grain and cattle requisitioned from the kraals it passed, and accompanied by boys who carried the warriors' sleeping mats and cooking pots. In 1827, Nandi died, and with his mother's death, Shaka became openly psychotic. About 7,000 Zulus were killed in the initial paroxysm of his grief, and for a year no crops were planted, nor could milk, the basis of the Zulu diet staple, be used. All women found pregnant were slain with their husbands, as were thousands of milch cows, so that even the calves might know what it was to lose a mother. Early in 1828, Shaka sent the Impi south in a raid that carried the warriors clear to the borders of the Cape Colony. They had no sooner returned, expecting the usual season's rest, Then he sent them off to raid far in the north. It was too much for his associate and two of his half-brothers, Dingane and Mlangana, together with an Induna named Mbopa, murdered him in September of that year.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
(2027) APC working to re-amend Electoral Act to make Tinubu sole candidate, exclude others. Tinubu signs deal with UK to send foreign criminals to Nigeria. Nigeria signs £764 million deal to renovate ports a year after 700 million naira port renovation contract to Chagori. Good evening and welcome to Political Lens. I am Chukwuma Okoro. We are broadcasting on Metro SLTV channel 264 on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. You can also be a part of this conversation by sending in WhatsApp messages or calling on the number that is scrolling on your screen. You can also go to the YouTube comment section and let us know your take on our topics of discussion, but we'll also advise you to obey community rules and regulations. Now, let's bring in our guest. We've been joined by Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, journalist, business consultant, and political affairs analyst. Good evening, Peter, and thanks for joining us on Political Lens.
Thank you for having me.
I appreciate your presence. Now, before we get into this, let's just take a brief moment and go on a short break. And when we return, we get into the first major topic of discussion. Please do stay with us. We'll be right back.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-priced alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. This is Political Lens, and we've been joined in the studio here by Dr. Peter Anosike. Peter is a philosopher, journalist, business consultant, but he's here in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. Now, let's quickly run into it. Nigeria's House of Representatives has amended the Electoral Act 2026 to criminalize dual membership of political parties. The new provision makes it unlawful for any individual to belong to more than one party at the same time, and such overlapping membership will be declared void. Under the amendment, anyone found to have dual party membership will lose recognition in all political parties until their status is properly regularized. The law also introduces strict penalties, including a fine of 10 million naira, I beg your pardon, or an up to 2 years imprisonment, or both upon conviction. Lawmakers argued that the dual membership undermines political integrity and complicates party primaries and candidate selection. However, some raised concerns that the restriction could conflict with constitutional provisions on freedom of association, suggesting the need for careful alignment with existing laws. Peter, how do you react to this development? I mean, Nigerians have been talking about it, re-amending the Electoral Act that was recently signed into law by our president just in February 2026, and less than a month.
After it was signed, I say that this is not just at the end, you understand? Even that those who are not happy with what Tinubu signed into law can still go to court for redress.
Okay.
So this confirms it. But every right-thinking person should know that it is wrong to belong to two different political parties at the same time.
Okay.
It doesn't happen. Understand me? It does not happen. It doesn't in any way conflict or go contrary to the freedom of association. You cannot be a Christian and a Muslim at the same time. You cannot be a Hausa and an Igbo at the same time. Understand me? So amending that portion to me is valid.
Okay, but now Nigerians are asking, when you said that the Electoral Act would be revisited, you recall that after it was assented into law by the president, the opposition party, approached the House of Representatives, National Assembly, and said, hey, gentlemen, you quickly, and you recall that it was when it was sent to the president in less than 24 hours, it was assented to. When the opposition, fastest bill that has been signed into law. And Nigerians were kicking. At that point, the same House of Representatives that has gone back to amend it in less than 1 month said, Nigerians, sorry, there's nothing we can do about it. Nobody will go back to it. And in less than 3 weeks or 1 month, they are going back to it. So what does that tell you? Doesn't it tell you that this clause that is being smuggled in, is for a purpose?
Well, maybe there could be people that they are targeted.
Okay.
Because right now, some people are undecided. Okay. You don't know whether they are in ADC or PDP, whether they are in Labour Party or ADC. Okay. So some people it could be seen as a witch hunt. Okay. But for me, it is not right to belong to two political parties at the same time. Understand me?
Okay, it's not right to belong to two political parties at the same time. But Nigerians feel that there are traps, entry barriers created with this clause. For example, the 2026 Electoral Act stipulates that at some point, parties must have submitted their digital register and to INEC. And so, let's simulate now, you, Peter, you belong to ADC, and the ADC has captured you as a registered member.
That's an example. Because I don't.
No, I said simulate. That means it's an example. We are creating a scenario, you understand. And you have registered as a member of the political party. Digital has been submitted to INEC. Now, INEC has that record. Now, you're a candidate, you aspire to become president of Nigeria, and you are in ADC. Now, there's a timeline within which the party must submit the list of candidates.
Yes.
Now you have done that. The digital registration, the time has passed. Now, as it is now, you can't even move from one party to the other because the timeline for submission of digital register has elapsed. Now, there's also a deadline for the submission of list of candidates. After primaries.
Yes.
Now you go to do a primary and you are not favored in that primary. You can't leave the ADC again to say, I want to go to party XYZ. Simply because the timeline has exceeded, has elapsed. So isn't that a way of disenfranchising some people so that they could not be voted for? Because as a matter of fact, it limits them. So they can't get into another political party like we saw happen the other time. There are a few people, I know a couple of people, who missed the PDP primary ticket and they went to the Labour Party, secured spots and slots in the Labour Party. So what was wrong in that? So why create this entry barrier now, like limiting the space?
It's not right. It is not right.
What is not right now?
This is this can be called a prostitution in politics.
Okay, prostitution in politics.
Sure, it could be described as a prostitution in politics. You are either in or you are not. You cannot just be running from one political party or the other because you want to contest for an election. Understand? So even as it is, even a majority of the National Assembly members are of the APC.
Okay.
It will also affect them. Understand?
It will also affect
because they are now because they have made promises that a defectors will be given automatic tickets. This is one of the assurance that they were giving to those that are defecting to APC. Okay. Both senators, House of Reps, governors. Understand me? Okay. But now, or they are seeing that it's going to affect their own members. Okay. And somebody in APC who didn't get an APC ticket may want to run to PDP or to any of the other
political
parties. So for me, it's not right.
Okay, it's not right to move from. So when you describe it, you frame it around political prostitution.
And that is exactly what it is.
And that's exactly what it is. Okay, so will that be a difference between that and defection from one party to another? When has it become illegal to leave one party and go to the other?
No, a defection is when you defect from party A to party B, you are no more a member of party A. It's open.
Okay, so but this stops defection at this point because there's a time lag.
Sure.
So do you agree with that? Do you approve of it?
So it's a kind of sanitizing our political parties. So before you move in, you make sure that you are going there to stay there.
Okay, before you move in. Now, I'm asking you, when has it become a crime to defect from one party? Because this is actually trying to stop people from defecting from one party to the other, isn't that?
That's on the surface, that's what it is. But I'm seeing it as a way of sanitizing our political parties.
Okay, that is a way of sanitizing our political parties. I like there's a new perspective you brought into this. Especially the fact that, well, it is also going to the trap. If it is a trap set by the APC,
it will affect
it will also affect members of the APC. Now, in the event that people that were promised tickets, end up not getting those tickets, and they're unable to move out of the APC.
They are trapped in APC.
They are trapped in the APC. So is that going to cause some form of implosion within the APC? Because we see a situation where people have said, well, if I don't drink from this stream, nobody will drink from it. So if I don't get a ticket, I will work against my party member to ensure that he doesn't get there, especially if one feels strongly that that person was excluded, from the level playing field.
If you were given a promise, maybe you are a senator in LP,
okay,
and the APC promised you once you cross over, we will give you ticket for a return.
Okay.
At the end of the day, you did not get it. Since you cannot go back to LP or to another party, you are angry. What you now do is to stay in that party and sabotage whatever is that to express your anger.
Okay.
Understand me? For me, on the surface, this is just that to make sure that those who don't get tickets in the party that they have defected to will not go to the other party, which means they will remain in APC.
Okay, so according to Dr. Anosike, that is an effort to sanitize political party participation in Nigeria. Now, in the meantime, this amendment has not been assented to by the president again. So considering that this trap will affect or might affect members of the APC, the way we roll in Nigeria, knowing who we are, do you need a prophet to tell you, that this thing might have the imprimatur of the ruling party? And considering all of that, do you think that the president is going to sign it into law?
One, the president who will sign it into law, understand me, is going to sign it into law so that those who have defected with the promise of getting automatic ticket, when they did not, when they are disappointed, they have nowhere else to go than to remain in APC because they have been trapped there.
Okay, they have been trapped.
Sure.
Okay, so now if people have been trapped in APC, what it clearly means that people like P2B, Atiku Abubakar, Rotimi Amechi have also been trapped in the ADC.
In ADC.
Okay, now some people as Nigerians are saying this is a clever way by Tinubu to ensure that either P2B or Atiku, does not jump from ADC to another political party, probably NDC. If either of them, does not secure that ticket. Do you agree? Do you share that sentiment?
Well, if Tinubu can do, if that's what Tinubu wants, it means that Tinubu is also digging his own grave.
How so?
Because if it will be, maybe if they cannot move to another party and they remain in ADC and work together as a team, Tinubu will go.
I like that. Now, do you think they can work together as a team? That's the problem Nigerians have been expressing. That's the fear Nigerians have been expressing. Do you think they can, at the end of the day, do you think they can work as a team? I mean, Amechi, Atiku, Peter Obi.
One, Amechi is not aspiring.
What is he doing?
He's not aspiring. He's just trying to show that he still exists. He understand me? Aware of hurting APC. Okay. Understand me? The only serious contenders there are P2B and Atiku. Understand? And if Tinubu signs in Tondo and the P2B and Atiku cannot go out again, it means they don't alternative than to stay there and fight.
Work together.
Sure.
So apparently, Tinubu might also be digging his own, ditch that he might fall into.
Yes, because if P2B and Atiku works, understand me, APC is in serious trouble.
Okay, now let's return to Rotimi Amechi. Do you think that if Peter Obi rejects, let's simulate again. Now, Atiku Abubakar secures the ADC ticket, right? And he offers P2B an olive branch. Come, let's run together as we did in 2019. And Peter Obi rejects it. What about Rotimi Amechi?
Well, if P2B rejects it, Rotimi, that Amechi cannot mobilize the South.
Rotimi Amechi cannot mobilize the South?
At all. He cannot get a vote from the Southeast.
Okay. So between Rotimi Amechi in 2020...
Man, he has never contested.
Who? Rotimi Amechi?
He has not contested presidency.
Or primaries?
Presidency. He contested the primary in 2022 for APC.
And he was first runner-up after Tinubu.
There's no...
He put off a very wonderful performance.
No number two. There's
no, but he did. The number of votes he garnered shows that he was a strong candidate. He was someone to beat in that election.
There's no number two. This a winner takes it all.
A winner takes it all.
Yeah.
But he ran. So are you saying that...
I'm talking of contesting the presidency, not aspiring. Understand me?
Okay, so because he has not contested presidency before, you think that he doesn't have the capacity to mobilize as vice president for Atiku Abubakar?
No.
Okay, so let's return to 2023, where Ifeanyi Okowa ran as Atiku's running mate. So then and now, between Amechi and Okowa, who has more capacity to mobilize for Atiku in the South?
Mind you, P2B won Delta.
P2B won Delta?
Sure.
Okay.
P2B won Delta State.
Okay.
So that shows you that...
But he lost River State.
He lost because of he was rigged out of River State.
Okay, he was rigged out of River State.
Nelson Wike rigged him out of River State. Mind you, the result that INEC declared was different from what is in the IREV.
Dr. Anosik, we are national TV. Do you have that information?
Sure.
Okay. Because of what Erufai said, or Hakim Baba Ahmed, or Nyesom Wike, or do you have it on record?
I say what INEC declared for River State is different from what was posted in the IRF.
Where is that information coming from? You have access to the IRF.
All of them said it.
Oh, all of them. Okay, so you are relying on what they say.
Yes.
Did they show you? Did they show you?
Even yes, on weekend even said it.
Did they show you? Did you see it?
Yes, on weekend said it.
Did you see it?
RFI said it.
RFI said it.
Understand
okay,
me?
so now you are basing your decision on hearsay, on not evidential proof.
That's on people who played major role during the election.
Anyway, let's move away from that. Apart from this double registration, there's another amendment, regarding the issue of certificate forgery, which was clearly expunged from the Electoral Act, and from what you understand now, is now treated as pre-election matter. And so if you're unable to stop someone before the person gets the ticket, contestant wins, you better forget it, because the courts are not going to entertain your suit, because clearly it's pre-election matter. How do you react to that?
Well, for me, that's actually it should be pre-election matter, because this is at the form that is submitted, that is to INEC, before contesting the election. So, and whatever things that happened, the post-election matter is what happened from the election day upwards. Maybe the election was manipulated, it was rigged. It doesn't concern what you filled in your form. Understand me? So if somebody forged the certificate and you want that to go to court, you should go that to court before the election. Understand me? But Nigeria judiciary, which is under the payroll of APC, which is working for APC, has a way of not bringing up cases until the election is over. As they did with the state of emergency that's in River State, where the governors under PDP went to court. But court did not bring it up until the 6 months elapsed, which now made it academic.
Okay. So apparently your position is that, well, it should be a pre-election.
It's supposed to be a pre-election matter.
Okay, are you aware that in our law books, laws of the Federation of Nigeria, that forgery is a criminal case?
It is 100%, and that tracks even up to 14 years imprisonment.
Okay, and are you also aware that if you submit a forged certificate to INEC and sign off, and it turns out to be false, you have committed perjury, which is also a criminal offense.
Yes.
Now, legally speaking, I'm not a lawyer, I know you are not one too, but both of us know and understand that criminal cases are not status barred. You can bring it up even 10, 15 years after
crime does not grow old.
Crime does not grow old. Why is the Electoral Act trying to make it status barred? How does that help our jurisprudence and in our criminal justice?
It does not. It does not help. Understand?
Okay.
It does not help. But I feel that maybe since it is a litigation on the election, they want to focus on the post election.
On the pre-election.
Post.
Who wants to focus on the post?
The National Assembly that amended that part of the Constitution, maybe that make it easier for the courts. Because in 2023, we had over 1,300 election cases in the courts. Understand? So if they'll be able to be separating pre-election cases and post-election cases, it will kind of streamline the judicial process.
The judicial process. At least we've been able to establish that, well, criminal cases are statute barred, but what this law is trying to do is to make sure to say that, well, if you commit a crime of forgery in your certificate and you're able to smuggle yourself into office, it ends there. because until after, you finish serving, then Nigerians can go back to it. But Nigerians are saying, well, that this is clearly crafted, to ensure that the president doesn't get into, he has certificate forgery issues. That's very clear. He's been going back and forth between Nigeria and CSU. Atiku has been going to US, and Reno Mokri went to US to ensure that, well, the president said he finished from CSU and all of that. So let us make sure that he did. And Nigerians are saying, well, this is a clever way, to protect the president. Do you share that sentiment? Could there be a truth to it all?
There could be it, because for now, you cannot take Tinubu that to court now because he has immunity.
Okay.
And he will continue that to have this immunity until the 2027 election comes up.
Okay.
So even if he wins, understand me, now this particular section of the Constitution has covered him.
Okay, so it's clearly not crafted to protect the president because he already has immunity.
As he has immunity now, you cannot take him that to court now. Assuming that there's a time of him coming out of office and another election beginning.
But when he was sworn in as the president, the case was all still in court. So why didn't they stop it?
Because there wasn't this at that time.
No, but at that time...
This section of the Constitution had not been amended.
No, this section of the Constitution had not been... So it was post-election. And the case was in court and he had immunity. So why didn't they stop it if immunity stops it?
I say this particular section now has not been amended.
No, the section says, now forgery, or if you're in doubt of someone's certificate, you have to treat it pre-election.
Pre-election.
And now what I'm saying is that, now, which means you can't do post-election. Now, before this law was made, it was post-election. And even when he was sworn in, the case continued in court.
Because it was post-election.
It was post-election.
Yes, now that's what I'm saying.
Point.
But now, it's no more post-election.
So is it crafted to protect him?
So I said this section that protects him.
It protects him.
Yes.
And I'm not saying that it doesn't protect him because even when it was post-election and he had immunity, the case was still in court.
Because we have not had this thing that we have now.
You seem to not to understand my question. But the fact of it is that, well, so what you are saying is, I know you are not a lawyer.
Nobody can go to court against him on this anymore.
Okay, so if the president files his returns, to INEC, and somebody says, hey, sorry, gentleman, we are doubting you at this thing, because he has immunity, that person can't go to
court. He cannot go to court.
Okay, so it's clearly not to protect the president.
We are misunderstanding.
No, you are misunderstanding it.
One, Tinubu is going for that all things being equal.
Okay.
If the universe, God, keeps him up to then, understand? He is going for a second term of office.
Okay.
Now he is covered by immunity.
Okay, I get exactly my question. But because the president is covered by immunity, in filling his INEC form, and someone says, oh, we are in doubt of this certificate, so the person can't go to court.
If he goes to court, Tinubu cannot go to court with him because
the
immunity
president has
covers
immunity.
him. Sure.
Exactly my point. So this law that is made now is clearly not to protect the president, because whether the law is there or not, and he files his returns to INEC, you can't go to court.
You cannot go because immunity covers him.
So it's not meant to protect the president, as some people have opined. Yes. All right, let's move away from all this forgery and dual registration thing. Now, Nigeria has signed a new agreement with the United Kingdom to enable the return of failed asylum seekers, visa overstayers, and convicted offenders. The deal signed during President Bola Tinubu's visit allows UK authorities to report individuals who have no legal right to remain, including those who have exhausted their appeal processes. A key feature of the agreement is Nigeria's acceptance of UK letters as alternative identification for deportees without valid passports, removing a major barrier that previously delayed removals. Well, data from UK authorities suggest the policy could fast-track deportations, affecting hundreds of Nigerians currently awaiting returns. Beyond deportations, both countries agreed to deepen cooperation on tackling illegal migration and organized immigration crime. This includes intelligence sharing, joint enforcement efforts, and measures to combat visa fraud, online scams, and other cross-border offenses, alongside plans for Nigeria to strengthen its legal framework on migration-related crimes. Dr. Anosike, Nigeria has become a penal colony. How do you react to that?
Well, it is shameful. It is very, very shameful because about a year ago, United States, want to send about 300 Venezuelan criminals to Nigeria.
Okay.
At the presidency said no.
Okay.
Understand? That Nigeria shouldn't be a dumping ground for bad people. But you have accepted. Why? Understand? So it means that you are afraid of that you are not comfortable with the United States. Understand? But for me, I feel that anywhere somebody commits a crime, he should do his time there.
Okay.
Understand me? If you commit a crime in Nigeria, you have to do your own time in Nigeria. If you commit in UK, you have to do your own in UK. Because this also involves finance, money. Understand me?
Taking care of
taking care of
of prisoners,
their welfare, and so on and so forth. So for me, he just he just wants to show that yes, these are our colonial masters.
Okay.
Understand? And we have to do their
bidding.
Do
you think that he was twisted? Does it look like a quick
No. He wants to look good to a superpower.
Okay, he wants to look good to a superpower.
Yeah.
I wonder the kind of superpower UK is at the moment. But then let's go back to last year. You recall that at some point, 3 African countries, Namibia, Angola, and DRC also rejected this proposal from the UK Home Secretary.
UK, yes.
And after a while, she said, well, if you people don't accept, we are going to place visa restrictions on your citizens and all of that. And in early February this year, Namibia, Angola, DRC accepted. That's why I'm asking, do you think that the president might have been twisted? He also signed a certain deal, and there's this cooperation, security cooperation between Nigeria and... did he just agree like that because he wants to look good, or do you think that he might have been twisted?
For me, I don't believe that he was untwisted. Okay. This is just a kind of to brighten his image. You understand me? America should not be against you, and Britain will also be against you. Understand me? Okay. So he just agreed to look good to Britain. Understand me? Because I don't see them twisting him that at all.
Okay, he wants to look good before the British.
Sure.
He's not looking good before the Americans.
Before America.
But we also understand that America and UK are, inseparable partners in global politics. So do you think that America might not pressure UK to come against Tinubu in case they feel that he's not doing good?
Well, America is the police of the world. That's as we speak, and we also know that economy of Britain is not doing good
at
all.
Okay.
And again, America. That's even the NATO nations are looking up to the United States. So I know anywhere that Donald Trump must pressure, he will get whatever he wants. Yes.
Okay. Now, should anybody fault the UK for trying to control their borders and flush out criminals from their base? Nigerian people are saying, well, what is the meaning of, like you said, now, about jurisdiction, if you commit a crime in UK, you should serve in the UK. You recall that at some point, Nigeria made a request to let Ike Ekweremadu come home and serve, and do his time.
But the British government
said no, but now they are willing to do all of that. So what changed between then and now?
One, I said that their economy is not really doing well, that's at all. So this is a kind of, and what pained me there is that they want to decongest their own prisons. Why our own is over congested? Understand me? Our prisons are over congested, and you are still accepting them. You want to decongest their own and congest your own. So for me, this is just should I use or the word inferiority comes next, or just not having that capacity that to say no?
Okay, not having the capacity to say no. Shouldn't it bother African leaders, that their citizens, are living in their droves? Some of them putting their lives in harm's way, crossing the English Channel. You know what happens in the Mediterranean and all of that, to go to Europe,
Sahara,
even the Sahara Desert. African leaders. So when they go for AU meetings, what do they talk about? Are they not ashamed, or And every little thing. Look at how Namibia, Angola, and DRC is just little pressure, visa restriction, and they succumbed and all of that. So when they go for AU meetings, what do they talk about?
What do they are all poopers. Understand me? The minutes of African meetings are being written abroad, written by the Western countries. Okay. Understand me? So, and you cannot be truly sovereign when you cannot feed your own people. When you are still going cap in hand, borrowing from World Bank, IMF, and so on and so forth.
So, Dr. Nusike, I know you're a business consultant, and how can Africa and Africans, change this narrative of having to, see Africa as a wasteland, of having to see Africa as a country? I mean, a lot of people are saying that we are witnessing another scramble and partition of Africa, and China is involved now. A lot of Chinese companies are doing business in Africa, exploiting our minerals and all of that.
China is involved, Russia is involved,
America is involved, and even Europe, And so, how can we change this narrative? What should be the responsibility of citizens, not leadership? Now, if we have a leadership that has failed us, what should be the role of Africans, in taking back their continent?
So there's not, now, this is one. It's just a mind shift.
Okay.
Understand me? Having that at the back of your mind that these people are not superior to you.
Okay.
Understand me? That what they do to to develop their own country, that you can do that here. It will only take time.
Now we have a leadership that is not understanding what you are saying now. So what should be the role of citizens in saying, well, if we have leaders who cannot wrought a change, how do we as a people, take our destinies in our hands and make that change?
Well, by doing the little that we can, that's individually.
Which is?
That's a saying that when leadership fails, community arises.
Okay.
Understand me?
So Africans should arise.
Africans should arise.
How can they do that?
Through the communities.
Okay, how can they do that?
Through the
community. Is it by going out to vote out bad leaders, or is it by violent change in form of what happened in Europe and in some parts of like the Chinese and the Russian Revolution? Is that what?
No, I'm not a proponent of violent change.
Okay.
Whatever comes through. Violence will always beget violence.
Okay, so
but you can talk of democratic rebellion of the people.
Democratic rebellion of the people. When you say that violence beget violence, I mean, we are looking at the freedom that you and I today take for granted was secured for us by the French Revolution. And nobody's preaching revolution anywhere, but I'm just saying, like...
That's why I say democratic rebellion.
Democratic rebellion, probably going to to the ballot to change.
Sure. Yes.
So how can we do that when we hear that institutions of government have already been captured by the executive? Look at places like Emerson Mnangagwa is trying to extend his tenure after what happened to Zimbabweans, under the tenure of what's his name, Robert Mugabe. We now have Emerson trying to extend his tenure. We have people like Yoweri Museveni, we have Paul Biya.
The Rwandan man,
Kagame, Paul Kagame. We have Tshisekedi, you know, trying to extend. So,
all the
all of that. So are we able to do that through the ballot? Or should we wait for when there is some kind of natural realignment, like you said?
No, that's a saying that people united can never be defeated.
Okay.
Understand me? So we have to unite as a people to demand what belongs to us.
All right. Now, Dr. Anosike, let's go back to UK, where our president just came back. He came in last night around 11:15 a.m. He dropped a touchdown at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, and he's in Lagos now celebrating the Salah festivals. Now, Nigeria and the United Kingdom signed a £746 million export finance agreement to redevelop Apapa and Tinkan Island ports in Lagos, finalized during talks between Bola Tinubu and Keir Starmer at 10 Downing Street. Well, the deal, part of Tinubu's state visit, is aimed at boosting trade, infrastructure, and economic cooperation, with both leaders stressing stronger bilateral ties amid global economic and security challenges. Earlier, the Nigerian government had awarded a $700 million port renovation contract to ITB Nigeria, owned by Gilbert Chagori. But the project is expected to be financed through Citibank, with backing from UK Export Finance and support from Afrexim Bank, while investors like APM Terminals and DP World are also involved or being considered. However, the project has drawn scrutiny over ITB Nigeria's limited port experience and its ties to the Tinubu administration, alongside past controversial contracts. Key industry players such as CMA, CGM are monitoring development as the upgrade remains strategically important despite high costs, highlighting both Nigeria's trade traditions, ambitions, and concerns about transparency and competition. Now, what's the value of this deal? £746 million to Nigeria, signed in the UK by our president, considering that last year there was a $700 million contract awarded to ITB, owned by Gilbert Chagori.
Well, this shows that the president is not being fair to the other parts of the country.
Okay.
It shows that the president is not being fair to the other parts of the country, because Tinkan and Papa Ports, Lagos is already congested. Understand? Everywhere is congested. So what we should be looking at is spreading. That's sending development to the other parts of the country. We have other ports. We have Warri ports. We have One ports. Understand me?
There's one in Calabar
that are looking for upgrading, developments. Understand me? Before we have New York, there was York. Before we have New Jersey, there was Jersey.
Okay.
Understand me? Before we have New Delhi, there was Delhi.
Okay.
So these are new developments. Understand me? Opening up other areas. But here, Tinubu is behaving as if Lagos is his primary interest. Everything must come here. Everything must come here, which is wrong.
Because it's the business hub of Nigeria.
Which is, I say, you have to diversify.
Okay, to expand.
Sure, expand to other parts of the. Take development to the other parts of the country.
Now, before we come to the issue that you raised now, which is the issue of redistribution of infrastructure and all of that, like I mentioned in my intro, a certain $700 million contract was awarded to ITB. Now,
in less than 1 year, another one is coming.
Now there's a confusion here. Nigerians have been trying to find out the contract of $700 million, was it really awarded and funded? And if it did, if it was, what happened to it? And you also know that at some point, the ports had been concessioned.
Yeah.
So who is doing the revamping now? Are you revamping on behalf of the concessionaires or on behalf of the Nigerian government? Or did you award a contract, without funding, now started shopping for funds, which you now went to the UK and got? What will it be for you? Do you know any of that?
These are two different arrangements.
Okay.
Understand? Because on the one of last year, money was mentioned.
Okay.
Understand? And Nigerians cannot ask question how far, what is the extent of the 2025 this thing. Understand me? Contract. And we have a National Assembly that doesn't do oversight functions.
Okay. Because Alain Dume said that they are dead.
Sure.
That they are non-existent.
Which is a fact. So when you give somebody money, you have to watch and see what he's doing with that one. Okay, this one now, are you still going to give it to that person without him accounting for the one of 2025?
Exactly my question. That's I'm asking. Are you aware if that 2025 contract was actually funded or was it just on paper in expectation that these funds will come? Are you aware? Do you know?
I'm not aware.
You are not aware. Now, the UK Trade Secretary, Kyle, said that this contract will help grow jobs in the UK. UK Trade Secretary. Now, we have a situation where our own presidential spokesperson, Sunday Dare, said that this contract, this deal will reposition Nigeria in the global arena. Now, what's the difference in the value of both operators, those government operators?
What are their interests?
Now, this one says, well, this deal is going to grow jobs for us in the UK. It's good business for us. Now, Sunday Dare says it's going to reposition Nigeria in the global arena.
When you talk of countries with viable ports in the world, you don't even mention UK.
Okay.
You don't even mention UK. You talk of Dubai, Saudi Arabia, even Malaysia, Singapore. These are people with busy ports.
Okay.
So I don't know why you should be going to somebody who is as incompetent as you are for a deal.
But the Trade Secretary just said he's going to create jobs for them. And our own operator didn't say anything about job creation. He just told us that the deal is going to reposition Nigeria globally. I'm asking you the value. Between the two of them, who do you think is offering value to citizens?
It's the UK, but I'm still thinking of how it's going to create jobs for them. Is it going to create jobs in Nigeria or in the
UK? Because there's a certain 120,000 tons of steel, that will be imported from UK for this job. And mind you, they are not just going to pay the 746 million into your account. It's going to come in bits and pieces, in components like 120,000 tons of steel from UK Steel Company.
That Nigeria will buy.
No, they will send it to you and they will write it off that you have bought from that loan, from that deal. And then there's another 20 million pounds, another component that will come. As a matter of fact, at the end of the day, Nigeria might not be able to access 1/3 of this loan. Everything, the trade components will all come from the UK.
So they use Nigeria for business.
Okay.
Understand me?
So that's how you say it.
They use Nigeria for business.
So if you understand,
it's just like Ukraine, America going to Ukraine and telling Zelensky, you have to buy your arms from the United States.
Okay.
We are here to help you, but you have to buy your arms from the United States.
Okay.
So which means America is making business from Ukraine. Understand me?
So UK is doing business with us, and
that is
so. If you understand all of that, what as a payoff, you're concluding to us, what do you think is the value of this deal? Is it going to help Nigeria, or what do you think?
It is not going to do us any good. Understand me? It is not going to do us any good. This is a master-servant relationship deal. Understand me? This is a master-servant relationship deal. This is like going to Buri. Understand me? Signing water would not favor him.
Okay.
Understand me? So this mentality, this slave mentality, signing water would not favor him.
Okay.
Understand me? So this mentality, this slave mentality that Tinubu went to UK, and just signed everything without even looking at the value of what he is
signing.
All
right, then now this will be a good place to end this conversation. I must say a very big thank you to you, Dr. Peter Anosike, philosopher, journalist, business consultant, and political affairs. And I appreciate your presence on my show, and I hope that we can do this some other time.
Thank you for having me.
All right, now on behalf of the backroom staff, the technical director, sound engineer, ingest manager, and bass manager, I am Chukwu Makoro. Up next is Issues with Nena Ndemjoto. For me, enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'll see you on Monday, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe. Watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television.
Every broken desk
lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most.
Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues on Voice of the People Television. And we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto, and of course, Eid Mubarak to all our Muslim brothers. Today on the Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from Tinubu urging Nigerians to uphold Ramadan values, to Ndume insisting Atiku, Obi and Amechi not coming with anything new. Also, ADC criticizes silence on proposed certificate forgery law. Finally, NBA condemns judge's order for lawyer to kneel in court. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. President Bola Tinubu has called on Nigerians to uphold the values of Ramadan beyond the fasting period as Muslims celebrate Eid al-Fitr. Speaking after Eid prayers, the president urged citizens to embrace peace, tolerance, compassion, and unity, stressing that these values are essential for nation building. Let's get to hear from the horse's mouth. Let's get to hear the president, give his Eid Fitr message to Nigerians.
And we should also pray for our country and wish all of us well. Salam alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Eid Mubarak, Your Excellency.
Eid Mubarak.
Well, the message has been, as we started, we give thanks to God for guiding us through the month of Ramadan. We accepted the principles, the philosophy, the doctrine of give, peace, security, and love of a nation, of neighbors, and kindness to all humanity in any way we can, giving assistance to the needy and helping the vulnerable. That is the teaching. The sacrifices that you've made, may God accept it. Is the question that we must continue, not because of the Ramadan has come and is over. We thank Almighty God for giving us But the teaching must continue even after Ramadan. We must continue to be of our brother's keeper, good behavior, good neighbors, love to humanity, and kindness to all of us. And pray for peace in our country. The stability of our peace and security of the nation is not just one man's responsibility. We all are involved. Information, suspicious information, movements of people across the length and breadth of this country is our responsibility.
Today, I'm delighted to be joined by a guest in the studio. We have Elvis Elimihele. He is a senior reporter and, of course, a public affairs analyst. Glad to have you join us, Mr. Elimihele.
Good evening, Nena.
Good evening.
Baraka de Salah, is that what they call this?
I didn't even know. Eid Mubarak, yes. I used to think it was Baraka de Salah, but I don't know. So persons say Baraka de Salah, some persons say Eid Mubarak.
Another one is coming
so, because the other one is Baraka de Salah. Okay, so yeah, Eid Mubarak to you and
to all our Muslim brothers and sisters.
Yeah, so we heard the president, should I say the president's speech or his speech is actually a speech. And but before we even get to, dissect some things that he said, I see Nigeria as a very religious country. We are a very religious people. But do you think that our religious inclinations are actually portrayed in how we live as Nigerians?
Yeah, Nena, I heard what the president said, and it was quite, I appreciate some of the things he made mention of, at least giving responsibility to Nigerians. But the only area, too, that I would have loved the president to also say that if this responsibility he gave to Nigeria, if Nigeria act on it, let the necessary agency that is involved, also act as expected. If he said, if you see any movement, suspicious movement, or whatever, actually alert, sometimes people have done that, like whistleblower. And at the end of the day, they become culprits. You understand? Because some of this information now get leaked, and the persons that are involved in even giving it to the appropriate authorities now get the brunt. So if the president is telling Nigerians, do this, he has to also remind the armed forces and whichever agency that these people that he has mandated to do this today must be kept and must be adequately secured. Yeah, we pray that the value for all the fasting and for these 30 days, God should actually use it to bring peace to reign in this country. We're talking about religion in this nation, Nena. It is one of the biggest things that have brought us to where we are today. A country where constitutionally religion is secular in our constitution, but government officials, the people that have the power of government that rule us, they've taken it out of the constitutional value that was bestowed in it. You said it's secular. That means I have my own right to say this is my religion, and I should not use it to impede constitutional matter or national matter. Just the same thing it's your private thing. But we have seen over the years that state governors sponsor Hajj, pilgrimage. Can you imagine that? We have now seen that, apart from even that, politicians are cashing on it now that they have divided Nigeria now into different ranks, all in the name of religion. We've seen now that protests are happening in Nigeria because of religion for things that does not concern us. Iran and America and Israel has issues. We saw protests in Nigeria. We saw Nigerian innocent children in a school gathered and made to stand on the map, on the flag of America and Israel. These children don't know what is going on. But those who are now beneficiaries of it have taken religion to another angle. That's where the problem is. This is supposed to be a private thing. It's not supposed to be that state governors, politicians have now hijacked it and now using it to wound people. Say, oh, yes, at least because they know you are a Muslim or you are a Christian, we could sponsor you on a pilgrimage. So at the end of the day, when that means you have to now start doing their bidding. That's where the problem comes in. We saw in the year 2000, when Zamfara state government, the then Yerima, when he was governor of the Zamfara state, came and brought in Sharia into Zamfara state. Then we now saw Sharia went across about 12 states of the north. Since that time, Nigeria has never known peace. The religion was taken to something else. So they've forgotten that Sharia in Zamfara state, there are still some Christians there. Another part of the north. But when they are bringing out some of this, they don't even think of others. But this is what the Constitution says, that this thing is secular. Anybody can practice his or her own religion at your private way. But unfortunately, we have turned it to be like a national thing. It has now become national debate. It has now become things that we now talk about, now used to foment trouble. We now use it to destabilize nations. What is our concern about church? It's not supposed to be in that manner. So when I still expect the president to also talk about religious tolerance among the various religious groups. It's not just Christian and Muslims alone. We have so many. There are some other people that worship other gods. We have to be so tolerant among ourselves. And we should not use it now to spite others. And we should not hide under the toga of religion and now begin to use it to foment trouble and commit crime. And we should not look at, because the president is a Muslim, that's why Christians are being victimized. Or the president is a Christian, that's why Muslims are being victimized. Or when we are talking of appointment, we are now looking at Christian Muslim. Who is the person in power? Is he favoring more Christians or is he favoring more Muslims? This is not how it's supposed to be. It's not supposed to be a weapon of tools to Nigerians. It's supposed to be something that it's not even supposed to be in national discourse because it's a private thing. The God I serve doesn't concern you. The one you serve does not concern me. But it has been hijacked and turned the other way around and now using it to foment trouble at the detriment of Nigerians.
Well, let's look at still on this message, and every time things like this happen, every time we have celebrations like this, even when we're going to still hear some during the Easter period, and then Christmas, every time there's festivities, we get to hear all of these messages, and these pious messages that says we should work in line, love ourselves, walk in peace. But I want us to look at this beyond all of these messages. How can religious values like sacrifice and compassion translate into real governance outcomes? Because we have seen, let's even look at this situation in Iran, or this conflict in Iran and how it's affecting us. Some persons would say if we actually have compassionate leaders, we should not be where we are today. If at all, let's even say we are where we are, the compassionate leaders should even help us cushion the effect of these conflicts on us. But it looks like we are not seeing this. We are seeing other countries try to ameliorate the sufferings or whatever it is that their countries are facing. But it looks like our country isn't doing the same. What do you make of it?
Yeah, because there's no love, Nena. We only profess these things because we find ourselves in that position where we are make a statement that will encompass the unity of the nation. But deep down within our individual closet, it is not what you see on the television or on the radio that happens. Nigerians segment all these things. The person you are going to meet, is he a Muslim, is he a Christian? It's irrelevant. We should be talking about unity and ability for the person that is going to seek something from you. If I come in here to seek for employment, and you believe that, I'm qualified enough, I can do it, and I have the experience, put aside other things, religion, tribal sentiment, and all that. Put them aside. Because you want the best for your company. And not because you are a Christian, you will not bring mediocres that will not ruin your investment. Do you understand? But unfortunately, that's what we see in Nigeria. Nigerian leaders don't look at how qualified you are, how experienced you are, but they look at others. Is he from my tribe? Does it belong to my religion? You are now using those things as weapons against Nigerians and against the development of this nation. Because people who are not mediocres, people who are not qualified enough, are now finding themselves because of this, oh, who is he? Oh, it belongs to us. This is the issue. But where things work, like the countries of the world we are talking about today, they look at meritocracy. Because by the time the right person is there, he will project into the future of what every Nigerian needs in another 5 years, in another 10 years. Not what I need because I'm a Christian or because I'm a Muslim. We are talking about Iran, America, and Israeli war now. Look at a country like Japan that does not even have oil. Doesn't have oil. Now has reserve that he has now released to cushion the effect of this war in the Middle East now to his people. Nena, what are we talking about? The person who does your own will and my own will, who knows that if I allow this thing to continue with this person is going to suffer, that's the person we should be calling Christian or Muslim. Good one, in quotes. Not the person who is now using it like a tool to make money out of you and I. If Japan can do that, today Japanese are not even feeling the effect of this war now for just about 3 weeks now. But look at how it has turned Nigeria, an oil-producing nation. Look at how it has turned us to. Today, 1 kilogram of gas sells for as much as 1,500, 1,600 because we did not do what we are supposed to do. This nation has no reserve. The people who find themselves in the hands of affairs, they don't even think of the future of this nation. They only think of where is it coming from? How am I coming to use this opportunity to line my pocket and my family? A true religious person must have that love, that undiluted love. Like in Christianity, we talk of the love Jesus Christ has for us, agape love. That this love that he came and died for our sins. I also know too well that Muhammad also has such love for the Muslims. But why is it that when we now get to the hands of our serious leadership, we now throw these things aside and now begin to do our own selfish interests, now play up as against the national coherency that we're supposed to be talking about? That's where it is. So forget about what we say, Christmas, Easter, New Year, Ramadan, whatever. They are just mere statements we make on national televisions and radio. But when we get to our closet, we do the opposite, Nena. That's what has brought us to where we are today. Where the missiles are dropping now, their suffering is not as much as those of us who are actually watching and hearing. Because by the time the energy is affected, petrol has hiked up, gas, foodstuff, transport. Look at us. It goes through all the facets of the economy. And that is what you and I are suffering at the moment. Unfortunately, we have leaders who are supposed to have planned, but because of their selfish reasons, they push these things aside and begin to do their own personal bidding. That's no longer religion. That's no longer talking about God. You are not talking about yourself because you are not transforming yourself into that shoe that you are not the God of the people. It's so embarrassing.
So if I hear you correctly, you're actually saying that there's a need for our leaders to focus more on policy actions and doing the right thing.
Doing the right thing for
rather
humanity.
Than moral appeals
yes.
during situations
yes.
like this or during festivities like this.
That's what Christianity is all about. That's what God, in the Bible, say, there's a quotation in the Bible where you talk about, oh, I was hungry, you did not take care of me. I was sick, you did not visit me. But the Bible say, when were you hungry that I didn't take care of you? Say, for you did not do fellow human being. That's when you did not do it for me. Do you understand what I'm talking about? Are they doing it for us now? We see them now, in their home now, they are celebrating. But how many Nigerian Muslims are actually celebrating now? How many? How many? Easter is just about maybe 2 weeks from now, 2-3 weeks from now. How many Nigerians, Christians will be able to celebrate Easter as expected? So don't let them bamboozle us with some of these statements that they make on national television. They are not there for you and I. Because if you are not for the survival of humanity, you are not doing the will of God. That is just the truth. You don't consider your fellow human being, and you now call yourself a Christian or a Muslim, you are not doing the will of God. Let's shift that aside. You are only doing those things that you believe that will favor you. So they should not confuse us with all these sending greetings. Do we not hear these greetings every year? We're going to hear more this year because Easter is coming. Another Salah is coming. We're still going to hear more during Christmas. Has it ever changed? It has never changed. So we are not carried away with all this because we know what this means. People make money around religion now at the detriment of you and I. Politicians are turning to that level. Get me the number of persons you feel they do our bidding, want to sponsor them for pilgrimage. That's what it means. So it's no longer the way it's supposed to be, Nena.
You know, you spoke a bit about the security statement our president made. I want us to dwell on it a little. You know, he said it is not just one man's business. It is a collective effort. And some days ago, the CDS actually was, when he was speaking at Brno, he told the Brno people that there's a need for them to take ownership of the fight against insecurity, and that is how they can actually, or we can actually win the fight against insecurity. You know, when you hear all of this, and some persons would say, how can you be telling someone to take ownership when are you asking them to, because in Nigeria we have laws, we don't have the law to actually carry arms, and you're telling someone to take ownership. So are you saying that these people should go and fight with the same people, with the people who have more sophisticated weapons and even our military sometimes? Then you're asking individuals to take ownership. What kind of ownership would you actually want individuals, to take? I don't know if you want to speak to that.
Yeah, the ownership, I believe the CDS was talking about, and even which the president also, harped on a little bit just now, that, we should, when we see, we should be able to, speak out. It's just intel. It's intelligent gathering, Nena. That's what we're talking about. If, like in my street where I live in Lagos, you can't know it more than me if you just visit me. The same way I will not know your own street more than you. So for everybody that lives somewhere, like we are here, by the time we close from work, we are going somewhere. We came from somewhere and we are going back. Put your eyes down on the happenings around your environment. That's your own duty. But unfortunately, even when you try your best to actually say, okay, I'm seeing some suspicious movement, let me report to the appropriate authority. How is the response time? And how are you protected? We saw the Woro matter that happened in Kwara. These people said, people came and started preaching a different doctrine that is different from the Islam they know. They reported. But what happened? There was no action. And you saw what happened to them. You saw what happened in Woro. Over 200 people were massacred because they felt, you are reporting us. If at that point of reporting, then the appropriate authority that is concerned actually do what it's supposed to do, Nena, you will be eager next time. But when you see an example that happened to your person, in a very gory manner, at the end of the day, will you be able to do that again? So when they tell us, security belongs to everybody, we should do our own part, they should also try to do their part by protecting us when we give them intel. We are ready to give them intel. We are ready to tell them, we are seeing some suspicious movement. We don't know what this person is carrying. We don't know the kind of job he does. He's just relocated, and we need to profile him and all that. But at the end of the day, are we protected? Are we shielded? So whistleblowing in Nigeria is dangerous. What they're actually talking about is that we should just, recruiting you to be a whistleblower. But are you covered? Are you protected if you do that? That's the issue. when it is done in civilized world, you are coded. Nobody knows who brings in the information. So, for example, is one of those ones that even as the CDS and the president is talking about this, they should also talk to at their own level, armed forces paraphernalia, that no, we need the civilian, we need the populace to at least assist us. But we should also make sure that the people that comes to give us information must be adequately covered. I want them to also speak on that. It's important because security is actually everybody's business. They are not feeling it the way we feel it. So if they are saying we should secure ourselves, look into ourselves, they're actually telling us that we have a responsibility. But when we try as much as possible to give this responsibility as expected, are we protected? That's a big question.
Okay, we're going to move to our next conversation on what Aline Dume talked about, politics. But before we go into that, still in that same interview where he talked about politics, which we'll look into, he talked about security. I know Aline Dume looks like someone, I don't know if I would say he doesn't mince words, if I could use that word, if I could use that phrase. Then about insecurity, he made a statement, a very striking statement. He said the president is willing to fight against insecurity, but he has people around him who don't have the same, who feel like I'm not paraphrasing, I'm not saying the exact way he said it, but that the people around him seem not to have that drive he has about fighting insecurity. They don't see it as something that is important. As in, like, and we've seen it. We've heard our NSA come out to say that these people are our brothers. We've heard even the past Minister of Defense. We've heard him say, before he resigned, or before he was asked to resign, any of it, but there was a resignation. So, we've heard things like that. And then we even heard the things he said, even when he was the governor of his state. When you look at all of others, you now ask yourself, are these people really, is there really a real power to actually fight this insecurity?
Esther, I'm sorry, Nena. Anybody that is not doing your bidding as the head of the government, what do you do to that person? You hire and fire. If there are those that are dragging you backward, and you know too well that the people expect a better result from you, the people you come back to in 4 years' time to ask for their vote, what do? It shouldn't be an excuse that there are some people who are not doing the bidding of the president, who are like dragging the hand of the clock backward. That one is supposed to be looked into by the president himself, and immediately, because when he was coming into this job, and even the constitutional requirement of him says that welfare and security of Nigerians. Anybody that is coming to work with you, being the head of that team, must toe into this. And if any of them is going contrary, what do? It's not part of your team. And you ease him or her out. But a situation where you don't see it in that manner, and you are waiting for people to remind you, it means you yourself don't even know what you're supposed to do. That's why we are talking about that. Nobody should remind the president of what to do. Nobody should remind the governors what to do, because there are constitutional requirements for these offices. Go and read them. The Constitution favors the people who gave you the vote. By the time you are now doing contrary, people are kidnapped, they are in the bush because you refuse to give them security. People cannot go to school because you don't think about whether these people must have education. There was a time in this nation that we have free education. From secondary school, primary, secondary school to university. People benefited. Some of us, actually, even in the military era, Nena, we got bursary in school. Some of us got bursary, even in military. Even when we were fighting the military that we don't need them. I don't know how many states pay bursary now. So you understand? So when the person that is like pulling your government down is not doing your bidding, is in your flank, you have to ease such person out. And you see, people will applaud you. If, for instance, we have an epileptic power supply now in this nation, as scourging as this heat, you can't go to your home now and put on electricity and at least refresh yourself with, even if it's ordinary fan you can afford. We don't have. But there is a sitting minister for power. Then the president is now celebrating such minister. This means the president himself has acted like a failure. He doesn't know his responsibility to his people. Do you understand? Just let's take it from there. We have now National Security Advisor. And look at the level of insecurity, the debt in this nation. Is he doing the bidding of the president? Okay, if the president pretends that he's doing the bidding, is he doing the bidding of Nigerians who voted the president into power? So if the president has his ears on ground and feelers from the people, he should have known that most of those people that are not working in consonance with his own agreement he has with the people, that is when you were campaigning, I'll do this, I'll do this. Mm-hmm. Those people that are in your team that are working in contrary to those must be eased out. You see, imagine when the ministers of defense, they say he resigned and went, and General Christopher Musa was brought in. Nigerians were applauding that appointment. Everybody applauded that appointment because we see that, okay, this is a square peg in a square hole. Then, now, we are waiting for him now to see actually using his military experience now to actually assist every other military paraphernalia to see how we can stamp out this insecurity. So anybody that is not doing the bidding of your belief and your campaign mantra to Nigerians ought not to be in your team. That is just it. He has no business being there. So whatever Ndime said, Ndime is close to the government. Ndime is a very high senior ranking senator, and he has been chairman of the armed forces in the Senate. He knows so much about Nigerian soldiers, what they are going through. He even told us yesterday he has an acronym team where he said training, equipment, ammunition, and motivation team. If he just, and he's also a member of the ruling party, has this, why can't he sell that idea to his party, where the president comes from? Sell this idea to the president. And if there is anybody, and he made attempt to sell this idea to the president, and Nigerian military are not well remunerated, there is no motivation. They don't have equipment to fight. There's no ammunition. They need better training. You submit this kind of proposal to the government, and the government is not doing it. Then, who do we hold responsible? We hold the president and the ruling party responsible. So they should not come and be telling us statements that will now begin to make us to think that whether we were stupid in electing them. They should be able to know those things that Nigeria needs. Now we need security so that we can be able to go about our normal businesses. Nigerians need functional electricity so that even the small and medium scale business persons can function. We're not talking about the industries. Even the industries need it because by the time they manufacture and cost of energy is so high, you and I cannot afford it. So it trickles down. There's no hiding in this matter, Elena. If you are not there, you are not there. If you cannot do it, let that person be shown the way out. Immediately, they even have a way they do it in the APC. They'll tell you the person resigned. They give reason maybe on head ground or family engagement and all that. Yes, we want to see more of that. I don't know why the president has not thought of that. For these 3 years, he kept the minister for power.
And he wants to run for governor.
Yeah, I mean, you know what I mean. That same person, those are the kind of persons that APC celebrates. You see all of them will rally around and they'll give him tickets. You know what will happen to that state in the next 4 years if he gets that position? It's already too obvious. Look at his blueprint in the power ministry. We had a governor who Lagosians celebrated. 8 years of Fashola. Fashola was celebrated. When Fashola got that position of Minister for Works, Housing and Power, everybody was like, yeah, he deserves it, he deserves it. You understand? Because of his antecedent and his performance in Lagos. But we also saw that when he got to Abuja, it was a different Fashola that we know in Lagos. Then now, that was somebody who performed so well. But he got to that level, somebody is coming out from abysmal failure to come and govern a state if he gets that ticket. But I'm looking at Oyo's people. I mean, they have the knife and the yam, so they should be able to share as expected.
Okay, let's really delve into what Aline Dume is saying. Now, he says he's confident that his party
Blueprint in the power ministry. We had a governor who Lagosians celebrated. 8 years of Fashola. Fashola was celebrated. When Fashola got that position of Minister for Works, Housing and Power, everybody was like, yeah, he deserved it, he deserved it. You understand? Because of his antecedent and his performance in Lagos. But we also saw that when he got to Abuja, it was a different Fashola that we know in Lagos. Then now, that was somebody who performed so well. But he got to that level, he didn't. Somebody is coming out from abysmal failure to come and govern a state if he gets that ticket. But I'm looking at Oyo's people. I mean, they have the knife and the yam, so they should be able to share as expected.
Okay, let's really delve into what Aline Dume is saying. Now, he says he's confident that his party, the All Progressive Congress, APC, would retain power at the center after the 2027 presidential election. Speaking in a televised interview, he disclosed that opposition African Democratic Congress, led by Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, and Rotimi Amechi, is not coming up with anything new to challenge President Bola Tinubu. However, Ndume noted that the opposition cannot be underrated, that he is not dismissing their chances, acknowledging their political experience and influence. His remarks come amid increasing political realignment and early positioning ahead of the next general election. I don't know what you make of this. He's saying that the top people that we have in ADC are actually not bringing anything new to the table. I don't know if you agree with this.
Well, we cannot say that now. Let us believe that where they are coming from and where we are now is a different thing entirely. If we want to look at where we are coming from, yes, you will actually look at David Mark. He was Senate president on 2 tenure, 8 good years. Things never change. Do you understand? Okay, look at Amechi. He was governor for 8 years, and he was also minister for transport for almost 8 years of Buhari regime. What can you really say? Today, a country that's populated as Nigeria ought not to be, having this issue of transportation. Say, oh, because of fuel crisis now, Nigeria can no longer move because of Iran and America war. Nigeria ought to be talking about rail line. At least I've visited India. I know India has a population of over 1.something billion. And because of that, the biggest means of transportation in India is rail. It's through rail. Why won't a minister, somebody who has been in that kind of position as a minister, also design such thing that if I want to travel to Enugu, I can simply board a rail here and move down to Enugu. I want to go to Kaduna or Kano or even Abuja. No, this one is working. So we have known some of these persons. But let us believe now that they are coming where they were before and what they are expected, what is expected of them now is a different ballgame. But if we want to take what they did before, want to judge them, analyze it by it, I'll tell you that there is nothing much that is going to happen. Atiku Abubakar was vice president for this nation for 8 years. Somebody will say, he was not the one that had the saddle as the head, but he was part of the team. He was part of the team. But now that Nigerians are crying so badly, because we are seeing the worst of it now, are these persons that we know that Dume made mention of that he knows so well, are they changed Nigerians now? Are we going to see something new about them? That's the big question. We're going to see something new. But if we want to analyze them from where they were coming from, Nigerians will tell you that they didn't really fare well. But now that the rain has started beating us now for almost 10 years of this APC's government now, everybody is drenched. Are they now new persons? Were they not also part of the APC? Some of them, they were part of the APC during Buhari's regime. That now that administration, now that Tinubu has just done only 3 years, it is just these 3 years now that everybody is like, oh, this way APC is no longer the bride, and now we are coming up with our own. They have to tell Nigerians what is going to be the difference. I said it that day that the manifesto that they started talking about just some 3-4 days ago ought to have been something that they are supposed to throw at Nigerians before now. Nigerians will now start scrutinizing it and start asking questions, not setting up another committee or whatever to now go and draft a manifesto Nigerians know, we know where our problem is. Execution is always the problem. That booklet now, everybody will read it. This is what I'm going to do. Are they going to follow it when they get there? These are the issues. So the names are not new to Nigerians. But whether they've garnered so much experience from the hardship we've seen within this period to now become a changed Nigeria is what we should be asking when they get in there, if possible.
You know, that's a very big question.
Yes.
Because Nigerians are really, well, so many Nigerians
No, we are very, very expectant.
Very expectant. But,
Yes.
but you know, there was something what's his name? Ali Ndume said that really, you know, that's really very interesting. He said ADC at first, he had a lot of confidence in them. But the way, I want to read them verbatim. He said, ADC itself, every day it's here and there. Initially, I had a lot of confidence. But when you find people concentrating on themselves for the power they can get, it's not a big deal. So it looks like he said, and I think that some Nigerians who actually, you know, told this line, they had so much confidence in ADC. But it seems like some Nigerians are also losing confidence in ADC because we don't even know where they are. Today they are here, tomorrow they are here. And then looking at people they have even in their midst, I'm sure many Nigerians are actually scared of what will come of the party or what will be of the party after the primary, if they eventually have the primary. Because Atiku is there, you're looking like Atiku does not want to go, no. Obi does not want to, you know, all about these things.
No. I think where Odume is saying he had a lot of respect before now. But now he's looking at them suspiciously. It's just because of the greed of the politicians. Odume is a politician, and he knows what they are made up of. The characteristic of an average politician in Nigeria is greedy. So he knows too well with all those names at that top. They're going to value a credible person that we should run around. He knows that there's going to be a problem there, Nena. Yes. That's where the Nigerians are looking at. All of them that are at the top there, ADC, they are people who are power drunk. They want to be there by all means. No matter whether it favors Nigerians or what. That's not just we want to be there. So Ndume is looking at it. How do you tell Atiku to step down? Ndume is looking at it. How do you Rotimi Amechi? He's looking at even somebody like Erufai, all these ones. How will they be able to manage this set of people and come out with a credible candidate that Nigerians will say, yes, we must run around them? That's where he's saying that these people might end up like PDP. That's where he's saying it that way. Because whatever ADC is telling Nigerians now, Nigerians are looking at, will ADC cross primaries and still remain intact, a coalition that is intact, that Nigerians can actually say this is an opposition that we should rely on? That's the big question. Primaries of ADC will determine whether Nigerians have an opposition against APC come 2027 general election. That's what he's just telling us. Everybody you see there are people that want to be there by all means. Not whether it favors you or not, but I have to be there. That's what we saw in 2023. It is my turn, and that's what we are facing today. So it's not different. It's my turn, said by President Tinubu. It's not different from every other person that you see in other political parties.
So they all want to be there.
They are only making these ones because they are in opposition now. If they get in there, we saw Tinubu when he was in opposition. He talked about insecurity. Jonathan should resign if he cannot protect Nigerians. Look at where we are today. It's worst off. He talked about electricity. That even if he cannot give us electricity within his first tenure, we should not vote for him in second tenure. Is it better now or is it worse? So everything he criticized when he was at the other end, today, can he boast of one of them he has solved for Nigerians? So anybody that is in opposition and telling you that by the time I get it, I'm going to be the best, for Nigerian politicians, Nena, get me cleared. It's a big joke. It's a big joke. By the time they get in there, it's not these same persons you are seeing now that are pretending to be, aligning with you and I, following us for protest now that you will see any longer. That's the fear.
Wow. Let's have your concluding thoughts, sir.
2027, we should not be discouraged. The masses of this nation owns this democracy. And we must not allow the few, less than 10% of Nigerians who, were just like opportunes to now begin to slap our faces and now make us to lose that trust we have in democracy. We must.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's about that shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Food remains one of the most powerful tools in maintaining health and preventing disease. As the commemoration of World Registered Dietitian Nutritionist Day, nutrition experts and healthcare professionals are drawing attention to the role of proper nutrition in improving the quality of life. The event, themed Discover the Power of Nutrition, highlights how food choices can influence lifespan, productivity, and overall well-being. Speakers note that balanced diets that include fruits, vegetables, adequate water intake, and controlled portions can help reduce the risk of several health conditions. They warn that unhealthy eating habits and essential and excessive consumption of processed foods continue to contribute to a growing number of non-communicable diseases, including obesity, cardiovascular disease, and hypertension.
Is when you get your diet right, you are physically and mentally alert, which you know that eating healthy is one of the master key of good health. Down to the hospital setting, they come in as clients. We have those on admission across board, from cradle to geriatric, which is the elderly people. So from the pregnant woman, for your child, for you to be healthy and the child to be healthy, and you come out having a bouncing and beautiful or handsome baby, you need the touch of a dietitian. That is in terms of a promotion of good health.
Experts also emphasize the important role dietitians play within the healthcare system, particularly in providing specialized nutritional care for patients who are unable to feed normally.
We need to improve on our policy. We need to improve on our policy. We need to make sure that food is one of the highest allocation is given to food in the policy. 1, 2, during the policy for nutrition is dietitians should be included in this policy making table, because we are the ones that actually knows where the feet is pinching. We are with the grassroots. We know them. We see them. They come to us. Some of them, we know the reasons why some of this thing is happening. So with this, we can actually tacticians in Nigeria.
Beyond hospitals, nutrition advocates say that raising awareness about healthy eating habits remains key to building a healthier population. They add that schools, institutions, and communities must work together to promote better nutrition practices.
And the message we have out there is that nutrition is the bedrock of healthy living. If we talk about people being healthy to go about their businesses and being away from disease, out of disease, you have to make your nutrition a top priority in your life. So when you get the nutrition right, it takes care of every health condition as well as healthy living.
For organizers of the event, the goal is to encourage greater recognition of the role institution and nutrition plays in everyday health and national development.
Just like the way they normally say that information is power. So we want to empower people all on the aspect of malnutrition. When I say malnutrition, we have undernutrition, we have overnutrition. And when we talk about malnutrition too, some can resort to health challenges. You understand? And even excessive to overnutrition resort to health challenges. When we talk about malnutrition, many of us, our understanding is about the children, it's about the toddlers. Fine, they have it on the side. We have that challenges, and we want them to get information. If they are rightfully fed, if they are adequately fed, they will see every child is not expected to sleep in an hospital. If it is not a kind of a epidemic kind of situation that is happening, every child should stay at home, come for hospital for just checkup or immunization, and go back home and live healthy. So, but for the adults too, you discover a lot of adult-related health challenges. They are diet-related challenges. We want to talk about hypertension. We want to talk about diabetes. We want to talk about obesity. We want to talk about renal-related. Renal-related condition. When we say renal, we have acute, chronic till you get to the end stage, depending. It's about liver cirrhosis or fatty liver or disease, or even alcoholic fatty liver. So a lot of health challenges that people are having. If we want to talk about the common in our client, which is malaria, it is hemolysis. Hemolysis, that the red blood cell is being destroyed, and then we have a nutritional anemia, and then we have anemia on its own too. And one of the things you see many people after treating malaria, they say they need a blood tonic too. So a lot of things that this program we address. If Nigeria embrace this profession, if Nigeria put this profession in the appropriate place, put us where we belong, encourage us, we are ready to give out our best. And we have people, we have professors, we have doctors, we have professionals that are practicing day in and day out, that have current knowledge about what is happening. But if the environment does not encourage, then you are unnecessarily overworked, you are unnecessarily short-staffed, then you become weary, because how will you? Knowledge is not static. You need to be improving in knowledge every now and then. So what this program is the message is trying to pass across is that individual can actually live healthy, and those that are having health challenges too can also maintain it. If it is uncurable one, if it is the one that they need to manage, they can also live healthy with the knowledge of nutrition gotten from the appropriate quarters, from the expert, because it is like a medicine. You need to review, you need to come for follow-up, we need to make assessment. It is not a one-time thing. So, and it's not surgery. And if it's not surgery too, you have to come for follow-up too, for the site, for the operation that has been carried out, for the surgeon to ensure that everything is working out fine. And if for it working out fine too, nutrition is needed, because the wound will still need to be healed. Then you need a vitamin C, you understand. You need a protein, replenishment of tissues, and you need adequate iron supply, so that everything will go. You need a vitamin A for the epithelial tissue, for everything to work effectively. So that is what we are here, and that is the message we are passing out. And on the topic, discover the power of nutrition, I'm so much interested in this year program, because it has a very powerful theme, and we want the world to know about it.
Participants were also taken through simple physical exercises, highlighting the importance of combining good nutrition with active living for improved health outcomes.
All over the world, every dietitian is celebrating this month as our month, where we create more awareness about the goodness of nutrition, right? The goodness of food. Everyone you see here, majority of people you see here are professionals of nutrition and dietetics, where the group that have been equipped with the knowledge of passing right nutrition information to the people of the world, right? So here today, we want people to know that there's power in nutrition. We want people to know that with good food, you can prevent illness. It's not just about eating, it's about eating smart, eating right, and eating well, so that you can be able to achieve the maximum nutrients benefits from the foods that you are consuming.
7, 8, 9, and 10.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures